Hey, good morning, friends. Let me know what the sound is like because I don't have my microphone hooked up today. Let me know what the sound is like in the chat. Is it great? Is it awful? Is it meh? Okay. Loud and clear. Good. Good, good, good. All right. Yay. So, yeah, I don't have my microphone hooked up today. All right, so yay. Thank you, guys. Hey, Lauren and Henny. Henny says good afternoon. Sunny afternoon. Yay. Good morning, Kel. Hey, baby. Margaret, you are in the right room. The sound of music. Hey, Miss King. How are ya? How are ya? How are ya? Miss Joanna messaged me a while ago, and she was like, no court today. And I was like, yeah, well, I mean, Karen Reed is not in court today. They said yesterday that they were not going to have trial today. And then tomorrow on Thursday, they're going to have half a day. So, but I will not be here tomorrow or Friday because I'm going out of town. Mickey says hello and good day. Hello and good day. May your Amazon cart be full and overflowing. Apparently, Mickey's doing a little bit of shopping this morning. So, I thought that we would swing back around and catch up on Daybell since we've missed that the last few days. We've only missed a couple, actually one day, I think. Yeah. So we're going to be catching up on 13, which was Monday because Daybell didn't have court yesterday. I mean, it's like, wow, what in the world? So that's what we're going to do today. And while we're doing that, I'll be doing other things. So I will be preoccupied today. And that's why I think it'll be a good day to watch trial stuff because I want to catch up on, yes, Margaret, The Lemon Continues by Chad Daybell. The Storm. I miss saying that. I miss saying the storm. The storm. Same, Mickey. I need to pack. I got to pack for this weekend, and I have to. I still have lists to make. You guys know how I talked about all the lists yesterday? Well, I'm a huge procrastinator. I also said that. And so, yeah, I've got to make lists. I've got to make a Lauren didn't miss it. You know you did. You know you missed the store. We're gonna miss you, Kel. Me and Mickey keep talking about how bad we're gonna miss you this time around. My heart is breaking because I don't get to see my Kel. All right, you guys. So we're gonna get into Monday's Chad Daybell, and we're gonna go at 1.25 or 1.5, depending on how we can handle it. And we will speed through breaks and such as that. So, are y'all ready? Ready? I also have to get groceries. I got to make a pickup grocery list for the husband and kids for the weekend. So many things to do. So many things to do and so many trials to watch, right? Oh, Kel, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm still up for doing what we talked about, putting you on like FaceTime and just propping my phone up so you can hang with me the whole weekend. Hang with everybody all weekend. If you're up for it, I'm up for it, babe. All right. All right. Let's get to it. Let's get the trial going for Monday. And I will mute myself. Side note. I want to see how the stream goes today because yesterday I've got Mickey's laptop and I'm trying it out to see if it is my internet that has been the issue the last several days, or if it's my computer, my own computer, that's been the issue the last several days. So we're going to see how today goes with this laptop. So we'll see how smooth it runs. All right. Oh, good. We can all see his lemon tie for Monday. Yes, Margaret, we can. We can. All right, Kel. Good deal. Yay. I'll make sure to find a time where we can get with you and you can sit down and diamond paint while I'm sitting down and diamond painting, and I'll turn the phone around so you can have a conversation with all of us. I hope that the reception is good, like the Wi-Fi or whatever. If it's not, I'll be heartbroken all over again. So, all right, I'm going to hit play on this and we're going to go.
Any of the trial testimony before testifying today. Balance, there's, I believe it's agent balance. Is that correct? Yes, sir. Thank you. All right, before we commence, Mr. Wood, first I want to confirm our cameras. Okay. I believe it's agent balance. Is that correct? Yes, sir. Correct. All right, agent balance. There's an exclusionary order in this case, so I'm just going to inquire before you start with testimony whether or not you have watched or viewed any of the trial testimony since it's been live streamed as well as open to the public here in court. Have you seen or observed in any way any of the trial testifying today?
No, Your Honor, I have not.
Okay. And have you discussed with anyone else their testimony they've provided in trial?
No, Your Honor, I have not.
Okay, thanks. Mr. Wood, then you can go ahead and inquire on direct.
Thank you, Your Honor. And before I inquire, there are several exhibits in this case that have been stipulated to. Mr. Balance will be testifying to a lot of telephone and cellular data. And for purposes of keeping the record clean about what's in evidence, I do have 11 business record affidavits. I believe they all come in by way of stipulation. I don't know how the court wants me to, I can read off the exhibit number and the company to which it pertains. However, the court would like me to do that.
Okay.
But I would like to have them on the record.
I agree. They need to be individually entered into or admitted on the record. So if you'd like to just go through each, and I'll inquire on the defense whether or not they agree that there's a stipulation and no objection. So if you would want to just go through those, I know that might take a moment here, but we need to do that to keep the record clear. So you can just start off with whichever one you want to move for admission of first.
All right, and I would note that I gave a courtesy copy to the court and counsel last week of each of these.
Okay.
So State's Exhibit 125 is a business record affidavit for T-Mobile Metro.
All right, Mr. Pryor, on Exhibit 125, will the defense have any objection to its admission?
It's a stipulated exhibit, Judge.
All right, so that's a no. 125 is admitted. Mr. Pryor. I'm sorry, Mr. Wood.
State's Exhibit 126 is a Verizon business records affidavit.
All right, any objection on 126?
Again, Judge, it's a stipulated exhibit.
All right, 126 is admitted. On one, what's your next one, Mr. Wood?
127, another Verizon business records affidavit.
All right, is that admitted by stipulation, Mr. Pryor?
Yes, Your Honor.
127 is admitted.
128, another Verizon business records affidavit.
All right, will that be admitted by stipulation, Mr. Pryor?
Yes, Your Honor.
128 is admitted.
State's Exhibit 129, Verizon business records affidavit.
Is 129 admitted by stipulation?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, 129 is admitted.
130, Verizon business records affidavit.
Is 130 admitted by stipulation, Mr. Pryor?
Yes, Judge.
Thank you. Mr. Wood?
131, Verizon business records affidavit.
Is 131 admitted by stipulation?
Yes, Judge.
All right, 131 is admitted.
132, Verizon business records affidavit.
Is 132 admitted by stipulation, Mr. Pryor?
Yes, Judge.
132 is admitted.
133, Verizon business records affidavit.
Is 133 also admitted by stipulation, Mr. Pryor?
Yes, Judge.
All right, 133 is admitted.
134, Verizon business record affidavit.
Is 134 also part of your stipulation, Mr. Pryor?
Yes, Judge.
All right, 134 is admitted.
And the last one, 135, is an AT&T business records affidavit.
All right, is Exhibit 135 admitted by stipulation, Mr. Pryor?
Yes, Your Honor.
Very well. Each of those exhibits then, the court concludes have been reviewed by the defense without objection. They're all admitted and part of the record. You can proceed then, Mr. Wood.
Thank you. Good morning.
Morning, sir.
Can you state your name for the record and spell it?
Yes, it's Nicholas Balance. Last name is spelled Ballance.
Thank you. And Mr. Balance, how are you employed?
I'm a supervisory special agent with the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
So is your proper title Agent Balance?
That's fine.
Agent, how long have you worked as a special agent with the FBI?
Since June of 2016.
And where are you currently assigned?
So currently I'm assigned to the FBI's International Operation Division out of Washington, D.C.
Prior to being a special agent with the FBI, were you previously employed in law enforcement?
I served as a deputy U.S. Marshal for 9 years prior to being with the FBI.
And in your role in the FBI now, are you a member of a specialized unit within the FBI?
I am. I'm a member of our Cellular Analysis Survey Team, or CAST for short.
What kind of work does CAST do?
In the simplest terms, CAST is a group of about 70 to 80 special agents and task force officers that specialize in utilizing cell records from a provider to determine the location, the general location of a phone at a specific date and time that might be of interest to an investigation.
And have you used those techniques successfully in the past?
Yes, I've used those techniques on hundreds of occasions to locate violent fugitives, to locate missing kids, missing persons, and really just a gamut of different investigations that the FBI conducts.
How long have you been a member of CAST?
Since October of 2019.
And how long have you been using cellular records in investigations?
So I've been using cellular records as a part of my investigations, both with the FBI and with the Marshal Service since 2007.
Do you assist other agencies with this type of cellular analysis?
I do. I regularly provide assistance to agencies, local, federal, and state throughout the country.
How do those investigators usually come to contact you?
So usually as a part of CAST, we also do a lot of training and presentations. So I could be contacted directly by someone that participated in one of those trainings, or law enforcement can reach out directly to our unit, and then cases could be assigned to me that way as well.
I believe you might have already said this, but just in case, how many members does CAST have nationwide?
It fluctuates, but approximately 70 to 80.
How does one get selected to be on CAST?
So there's an application process that you would put in to be a member of the unit. And then there are multiple trainings that span approximately 240 hours before you would be certified. And those are in the form of multiple training iterations that start with our CAS Basic, which is a 2 to 3 day training in which you would learn kind of from the foundation of what we do and not using any type of software to assist you, taking cellular records. And like I talked about earlier, putting those onto a map based on a specific date and time that may be of interest to an investigation. If you complete CAS Basic and you're invited to attend the next training, you would go to our CAS Advanced. That's a 1-week training where it gets a little bit more into the specifics for each provider that are the major providers throughout the United States, what their records look like, any nuances that might be a part of their records. And then also that's where we start implementing practical scenarios to where we're given a problem in the class and we have to do a report based on whatever that problem is, and then it's evaluated by instructors. Upon completion of CAS Advanced, you would go to, at the time I went, what was called our field training exercise, which is where you have approximately 3 days where you're given multiple problems. You don't get any support from instructors, and you have to solve those problems within a specific time and then present your findings on those. Upon completion of that, we have an additional 4 weeks where you would go to our what we call Certification 1 and Certification 2. As a part of that training, we have instruction from professors in the field of radio frequency. We have presentations from all the major providers, not only by their legal compliance representatives, but also by their engineers who set up the networks. They provide kind of an overview of how each specific network is set up. We went to see a network switch to see the actual physical infrastructure associated with cellular technology. And then upon completion of that, we're given a written test that we have to pass. And then the last 2 weeks, we do instruction on what's called drive testing, which is taking measurements of what the true cellular environment looks like for a particular area. And then we have a problem that we have to solve again that we take all the way to a mock court scenario that we have to present. Upon completion of all of that, instructors meet, discuss each candidate, and then if you pass, you would be considered a certified member of CAST.
And are you a certified member of CAST?
Yes.
So you completed all that training you just discussed?
Yes, sir.
So, and you completed it successfully?
Yes, sir.
I want to talk to you a little bit about cell towers for a minute. What, based on your knowledge and your training of cellular networks, can you explain to the jury what a cell tower does?
Sure. So a cell tower is constantly emitting radio frequency for a given area. And so if you think about it from the standpoint of whenever you're going to make a call on your phone, the important part is you want to be able to talk to somebody that's a great distance away. So phones work very similar to what a portable radio that you could go buy at an electronics store would works in the same way. So if you take that portable radio, you can communicate to somebody, but you're limited on the distance that you could communicate with them. So if our cell phone was only able to communicate down the street, it wouldn't necessarily be relevant for our day-to-day life. So what a cell tower does is it allows the cell tower to the cellular phone, instead of communicating directly with another phone, to communicate with that tower. Once it does that, that signal can be transmitted down the street or throughout the world to allow you to make a phone call to anywhere that a cellular phone has service.
What is the range of a cell tower?
So the range of a cell tower primarily depends on the area. So whenever network engineers are creating the network, they're ultimately doing it to support population or users of their network. So in an area like Boise, where there's a pretty high population, you'll see a lot of cell phone towers, and those towers are generally going to provide service out to the next closest tower. So like I said, in Boise, where you have a large population to support, the footprint of what that cellular tower is going to provide coverage to is smaller. When you start talking about Rexburg, which is a more rural area, there's less towers. So those towers are going to go out farther distances just because of the fact that the population is less dense there.
So is it fair to say that cell towers are responsible for providing coverage to a particular area?
Yes, networks are designed to provide coverage to its users.
And can you explain what a sector of a tower is?
Yes. So a traditional cell phone tower, if you're looking at it from the top and think of it as that radio frequency is going out in all directions almost as a circle. So to optimize their network, that tower is divided into 3 different sectors. So again, if you think about that circle and cutting it into a pie of 3 equal pieces, that's what a sector represents. So there's antennas on that tower that basically provide coverage to 120 degrees away from that tower. So if you think about that circle being 360 degrees, divide that by 3, that gives you the 3 equal sectors that cover approximately 120 degrees of that circle.
And can you briefly summarize for the jury how a cell phone engages with a cell tower?
Yes. So your cell phone, even in your pocket when you're not talking on it, is constantly scanning the environment to look for which tower and sector are providing the strongest signal. So that way, if you do need to make a call or receive a text message, your phone is already aware of what tower and sector it's going to utilize for that interaction.
Okay. And how does a phone determine, or how is it determined what tower a cell phone connects with?
So the phone is making that decision. And that's probably the most important part to remember that. The phone, whenever it's scanning and it's looking at the cellular environment that it's in, it's keeping a list of what that strongest tower is at any given time. So the cell phone selects the strongest tower and sector to begin an interaction with the network for whatever it is, via voice call, email, whatever that might be.
And will that strongest tower always be the closest tower?
It can be, but also there could be obstructions in the way that it might choose a cellular tower that's a little bit farther away. So it's going to choose the strongest signal, not necessarily the closest.
Do cellular companies record the activity of each of their customers?
They do. So if you think about, maybe 15 years ago, whenever you got a cell phone bill, and not only did it include the amount that you owed the provider, you also had a list of all the different calls that were made on that specific account. So whenever you're looking at the recordings of what a cellular provider keeps on the specific account, that's what we're talking about. So that could be the date and time, the duration of a specific event, the direction, whether you received an inbound or outbound call, and that's on your call detail record. The difference with the records that what law enforcement look at is it also includes columns for location information. So what that includes is the tower and sector that was utilized for a specific interaction that you had with the provider.
And I think you use the phrase call detail records.
Yes,
Is that the phrase usually associated with the records that the cellular companies keep?
it is. Yes.
What pieces of, you kind of went over this, but what pieces of information are typically found in a call detail record?
So typically, just like on the old phone bill, you'll see a date and a time. You'll see what type of transaction, whether it was a voice or a text message. You'll see the duration if it was a voice call. You'll see the number that was called or the number that called into the account. And then, like I mentioned, with the call detail records we're looking at, we'll also see columns that give us location information.
Does the information captured on call detail records vary by provider?
It does. Most providers are going to capture the majority of the same information. They just might capture it different ways. But specific to, there are nuances specific to Verizon. Verizon doesn't capture the location information associated with a text message.
And other companies do.
Correct.
Do cellular providers maintain lists of where their towers are located?
They do. So each cellular provider has, by latitude and longitude location, every single tower that they have throughout the territory that they cover.
How do you use those types of records to determine where a phone was located?
So if you think about the specific geographical area, let's just talk about Idaho. So if you look at a cellular provider's tower records for Idaho, I can take those records and place them on a map for the significant area that we're looking at. So again, let's just say for the state of Idaho. With that, I can then take the call detail records and marry each line in a call detail record up with the location of the tower and sector that was used for that specific event. So if you think about it from the standpoint of every tower, if you imagine it was a mailbox on a map, I'm taking each line as a letter and delivering it to that specific mailbox on the map. So what that enables me to do is anytime there's an interaction on those call detail records, I can see at that date and time what tower and sector was utilized.
And how do you estimate the coverage area of a sector?
So that goes back to, again, talking about looking at the population density is usually a good estimate, because whenever you see an area like Boise, the coverage area of a tower and sector is usually going to go out to the next tower and sector because they want to provide overlapping coverage to their customers. Again, I'll use a few analogies when I explain this, but if you think about in your yard, if you have a sprinkler system and a sprinkler head's only going out a couple feet, and then there's nothing hitting the grass for another 10 feet to your next sprinkler, you're going to have dead grass, just like you're going to have dead areas in cell service. Because of that, engineers, in order to optimize their network, provide overlapping coverage. So each tower is going to have overlapping coverage with the tower next to it.
Is there a way to determine the actual coverage area of a sector versus how you just described?
Yes. So we can do what's called a drive test, which is I briefly mentioned as a part of our certification process. And what this is we take equipment that has sensors and antennas, and we can place it. It's a portable unit that we can place into a car. And then we, in essence, like the name says, drive an area. And as we're driving, it's taking hundreds of measurements a minute of the location of where the drive test equipment is and what the cellular signal that it sees at any given time. So if you go to a specific area and drive basically every road, every area that you can get to. Then what we can do is we can take all of that data, put it onto a map, and see what the true coverage of a tower and sector is versus what these estimates that I mentioned are.
And is drive testing used in the cellular industry?
Yes, drive testing would be the industry standard for determining the true coverage of a cellular footprint.
Did you conduct a drive test in this case?
I did.
What was the area that you conducted your drive test over?
So we conducted the drive test pretty much throughout Rexburg, all the way up to the area around St. Anthony and down just a little bit south of Rexburg.
When did you do that?
We did that in June of 2020.
Was there an event that led to you performing that drive test?
There was. I was contacted by law enforcement in June and was notified that they found the bodies of Tylee and JJ. And so immediately I worked out the logistics to get the equipment I needed up to the Rexburg area. And I believe I was over there within about 6 days after the bodies were found to conduct that drive test.
And you mentioned going all the way from St. Anthony down to south of Rexburg. Why would you do such an expansive drive test for an area that goes so far beyond Mr. Daybell's property?
Sure. So the investigation at that point was still ongoing. And so in order to basically ensure that any use of cellular phones that became of interest for specific dates, we would be able to see what the true footprint of towers were versus doing those estimates. So basically just because of the case itself and there was continuing investigation, that's why I chose to do a larger area.
What is the equipment you use to perform a drive test? What is it called?
It's called a Gladiator Autonomous Receiver, or GAR for short.
And can anyone go to Walmart and pick up a GAR?
No. So when I talked about doing a drive test, the GAR is kind of it's a multiple component device. What that means is it not only includes the sensors, antennas associated with getting the readings of the cellular signal, it also includes a computer. It also includes the software that the FBI utilizes to get those raw measurements and get them all the way to a map so that we can utilize it as a part of an investigation.
Okay, so it has, just to make sure everyone understands, a physical and a software component.
Yes, the company provides a physical and a software component.
And you mentioned scanners in that equipment. Are the scanners within the GAR restricted to law enforcement?
No, they are not.
The GAR unit itself, is that restricted to law enforcement?
Yes. So the company that sells the GAR Gladiator, at least the last time I checked, they only sold to law enforcement.
Right. And you testified that you conducted this test in June of 2019?
In June of 2020.
June of 2020, I apologize. Thank you. Moving on, are you able to determine where a phone, by using cellular records, are you able to determine where a phone is located 24 hours a day, 7 days a week by identifying the tower and sector it uses?
No. So that's where I talked a little bit about before. We need a line on a call detail record at a specific date and time. And that's what allows me to give an estimate, is if I have a specific date and time where the phone interacted with the network and then the tower and sector that was used. So again, with the analogies, but if you think about it where you have a neighbor and you know what they drive. So if you look out the window at 9:01 in the morning and you see their car in the driveway, and then you go about your business and you go back 30 minutes later and the car is still in the driveway, you can't say what that car was doing for that time whenever you weren't looking out the window. The records are the same way. So whenever I have a record, I can make an estimate based on the tower and sector that was used. But if there's no use for a period of time, I can't make an estimate during that period of no use.
And again, does the cell phone always select the geographically closest tower?
No, it's going to select the strongest signal that it sees.
But so a phone, even if it doesn't select the closest tower, it will select a tower within the coverage area. Is that accurate?
Yes, that's correct. And that's why we conduct a drive test, is because a phone, in order to utilize a tower and sector, has to be able to see that tower and sector at the location where it is.
So regardless of the phone selecting the closest or slightly more distant tower, the phone's approximate area can still be estimated, correct?
Yes.
We've been talking about cell records. Are you familiar with Google location records?
I am.
Can you describe what they are?
So Google provides a service that includes location history. And so if a user opts into location history, then Google records locations where a device that is opted in has been located historically.
How does Google identify the location of a device?
A few different ways. One way is by the GPS within the phone, which is basically telling the lat long of where the phone is located at any given time. Also via Wi-Fi. And so what that means is the phone is utilizing the Wi-Fi in an area to determine an estimated location. And then also via cellular signal, which is where Google was giving an estimate based on the cellular towers that a phone sees.
Talking about the Wi-Fi connection through Google, does the device need to connect to a Wi-Fi access point for Google to know that location?
No. And if some of you have seen where you'll get a notification on your phone, turn on Wi-Fi to better estimate your accuracy, doesn't necessarily need to be connected to a Wi-Fi access point. Google, as a part of the information that they maintain, they have information on a lot of different Wi-Fi access points and where they're located. So as an example, if my phone, I'm nearby a Wi-Fi at a McDonald's, if Google knows where that Wi-Fi at the McDonald's is and knows that my phone sees that Wi-Fi, I don't need to be connected to it for Google to make an estimation that I'm close to where that McDonald's is.
Do the Google locations, do the Google location records reflect information on the accuracy of their records?
Yes. So Google provides a margin of error associated with each line in their location record.
Have you used Google location information as part of investigations in the past?
I have. I've used it to locate devices on numerous occasions in the past.
Speaking to both cellular records and Google location records, are you able to pinpoint the exact location of a phone?
No, my estimate is based on the records that I'm reviewing, and depending on what those records are, that's going to affect how precise I can say on my estimate of a general location of a phone.
And are you able to pinpoint the exact location of a person with cellular records?
No, I'm looking primarily at devices that are reporting to different providers, not specifically a person. I think that's a common mistake. Whenever I'm evaluating records, I'm attempting to locate where the phone was. Now, granted, that could very well be in the pocket of the person it's associated with, but I'm not locating a person, I'm locating a device.
And do you regularly use cellular telephone technology and this Google location technology in your work?
Yes, on a daily basis.
Have you ever provided instruction in the field of historical cell site analysis?
I have. I've conducted numerous CAS basic courses throughout the United States, and then I've done presentations throughout the United States and Mexico and in the United Kingdom.
And have you ever provided expert testimony on this subject matter in the past?
I have.
Speaking about the records we've talked about, in addition to that, does CAST use any other type of records other than what we've been discussing?
So yes, CAS uses basically any of the records that we can obtain via a search warrant, and different providers provide different types of data sets that we can utilize. And primarily what that gives me is if there's a record that has a specific line that has a date and time, I can give an estimate of where a phone was located.
Did you receive any records like that in this case?
Yes, but none that were used as part of my reporting.
Agent, you did mention that you did examine records in this case.
Yes.
What records did you examine?
So numerous call detail records associated with multiple phones, as well as Google location history.
Are the records you relied upon to create this report voluminous?
They are.
And did you prepare a report that would summarize your findings that were relevant to this investigation?
I did.
Did you prepare this report in anticipation of testifying in this trial?
I did.
Do you believe that this report would aid the jury in understanding the various cell phone records you reviewed?
I do.
Was your report peer-reviewed by another member of CAST?
It was.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the witness be handed State's Exhibit 156, which is a thumb drive. Courtesy copy has been provided to court and counsel. Agent Balance, do you recognize State's Exhibit 156?
I do.
What is it?
It's a USB drive that I initialed that contained a copy of my report.
And have you reviewed the content of that thumb drive?
I have.
And is that a true and accurate representation of the report you prepared?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, based on the witness's testimony and pursuant to Rule 1006 of the Idaho Rules of Evidence, we ask that this report be admitted into evidence as a summary exhibit.
Any objection, Mr. Pryor?
Judge, there won't be an objection, but I do need to have a sidebar with counsel in the court prior to proceeding.
Okay, let's go ahead and take up a sidebar, the request of defense for a moment, Mr. Wood.
Hey. Hey. Does it sound any better? I have my microphone back on, so. Hi, guys. They're having a brief little sidebar. Lisa, honey, I'm sorry to hear about that. That stinks. How long is it until you see your orthopedic doctor, Lisa? I hate that. I don't like it. I mean, and are you able to drive? Like, is it your driving foot or your left foot? Oh, Lord, you guys can hear me, right? Can you guys hear me? Oh, no, don't tell me you can't hear me. Oh, no. Oh, you can hear. Okay. I was like, oh, no, they can't hear me. Ah. Mm. Okay, thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Miss King, Lauren, and Mickey Jor. So yeah, I'm concerned about Lisa because Lisa drives. That's what she does for her job. And so I'm just kind of wondering if it's her driving foot or her left foot. Mm, that sucks. Let's zoom. Okay, here they come.
All right, we had a brief sidebar just discussing evidence and discussing with both the state and the defense that there's additional information in terms of the data that led to the summary that is or will be admissible in the case. So when that matter comes up specifically, we'll take it up. And Mr. Wood, at this point, Exhibit 156 was offered, and based on that discussion on the sidebar, Mr. Pryor, is there any objection to 156 being admitted at this time?
Judge, as previously noted, there would be no objection to all of this data.
Okay, so the 156 is admitted, Mr. Wood.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes.
I'll be doing that through HDMI. Agent, do you recognize this exhibit?
I do.
If you could just briefly give us a summary of what's on this front
Sure.
page.
This is basically the cover page associated with my report, which includes the phone numbers that I did analysis on, as well as the Google account that I did analysis on, the specific dates that I was asked to look at, and then data report, case number, and my name.
And on slide 2, what are you describing?
That's speaking specifically to the methodology used as a part of our analysis that I described previously.
And slide 3.
The same thing, just specific to the Google location history.
So in preparing this report, just to be clear, you relied on cellular records like we talked about, meaning that the records of phones interacting with cell towers. Is that
Correct.
fair? And then on Google location data.
Relied upon records we received from Google associated with the Homer J. Maximus @gmail account.
And through your investigation, we'll get to that in a minute. Tell us about slide Slide 4.
So this is whenever I spoke to earlier about cellular towers and their locations kind of following what population looks like. So as you can see in Boise, the population is higher, and you're going to see the towers are much more dense. And as you go out into the rural areas of Idaho, you see that those towers are farther apart, and they're going to provide coverage to much larger footprint.
Tell us what we see on slide 5.
This is just an example of what cellular towers can look like. So the traditional tower, kind of the second from the left, as well as providers' attempts to hide the towers to be more aesthetically pleasing via a cactus or a tree.
And what do we see on slide 6?
So on the left, you'll see a traditional cell phone tower that's divided into the 3 different sectors that I talked about earlier. So you can see the sets of antenna are facing 3 different directions. Then over to the right, when I talked about that circle, this is looking over top of a cellular tower, and you can see the 3 different sectors divided into equal pieces. You can also see at the top where there's a 0, it's a little bit smaller, harder to see, but that 0 starts there, and just like a compass goes all the way around to 359 degrees. So whenever you're looking at a specific tower and sector, the provider will indicate the azimuth, which is basically the direction from the tower at that specific sector, the midpoint of it. So if you're looking at sector 1, the azimuth of that sector would be 0 degrees, and you see plus 60 and minus 60 to equal 120.
A lot of information on this slide. What are we looking at?
This is just an example of what the call detail records that I spoke about earlier look like, specific to each carrier, starting with Verizon. And so what you'll see is the information I indicated, like the date, time, as well as on the right side, you'll see what starts with first serving cell site, first serving, it's kind of cut off, but that's showing the tower and sector that I would correspond with the tower list in order to place that on a map.
And page 8, what are we seeing there?
The same thing, just an example from AT&T, and you can see how the records and columns differ slightly, but still contain information as far as the date, time, originating number that starts the call, terminating number that ends the call, as well as the location information on the right side associated with the tower and sector that was used.
What are we seeing on page 9?
And then just to repeat, the same type of call detail record for T-Mobile.
Okay. Page 10, what is that?
So that's looking at how we would look at the Google location history. And so there you can see date and timestamp, the estimated latitude and longitude, and then the confidence column, which is what I spoke to earlier, as far as the margin of error that Google estimates that specific line. And then a device tag, which is a way for Google to associate a specific device that was utilized on the account that was reporting that location information.
In that, I think you called it a confidence column. Are there 2 different sources of information? And I get this is just an example, but if you can point out kind of those different sources of information and the numbers associated with those.
Yeah, so specific to this case, Google location history included locations that were derived from GPS, Wi-Fi, and cellular. That column there is where we can determine how that specific location was derived.
And the number next to it, what is that number?
To the left or to the right?
To the left.
To the left, that's the margin of error associated with that specific location in meters.
What are we seeing on slide 11?
So whenever you get into my report, those lines that are from a call detail record, I represent with basically a call information box, so that way you can see the specific location that's mapped, what that record indicated for date, time, direction of the call, type of call, and then the azimuth or direction from that tower that interaction occurred, as well as any associated number for if it's a call or a text message.
What do we see on page 12?
These are the specific numbers that I was asked to conduct analysis on in this case. And then each one is going to be represented by a specific color whenever I place it on a map. So this is just basically a legend so that you can see whenever you observe a specific use on a map, which phone that I'm representing.
And what are we seeing on page 13?
This is an example of the drive test data that I spoke about. So after we conduct that drive test and then place that information onto a map, this is how it would look. So on the left side, you see one tower and sector and the coverage area of that tower and sector. The dark green is the dominant area of coverage, and then the lighter green is just the coverage area. So what that means is if the phone is within that darker green, it would likely select that tower and sector in order to have an interaction, but it could also be anywhere in that lighter green and still see that specific tower and sector. Then on the right, you're seeing two different towers and sectors, one at the top right represented in red, and the tower and sector at the bottom right coverage area represented in yellow. And then you can see the orange area is where there's overlapping coverage between those two towers and sectors.
And what do we see on page 14?
This follows the same call box as the cellular slide, only it indicates what the box will look like for Google location information. I've also got at the bottom right, because with Google location, there could be numerous locations recorded in a matter of minutes. So instead of, in essence, putting a lot of stuff onto a map that doesn't allow you to see what's going on, I've added a summary location or a Google geolocation summary box so you can see how many locations were recorded in a specific amount of time. You can also see on the left side the Wi-Fi or GPS. That's the icon that'll be represented whenever a Google location is derived from one of those two events. And then also where applicable, the margin of error will be that yellow circle, which will show a representation of what that margin of error looked like from the record.
What do we see on page 15?
Locations of significance with this investigation.
And if you would just go down and read those items.
Sure. So the burn pit location, which is on Mr. Daybell's property, Tylee Ryan body location, which was on Mr. Daybell's property, and same thing for JJ Vallow, Chad Daybell's residence, Lori Vallow's residence, Alex Cox's residence, the location of the Salem Church, location of a Holiday Inn Express in Springville, Utah, Evergreen Cemetery in Springville, Utah, a Walmart located in Rexburg, Wireless Revolution, which is also located in Rexburg, a store that is associated with cell phones and AT&T, Brigham Young University Library in Rexburg, Sportsman's Warehouse down in Idaho Falls, and then a Marriott Residence Inn in Kansas City, Missouri.
Can you explain to the jury what we see on page 17 of your report?
Sure. So this is an overview of Rexburg and the surrounding area. I didn't mention before, but you can see the dots. Those are representative of cell phone towers for the different networks that provide coverage in the area, as well as the locations placed onto a map that I mentioned in the last slide that were of significance to this investigation.
If you have a pointer, and I realize that on the screen it's a little bit further away, but if you could just kind of go through a couple of those locations on the map.
Yes. So the green marked CD is for Chad Daybell's property. And I know I mentioned other locations on that property, but whenever you zoom out, there's no way that I could add all of those and they would be representative of the specific location. Below that is the Salem Church, Walmart in Rexburg, Wireless Revolution, L for the library on the university grounds, and then LV for Lori Vallow's apartment.
And on page 18, what do we see?
Those were the locations of significance mentioned down in Springville, Utah. So the EG is the Evergreen Cemetery and the HI is the Holiday Inn Express.
So, Agent, were you asked to look at a couple of or some specific dates as part of your investigation?
I was.
We just saw a slide that said September 9th. Was your involvement in this investigation concurrent with other investigators working on this case?
It was.
And what was significant about the date September 9th to you?
So based on conversations that I'd had with investigators, they determined that September 8th was likely the last time that Tylee Ryan was photographed alive.
Okay, thank you. So slide 20, if you can walk the jury through what we're seeing here and where it's at.
Yeah, so I'll be a little bit more specific in this one because the majority of my slides are going to follow this same format. So at the top, you're seeing what it is. This is based on Google location history, the account that is associated with that Google location, and all the Google location history in this report is going to be for homerjmaximus@gmail.com. And then you're seeing basically the bookends of what this slide represents. And by that, I mean, we're looking at September 9th for any locations between 12 a.m. and 5 o'clock a.m. Also, with all of my analysis of the Google location history, I looked at Google locations that were 100 meters or less in margin of error. So then we see,
Agent, if I can stop you there, why did you pick 100 meters or less?
just to ensure that whenever you look at Google location, you can see margin of errors that can be extremely wide in the thousands of meters. So we did that to basically look at the more precise locations from the reporting.
So is it fair to say you did that in an effort to be more accurate?
The locations that are larger margin of error are accurate, but it helps us to basically look at a specific device and where it's located. When you start getting extremely large margins of error, I wouldn't be able to differentiate whether a device was in this slide at reporting from Alex Cox's residence or Lori Vallow's residence. So 100 meters was basically just the line that I set as far as what precision we were looking at.
And when we speak about the Homer J. Maximus at Gmail account, that has been brought up before, but can you remind the jury who that account is associated with?
With Alex Cox.
Right. So you've taken us through the heading. Can you walk us through the rest of the slide?
Yeah, so you'll see two different locations that both are reported via GPS. And so on the top left, if you can see the pointer, we're looking at 2:42 and 2 seconds, 2:42 and 11 seconds, and 3:37 and 22 seconds. Google location consistent with being just west of Lori Vallow's apartment. And then there's movement between 3:37 and 4:37, where at 4:37, it's now reporting consistent with being at Alex Cox's apartment.
And so just to verify the time here, we're talking about 2:42 a.m. September 9th.
Correct.
And just to make sure we're interpreting the data correctly, what this shows is that Alex Cox's
Judge, I'm going to object at this point. There seems to be some leading.
Sustain.
Your Honor, may I briefly argue?
Just ask another non-leading question, please, Mr. Wood.
Thank you. So the yellow dots are associated with locations of, what are those associated with?
So those are associated with a Google location of Alex Cox's device.
And if just to briefly summarize, on what times are Alex Cox's device located near Lori Vallow's residence?
At 2:42 in the morning, and then at 3:37 in the morning.
And then after that, where does his device appear to go?
So there are no records that I found of 100 meters or less between 3:37 and 4:37. At 4:37, the Google location is consistent with being at Alex Cox's residence.
Agent, what do we see on slide 21?
So again, I'll go through this a little bit more in detail just because it's the first time you're seeing a tower and sector being mapped. So at the top, it's tower interactions, cellular tower interactions. And then below that, I'm going to indicate which phone numbers are associated with what I mapped. And then again, with the bookend of what times I was looking at. So this specifically is looking at September 9th from 7:20 in the morning until 8:04 in the morning. The tower at the top is associated with the 0143 phone, which was associated with Chad Daybell. That's utilizing a tower and sector that provides coverage to the Chad Daybell residence. And then there are multiple text messages and then a call at 8:03. And then, as I mentioned before, Verizon does not record the location information for text messaging. So because of that, we can see that the text messages are being exchanged with the Lori Vallow 4652 phone, but we don't see the tower and sector that her phone utilized in those text messages. We do, however, see on the phone call that occurs at 8:03 from the Daybell 4652 phone from the Daybell 0143 phone to the Lori Vallow 4652 phone. We see that the Lori Vallow phone is utilizing a tower and sector that provides coverage to her residence.
And what was the date and time frame for these conversations?
Yeah, so the text messages were 7:20 in the morning, 7:42, 7:53, 8 o'clock, and then 8:03. And then the phone call is from the Daybell 0143 to the Vallow 4652 phone at 8:03.
Agent, in your review of phone records, how often would Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell communicate with each other?
Pretty regularly.
So slide 22, wow, what are we seeing there?
Okay, so this is a different phone associated with Chad Daybell, ending 9374. This is on the Verizon network, and it's utilizing a tower and sector that provides coverage to the Daybell residence to make an outbound call to a phone associated with Alex Cox, ending in 9120. Alex Cox's phone at that time was utilizing a tower and sector that provides coverage to his residence.
That was September 9th at 8:11 a.m.
Correct.
Can you tell how long of a phone call that was?
Yes. So in the box, you'll see after the outgoing call, you'll see 180, then you'll see voice, and then you'll see 280. That 180 represents the duration of the call, and then the 280 represents the azimuth or direction from the tower that antenna set was facing.
So it was a 180-second call.
Correct.
And what do we see on slide 23?
So this is the Daybell 0143 phone utilizing 3 different towers, all of which provide coverage to his residence between 8:15 in the morning and 9:06 in the morning.
And who are those communications with? Can you tell?
Yeah, so one at 8:58 is an outbound text to the Lori Vallow 4652 phone. And then at 8:15 and 8:39, there's an outbound and an inbound text, both associated with an exchange with Lori Vallow's 4652 phone. And then the other incoming SMS at 9:05 is a number that I don't recognize.
Agent, what are we seeing on slide 24?
This is showing from the previous slide the 3 towers that were utilized and the true coverage area obtained via the drive test. And so what you can see is there's coverage represented by red on the top right. The next one over to the left is in green, and the bottom left is in yellow. But the orange color represents a overlapping coverage area. So usually that's significant as a part of my analysis, because if a phone utilizes multiple towers in close proximity in time, I can estimate that that phone needs to be or has to be within that overlapping coverage area, depending on how far apart in time they were, or at least close to that overlapping coverage area.
So if we go back a slide and where I'm pointing the mouse, are those different towers that are being utilized by Chad Daybell's phone?
Yes. So if you're looking starting on the right at 8:39 in the morning, it utilizes the tower in St. Anthony, 8:58, the tower in Parker, and then 9:05, the tower to the far southwest. So within that 26-minute window, you're looking at the phone would need to be near those overlapping coverage areas. Otherwise, you would have to, in essence, be in one coverage area and move to another one in order to get service from that particular tower and sector.
And so again, slide 24 is a map of that coverage area.
Correct.
And what is slide 25?
That's just zoomed in, showing that all 3 of those towers provide coverage to the Daybell residence.
Agent, what do we see in slide 26?
So here we're seeing Google location history associated with one of Alex Cox's devices, indicating that at 8:49 in the morning, it's consistent with being down in the area of his apartment. And by 9:15, it's consistent with being just south of Chad Daybell's property.
Can you point those locations out to the jury?
For sure.
And the times associated with those locations?
So that's the Google location at 8:49 and 19 on the bottom left of the screen. And then at the top is at 9:15.
And what are I should have asked earlier, what are the margins of error associated with those hits?
8 meters at the bottom and then 3 meters at the top, both reporting via GPS.
And so the measurement at 9:15 is just south of Mr. Daybell's residence.
That's correct.
Agent, what do we see on page 27?
So here you're seeing Google location history associated with a device reporting from Alex Cox's Gmail account. And you're seeing multiple different locations that were mapped during that time window. So the first one that we see is at 9:21 and 36 seconds.
And Agent, I'm sorry to interrupt, but if you can use the pointer
Yeah, for sure.
and show the jury which box and you're pointing to as you go through these.
Yep. So at 9:21 and 36 seconds, we see a Google location history reported or data line that shows a margin of error of 6 meters, very close in proximity to the area where Tylee was found. And then we see at 9:22 and 50 seconds, a location over here that is a 3-meter margin of error. And then we see 2 additional at 10:39 and 10:57. The 10:39 has a 43-meter margin of error, which is that larger yellow circle. And then 10:57, we have a 5-meter margin of error, again, in the area where Tylee's body was found.
Agent, did you personally go to this property?
I did.
Was there anything significant to you on the northwest corner where there's the hit at 9:22? Anything significant to you in that area?
There's a gate that allows you to access the property via vehicle right there. That's actually how we entered the property with the drive test equipment.
And can you remind the jury what BP stands for?
The burn pit.
And the TY, is that the location of Tylee's body?
Yes.
And again, this was September 9th.
Correct.
Take a quick break here, Mr. Wood.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll go ahead and just take our morning recess here and take about 20-25 minutes on the recess, and then we'll come back on.
I'm going to check in on everybody. How are you, Gail? Hey, Gail. How are you? Oh my gosh. It's Wednesday. It's Wednesday. It's hump day, but I'm telling you, it feels like a Friday for me. I think because I know that tomorrow starts my little weekend. I'm so excited, and I don't mean to keep like talking about it because I don't want to like be like yay me. But you guys, I'm so freaking excited. I'm sorry. And it's like a once a year thing for me, so I'm glad you're doing okay, Gail. We're missing a few people. I know QB is out and about today, and Spins, I don't know where Spins is. JB is taking care of Pawpaw. Steph was doing some worky-lurky things today. Morgana, I don't know what Morgana's doing unless Morgana is doing the grocery run and all that. However, I do know that because of her brother and stuff, they may be busy with preparations, that kind of thing. So again, I'd love for you guys to keep them in your thoughts and your prayers. So they could definitely use them. Miss King says QB needs to get back here, right? I know we miss her when she's not here. Thanks, Miss King. I'm super excited. Lauren says it feels like a Monday for me. I've had a rough day, but I'm excited for you, Jenny. Oh, thank you, baby. Thank you. I'm sorry that you're having a rough day, but I hope it gets better. I hope we make it a little bit better too. Aw. If you weren't all the way across, the world, I would hug you. I would hug you. All right, I'm going to hit play and we're going to continue. We're going to continue back. Is the stream seeming okay? To me, I'm not seeing it doing any kind of weird loady, spinny wheels, anything like that. Everything seems to be running very smoothly. For me, anyway, smooth like butter. So let's see. Lauren says, I'm with my crime fam now, so I'm good. Aw, we love you. We love all of our peoples. All right, good deal, Miss King. Thanks. I've been watching it, but I've, like I said, also been getting stuff ready. So, yeah, I haven't heard it doing any of the hiccupy things or saw it spinny wheels or anything like that. So that tells me a lot. So, all right, let's get back to this. When we get through to today, so when we get through this and then we get into today's testimony, like live time trial coverage today, in the courtroom. I'm getting some tweets from Nate Eaton, and it looks like the medical examiner is there today. I'm assuming they're talking about Tammy Daybell because they were talking about something to do with asphyxiation. So, all right, let's get to it.
All right, please.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, we just completed the mid-morning recess. We're still on the record. KCR 2221-1623, State of Idaho versus JJ Daybell, continuing with direct examination of agent balance. Mr. Wood, if you'd like to continue on direct, you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. And may I continue to publish?
You may.
Agent, before the break, we had just left this slide. So just for purposes of continuity, if you just very briefly re-summarize this slide so we can move to the next.
Sure. This was looking at Google location history associated with a device for Alex Cox and locations in and around the Chad Daybell property between 9:21 and 10:57 in the morning.
What do we see on slide 28?
So this is looking at a tower and sector that provides coverage to the Chad Daybell property and the Chad Daybell 0143 phone and its use between 10:35 in the morning and 12:20 that afternoon. And in the box, you can see there's multiple text messages and one call, again, beginning at 10:35 and going through 12:20.
And in the legend, it just has the number for Chad Daybell. Are you familiar with the numbers that he is communicating with?
I am. So the number ending 4652 would be associated with Lori Vallow.
Is it fair to say that much of these communications on this slide are taking place during the same time frame as this slide?
It goes a little bit beyond that, but
Okay.
yes.
And what do we see on slide 29?
So that's looking at the dominant and coverage area of the tower that was used from the previous slide, indicating that that tower does provide coverage to the Chad Daybell property.
In slide 30?
And this is just a zoomed in view of the previous slide, again, indicating that that tower provides coverage to the Daybell property.
And what do we see in slide 31?
So this is Google location history, again, associated with the account for Alex Cox's device, starting at 11:42 in the morning. There are two locations reported to Google up here. One is at 11:45, 28-meter margin of error, and then one just preceded that at 11:42 with a 4-meter margin of error just north of Chad Daybell's property. And then at 11:46 and 11:47, there's two additional Google locations reported consistent with southbound travel away from Chad Daybell's property.
And again, that's September 9th?
Correct.
And what do we see on slide 32?
So this is looking at calls that were made. I'll start at the top from the Chad Daybell 0143 phone, an outbound call of 183 seconds made to the Lori Vallow 4652 phone. And again, that was at 11:45 in the morning, utilizing a tower that provides coverage to the Chad Daybell residents. And then also the number ending 9120 associated with Alex Cox, making an outbound call to the 4652 Lori Vallow phone, utilizing a Verizon tower that also provides coverage to the area around the Daybell property. and then the location of the Lori Vallow 4652 phone whenever it received those calls consistent with being down in the area of Rexburg.
All right, so just to be clear, that top box in blue, that's a phone call from a phone associated with Chad Daybell to Lori Vallow.
That's correct.
And that middle box, the first red one, that's an outgoing call from a phone associated with Alex Cox to a phone associated with Lori Vallow.
Yes, that's correct.
And again, just for clarity, these symbols here, if you can just remind the jury, since we came in off that break, what those describe.
For sure. Those represent the specific sectors on that tower that were used. So you can see those shapes or wedges. They represent approximately 120 degrees of that piece of pie that I mentioned earlier from the circle.
And what do we see on slide 33?
So that's specific to the Verizon tower that was utilized by the 9120 phone associated with Alex Cox, and what that coverage area looks like. That does include Chad Daybell's property in the area to the south.
And that's related to the phone call he made on the previous slide?
Correct. That's the tower that was used to make the phone call from the previous slide.
And slide 34.
And again, this is just a zoomed in view of that coverage map.
What do we see on slide 35?
These are two interactions with the network, both of them text messages. At 12:32 and 37 seconds, the 0143 phone associated with Chad Daybell receives a text message from the 4652 phone associated with Lori Vallow, and it utilizes a tower that does provide coverage to the Daybell residence. And then approximately 1 minute later, there's an outbound text from the 0143 phone associated with Chad Daybell to the 4652 phone associated with Lori Vallow. That tower, which we'll see in following slides, does also provide coverage to the Daybell residents. I would speak more to that on one of the following slides. And that's where you can see the coverage map associated with that tower down in Rexburg, which does provide coverage to the north-south road that goes up towards Chad Daybell's property, but it does include the Chad Daybell property.
And what is significant on slide 37?
So this is a call a few minutes later, or an inbound text message a few minutes later received by the 0143 Daybell phone from the 4652 Lori Vallow phone. This tower does not provide coverage to the Daybell residents and would be consistent with that 0143 phone traveling away from the residence.
And is that moving in a southern direction from the home?
Yes, sir. South towards Rexburg.
And what do we see on slide 38?
This is showing the coverage of that tower from the previous slide, and showing basically that it provides coverage to a little ways north of Rexburg, but it is zoomed to the viewpoint that shows the coverage, which does not include Chad Daybell's residence.
And so just to clarify, this is related to the last two slides then?
No,
Or-
that is a separate tower. So
Okay.
if you go back, go back one more. And one more. Sorry, keep going. So that tower that you see to the south, the coverage map for that is the one that does include coverage to Chad Daybell's property. The one at 1239, I believe it was, that's a separate tower than the one depicted earlier, and that one does not include coverage to Chad Daybell's property.
What do we see on slide 39?
So this is looking at on September the 9th, between 1243 and 1249. Tower usage by the 0143 phone associated with Chad Daybell, the 9120 phone associated with Alex. Yes, ma'am. Associated with the 0143 phone. Tower usage associated with the 9120 phone, which is associated with Alex Cox. And then tower usage of the 4652 phone, which is associated with Lori Vallow.
And what do we see on slide 40?
So this is looking at the coverage maps of the different towers that were utilized in the previous slide.
And so is it fair to say that the phones we were looking at in the previous slide, the 9120, the 0143 are within the Rexburg area at that time?
Correct. You'll see from the drive test data that the Verizon tower that is utilized by the phones associated with Alex Cox and Lori Vallow actually do extend up pretty far north and could potentially include the Daybell property. But the tower use of the 0143 phone used by Chad Daybell is depicted in orange, which does not include the Chad Daybell residence and provides coverage to the Rexburg area.
Can you point that out to the jury, that area?
For sure. The area that I'm circling with the pointer
Thank
in
you.
orange.
What do we see on slide 41?
So this is zoomed in where it shows the coverage area of the Verizon tower utilized by phones associated with Alex Cox and Lori Vallow, as well as coverage in orange associated with the 0143 Chad Daybell phone. And the overlapping coverage area does include Alex Cox and Lori Vallow's residence. You also see Google location history at 1243 and 1246, reporting from a device associated with Alex Cox's Google account, consistent with being at Alex Cox's residence.
That's still September 9th.
Correct.
Agent Balance, were you asked to look at cellular and Google data related to on or around September 23?
I was.
I'm sorry, of 2019.
I was. Yes, sir.
And why was that?
In conversation with investigators, it was determined that the last photograph of JJ Vallow alive was on September the 22nd.
So what do we see on slide 43?
So here we're looking at September 23rd between 3:59 in the morning and 8:35 in the morning. Multiple outbound text messages and one inbound text message. And these exchanges are all between the 0143 phone associated with Chad Daybell and the 4652 phone associated with Lori Vallow. The tower and sector that was used by the 0143 phone provides coverage to the Chad Daybell residence.
I think you said it, but what is the time of that first message?
That's at 3:59 in the morning, and that is an outbound from the 0143 phone associated with Chad Daybell to a phone associated with Lori Vallow.
And what do we see on slide 44?
That's Google location information associated with an account attributed to Alex Cox on September the 23rd, between 9:01 in the morning and 9:41, consistent with being at Alex Cox's apartment.
So during that approximately 40 minutes, is it fair to say that that device is relatively non-moving?
Correct. All of those are repeated locations with the same margin of error.
And what do we see on slide 45?
So this is mapping out a phone call that was made from the 9374 phone associated with Chad Daybell, utilizing a Verizon tower that provides coverage to the Chad Daybell residence. And the call is made to the phone number ending 9120 associated with Alex Cox.
What time is that phone call made?
That's at 9:25 in the morning.
How long are you able to tell from the cell data you received, or the call data, how long that phone call was?
Yes. So you can see after the type, the 38, that represents a phone call of 38 seconds.
And this is September 23rd.
Yes, that's correct.
What do we see on slide 46?
That's just showing the tower and sector that was used in the previous slide, what the coverage looks like for that Verizon tower, and that it includes the Chad Daybell residence.
And 47?
It's just a zoomed in version of the previous slide, again, to show the coverage that includes the Chad Daybell residence.
What do we see on slide 48?
So this is showing activity on the 0143 phone associated with Chad Daybell, as well as activity on the 4652 phone associated with Lori Vallow. Specific to the 0143 phone, there's 3 different towers that are utilized, all of which provide coverage to the Daybell residence. And then there's the tower that is utilized by the phone associated with Lori Vallow is utilizing a tower in Rexburg.
And all those communications take place between what time?
9:27 and 9:37 in the morning.
On September 23rd.
Yes, sir. Correct.
What do we see on slide 49?
So here we see starting at 9:45 and continuing through 9:49, Google location history associated with Alex Cox's Google account, showing the device that was reporting to that account consistent with movement away from his apartment north on Highway 20.
And is that traveling towards Chad Daybell's property? Are you aware?
It is.
What do we see on slide 50?
So this is showing Google location information associated with Alex Cox's account with Google, showing that his device was reporting in and around Chad Daybell's property between 9:55 in the morning and 10:12. And then specifically on the top right, there are two locations reported via GPS. One of them is at 9:56 with a 4-meter margin of error. The other one is at 10:02 with a 3-meter margin of error, which are close in proximity to where JJ's body was found.
What do we see on slide 51?
Those are the same two locations that I just spoke about on the previous slide. They just include the yellow margin of error to show the accuracy associated with those two locations.
What was significant on slide 52?
So this is looking at the usage of the 0143 phone associated with Chad Daybell. The two different towers that were utilized between 9:30 in the morning and 10:27 in the morning on September the 23rd. So you see on the right, there's multiple outbound calls and text messages, as well as one inbound text message. All of those are exchanged between that phone and the 4652 phone associated with Lori Vallow. And then you see the tower usage down here. Two of those, one an outbound call and then one an incoming SMS or text message, are associated with the 4652 phone attributed to Lori Vallow. So the significance that I talked about earlier, as far as looking at whenever two different towers are utilized, that phone would need to either be, depending on the time, within the overlapping coverage area or in close proximity to that overlapping coverage area. And then this is just showing the overlapping coverage area in orange that includes Chad Daybell's residence.
What is slide 54?
And that's just a zoomed in version of the previous slide.
And what do we see on slide 55?
This is showing Google location information on September the 23rd, between 10:12 in the morning and 10:20, consistent with a device associated with Alex Cox reporting Google location information showing at 10:12 in the morning, consistent with being nearby the Daybell property, and then at 10:20 being back down, consistent with being in Rexburg.
On September 23rd.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And what do we see on slide 56?
So this is showing on September the 23rd between 10:13 and 10:17 in the morning, use of the 0143 phone associated with Chad Daybell, and 3 outbound text messages, all to the 4652 phone associated with Lori Vallow. Those are at 10:16, all at 10:16. And then an outbound call from the 9120 phone associated with Alex Cox at 10:13, calling the 4652 phone associated with Lori Vallow. And then at the bottom, the location of Lori Vallow's phone whenever it received that incoming call, because again, it's on Verizon, so the text messages don't record the tower and sector.
Agent, did you look at any other times where the Homer J. Maximus account showed up at or near Mr. Daybell's residence?
I did.
And did you have any parameters that you put on that search?
Yeah, so the same parameter that I mentioned earlier, where I was looking at any location that had a margin of error of 100 meters or less for the Google location history.
And did you include those at the end of this report?
I did.
Agent, is this in relation to what we were just talking about, other times when the Homer J. Maximus account or a device associated with it shows up at or near Chad Daybell's property? Is this a summary of that?
It is. It just does not include the 2 dates that we just went over. It includes other dates in addition to those.
So what do we see on slide 105?
So this is Google location reporting associated with Alex Cox's Gmail account for a device reporting on August 7th between 1:09 and 1:20. The locations as indicated on the map, consistent with being at the Chad Daybell property.
And what do we see on slide 106?
The same reporting that I just mentioned associated with the same account, just on August 24th between 7:24 and 7:32 p.m.
And slide 107?
Location information associated with the same account that I just mentioned on September the 6th between 12:42 and 12:54 p.m.
And slide 108?
The same account associated with Alex Cox, indicating a device reporting on September 25th between 10:05 in the morning and 10:23 in the morning in the vicinity of Chad Daybell's residence.
Agent, we have gone over a lot of data in terms of cell coverage and GPS, Wi-Fi hits. I just want to go back over a few slides for purposes of establishing time.
Sure.
I'm going to start on slide 20. And like I said, we've already gone over this slide, but just for purposes of establishing the time, time frame wise, what happened in this slide?
So a device associated with Alex Cox's Gmail account was reporting on September the 9th at 2:42 and 3:37 in the morning, consistent with being just west of Lori Vallow's apartment. And then at 4:30, from 4:37 to 4:41, it's reporting consistent with being at Alex Cox's residence.
All right, and on slide 22, in terms of the time frame of this call, what is the time?
So that call occurs at 8:11 in the morning from the 9374 phone associated with Chad Daybell to the 9120 phone associated with Alex Cox.
That's on September 9th again.
Correct.
Okay, I'm gonna go to slide 26. What do we see in terms of time on this slide?
So there's 2 locations, one at 8:49 in the morning on September the 9th, one at 9:15 in the morning on September the 9th from Alex Cox's Google account, which is consistent with travel between that time frame from Rexburg towards Chad Daybell's residence.
On September 9th.
Yes, sir, correct.
And slide 27, in terms of the time frame.
So that's looking at between 9:21 in the morning and 10:57 in the morning on September the 9th. A device associated with Alex Cox's Google account reporting to be in and around Chad Daybell's property.
And slide 31.
Showing on September the 9th from 11:42 to 11:45, Google location information associated with Alex Cox, consistent with leaving the Daybell property going south, north initially and then south.
And in terms of September 23rd, go to slide 45. What are we seeing in terms of time frame?
We're seeing on September the 23rd at 9:25 in the morning, the 9374 phone associated with Chad Daybell is calling the 9120 phone associated with Alex Cox.
And skipping to slide 49, in terms of time frame, what do we see?
Between 9:45 and 9:49, Google location history associated with Alex Cox, consistent with traveling north away from Alex Cox's residence, north on 20.
And slide 50 in terms of time frame.
Looking at September 23rd between 9:55 and 10:12 in the morning, a device associated with Alex Cox's Google location is indicating being in the area of the Chad Daybell property and the backyard.
Then just one more, in terms of time frame, slide 55.
Showing Google location history associated with Alex Cox's account, indicating that the device is at 10:12 in the area of the Chad Daybell property. And then by 10:20 is down towards Rexburg, indicating or consistent with southbound travel away from the property.
Your Honor, at this time, I have no further questions for this witness.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wood.
Judge, I'm going to need the exhibit to utilize the exhibit during my cross.
Okay, the one we were just publishing from 156.
Yes, Judge.
Okay. And fair enough,
I have a
Mr. Wood.
copy.
Mr. Wood, if we could just have the exhibit from the bailiff brought to Mr. Pryor, please.
It's here on the table.
Thank you. you'd like, Mr. Pryor, you can go ahead and get your device set up and make sure the exhibit's functioning on your device as well before you start across.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Agent.
Good morning, sir.
Before we get into some of my preliminary questions, I actually just want to skirt ahead a little bit to and sort of go out of order. Are you okay with that?
Absolutely.
Okay. I noticed when I got your report, I reviewed your report. And what's the significance of October 9th? Do you recall?
Sure. So October 9th, I believe, was associated with a report from Tammy Daybell of potentially having someone attempt to assault her.
Right. That was whoever's interpretation, a paintball gun potentially was involved, correct?
That's what the report indicated.
But there was an interaction with Tammy Daybell on that date, correct? That's what you recall?
Yes, there was a report indicating there was an action that took place
Okay.
on that day.
Now, I read your report and do you recall the approximate time that the report stemmed from the 911 call on Tammy Daybell?
I don't.
Would it be possible that it was about 9:30 to 10 o'clock? Does that refresh your recollection?
I know it was in the evening hours, but specific time I don't.
Now, based on your analysis about Alex Cox's phone, and I just want you to touch on the your evaluation of that October 9th time. Can you tell me what Alex Cox's phone and where it was binging on October 9th between approximately 5:30 and 10:30 at night?
Did you say binging?
Well, where it was locating, where it was showing location data.
I need to look at my report to
Do you have a
refresh
copy of
my
the report?
recollection. I don't.
Judge, could I publish this?
I'm not sure. Are we on the exhibit 156?
We're on exhibit 156, page 80.
Okay.
Are you able to see that, Agent?
Yes, sir, I can.
Okay, so I'm looking at the Homer J. Maximus and I'm looking at October 9th. Why don't you read that time for me?
Yeah, so this is October the 9th between 5:16 p.m. and 11:53 p.m., showing Google location history associated with Alex Cox's device.
Okay, and that's on October 9th, is that correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
And that was the date that allegedly there was some sort of an incident on Tammy Daybell's property and between 9:30 and 10 o'clock, is that correct?
My understanding was the evening hours, but I
Okay,
think that would encompass it.
so
Mr.
according to
Pryor,
this,
I need to have you talking to the microphone to keep our record for FTR.
I'm sorry, Judge, and according to your data, it appears that the phone associated with Alex Cox from the Homer J. Maximus account puts Alex Cox where between 5:16 p.m. and 11:53 p.m.?
So it puts the device at Alex Cox's residence.
It
Your
puts-
Honor, may I ask for and I apologize to interrupt, but may I ask for just a brief sidebar?
Yes. Let's get that up.
Phone and tell me, what is the proper term? It's showing a location data on October 9th between 5:16 PM and 11:53 PM. Is that what that reads?
Yes, correct.
And that's on October 9th, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, and we can take that down, Judge.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
And Judge, one more time on page 104.
You want to publish that page?
Yes.
All right, Madam Clerk, we'll publish the exhibit again, please.
So other than the references to September 9th and September 23rd, correct? There were 5 other times that you put Alex Cox at or near the Chad Daybell property. Is that correct?
So there were 5 other occasions where a device associated with Alex Cox reported.
Alex Cox's device.
Correct.
And those would have been August 7th.
Correct.
And that was for about 11 minutes, right?
Yes, sir.
And then August 24th for 8 minutes.
Yes, sir.
September 6th, 3 days before the 9th, and he was there for about 10 minutes, right?
9 minutes, sir.
9 minutes, I'm sorry. My math is probably not as good as yours. September 25th, 2 days after the 23rd, he was there for 18 minutes, right?
Yeah, and I'll back up. Your math is actually better than mine because that would have been 11 minutes.
11
on
minutes. They're both
6.
wrong.
Indeed.
And then October 15th. So now, when I read your report, your contact was limited to 100 meters. Is that correct?
Yeah, my analysis was based on margins of error that were less, 100 meters or less,
300 feet.
approximately.
So that does not include if Alex Cox drove by a number of times, right?
It could, because if that device had that 100 meters or less and it went by on the street beside the residence, it would have been included in there.
Okay. And but if he was he was more than 100 meters away, it doesn't include these figures aren't included in that. Is that correct?
So if the device was more than 100 meters in error, then it wouldn't include it.
Right.
So as long as that 100 meters, that circle that I showed earlier with yellow, as long as it touched the Daybell property, that's when it was included.
Okay. And Judge, we can take this one down. Now, I want to go back to just to clarify a couple of things in terms of explanations. Go ahead. I'll wait for you.
Sure, you're good.
Oh, do you need some water?
You're good.
Okay. What's the difference between a tower and a cell site?
So if you get into the specifics, the cell site in the industry is more or less used for the tower and sector, whereas the tower would just include the tower itself.
Okay. So your presentation deals with tower coverage. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the tower is basically where the antenna is on the top of whatever the structure is. Is that fair?
Correct.
Okay. A cell site is how they actually create the coverage. Is that fair?
So if you're looking at the cell site, the specific antenna that are on top of the tower and the direction that they face, that's usually termed to be the cell site of what it provides coverage for.
So we're not really talking about tower coverage. We're talking about cell site coverage, aren't we?
The tower coverage would include all the sectors, whereas a cell site would be specific to a sector.
Okay. Okay. And the importance of how an antenna is located plays into how these figures are calculated. Would that be fair?
Correct.
So for instance, if an antenna is a little pointed down or pointed up, that will manipulate and have an impact on what the readings that you're getting. Would you agree with that?
It would impact the coverage based on which direction antennas are facing.
And when we're talking about coverage, we're talking about with what you're talking about with coverage, we're talking about where an area of a cell phone company is providing service. Would that be fair?
Correct.
You never use these coverage towers to actually locate where a phone is. Isn't that true?
No, I definitely would use coverage maps to locate where a phone is and
Okay.
have in the past.
So when did you do the drive test? On what day?
Believe it was the week of June 15th, and it was across multiple days of 2020.
Okay. So in 2019, particularly in September, that was a significant amount of time later, correct?
It's about 9 months after.
Right. And we have no assurance that the antennas or the coverage or the engineers made any adjustments or changes, do we?
We do. So I looked at the tower lists that were provided from AT&T and Verizon for
Okay.
September of 2019. And then I compared those with the tower lists from June of 2020. And I didn't see anything in any of the towers used in this report that would significantly impact what the coverage would have been or changed.
Significantly impact?
Correct.
So there were changes?
There were no changes in direction of which way sectors were pointed. There was changes in what's called the beam width, and they were off by about 5 degrees, I think.
Okay, all right, thank you. With drive testing, you still can't provide an exact location of where a device is, can you?
Correct. Drive testing is basically going to show you a coverage area of where a phone could be.
Where a phone could be, right?
Correct.
It doesn't show where the phone is, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, you mentioned this a couple of times with the prosecuting attorney. You mentioned the term gladiator forensics.
Yes, sir.
Now, the way I understand gladiator forensics is that's a tool used by the FBI.
They're a company and they provide a tool that's used by the FBI.
But that company will not provide their tools to anybody but the FBI. Is that fair?
No, my understanding is they will only provide or sell their equipment to law enforcement. I don't
To
think
the
it's
government.
specific to the FBI.
To the government.
Correct.
So an independent person can't get a hold of this information from gladiator forensics and do their own analysis of what your data is showing. Is that right?
No, the information, most definitely. That's whenever it records the information as a part of the drive test, we have a raw data file that shows all of the different measurements and the latitude, longitude of the location of where the device was when it took those measurements.
Well, you're providing the data, but the actual tool and the program itself is not available to anybody unless you're within the government. Isn't that true?
I believe their specific company only sells to law enforcement.
So you folks have the program, you folks have the way to input the data into your program that's only the government has access to. Is that right?
So we have a tool that allows access to it, but Gladiator doesn't make the only tool that would provide that same information.
Okay. But the tool that the FBI is using is not available to the public at large. Is that right?
That's correct.
To your knowledge, has anybody ever done any independent testing outside government to prove that this tool that you're using is working properly?
Yeah, so we actually send that device off to the company that manufactures the sensors, Rhodes and Swartz, and they calibrate that system.
But then again, that's not available to the average citizen out there, correct?
It is. The sensors by Rhodes and Swartz are sold to the general public.
But the tools by Gladiator Forensics are not.
So when you say tools, basically like the components of the device, yes, they are. But as packaged by Gladiator, that is not available to the public.
Okay. So once again, if someone wants to verify that the tools that you folks are being sold by Gladiator Forensics were working properly or that there's no issues with those, there's no way to do that, is there?
Yeah, absolutely. You could go buy the sensors associated with reading the different cellular frequencies in the area. You could do your own drive test.
Well, why don't you just get Gladiator Forensics to send us the tools in the program and we could verify it that way? Wouldn't that be the simpler way to do it?
I don't work for the
Argumentative.
company, sir, so I don't.
Okay.
I said objection argumentative.
Well, it came and went quickly. Mr. Pryor and Mr. Balance, please don't talk at the same time as each other.
Now, the most accurate location data would actually come from the device itself. Would that be fair?
Can you clarify what you mean?
If you were looking at location data for a device, the best way to determine the location data is to actually have the device itself, right?
I would say it could aid, but I wouldn't necessarily say it would be the best because it depends on the settings of the actual device.
Okay. Now I want to go back to Exhibit 51, if we could. And Judge, if we could put that up there.
Yes, we'll ask the clerk to do that, please.
Now, with a pointer, you have some marks there and it's showing a pond. Is that right?
It's showing,
A irrigation pond.
yes, sir, I believe that's what it was.
Okay. And do you have an idea approximately, since you've been out there, how much property we're talking about here?
So if you are able to zoom out, it does have a scale on the bottom right, and that'll help.
And that I can't do.
Okay.
So in what I'm looking at on the map, there's a road that runs, I believe, north and south. Is that right?
Talking
there.
about this here, sir?
Yep.
Yes, sir.
And then initially you would put on the road running north and south, you'd put Alex Cox's car over at the top there somewhere. Is that right?
I believe that was associated with September the 9th.
Okay. And then down below, there's a road that runs east-west.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then a little ways from the intersection of the north, south, east, west, it looks like a long driveway. Could you touch on that for me?
So you're talking over here?
No, I'm talking a little further right there.
Yes, sir.
And that's a driveway that goes into the property, correct?
I believe so.
Okay.
It's been a while since I've been at the property.
Okay, and then can you point where the location of the fire pit is?
So I believe it was somewhere in this area here.
Okay. And there's some sort of a green tree or a tree that's throwing some shade down there next to something brown, right?
Are you talking about here?
Up to the right, right there.
Okay.
And that's a tree or some shade of some kind, correct?
It's something I can't remember
Okay.
from my time at the property.
Okay. All right, Judge, that's good for now. Now I want to go back to, I believe it was slide 20. Okay. And Judge, if we could have slide 20 put up there.
All right, slide 20 of exhibit 156. We'll get the exhibit up. You can locate the slide.
So on this particular slide, I noticed that the blue box on the right-hand side says something does not include. Would you read that for me?
Sure. Does not include all activity between 12 a.m. and 5 o'clock a.m. Only locates with 100 meters or less. Margin of error are depicted.
Okay, so the way I'm reading this is that the purple box shows some various times at a location. Is that right?
Correct.
And do you know whose location that is in the purple box?
So that's associated with the Google location history for Alex Cox.
Okay, and where is the location specifically?
So the ones that I believe you're referring to here on the left side.
The purple ones, yeah.
So that's at 2:42 in the morning and 3:37 in the morning, just west of Lori Vallow's apartment.
So they're at or near Lori Vallow's apartment at those times, right?
The device is reporting just west of Lori Vallow's apartment
Okay, and again, the times are what?
at 2:42 in the morning and then 3:37 in the morning.
And the margin of error on that is what?
4 meters
12 feet.
approximately.
So close to or in close proximity of Lori Vallow's apartment at that time in the morning, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, I guess I'm curious. I noticed that you put, and this is on September 9th, right?
Yes, sir. Correct.
I noticed that you put down a couple of phones with Chad Daybell, right?
Yes, sir.
You put down a phone with Alex Cox, right?
Yes, sir.
You put down a phone with Lori Vallow.
Yes, sir.
Well, why aren't you looking at Melanie Gibb and David Warwick?
Your Honor, objection misstates the evidence.
Overruled.
Why aren't you looking at phone records for David Warwick and Melanie Gibb?
So I was not asked to examine any records for those two.
Nobody asked you, no one provided that information to you?
I wasn't asked to examine records for those two.
Okay, were you aware that at that time, at the location of Alex Cox's phone location, that in close proximity on that day, Melanie Gibb and David Warwick were also there? Were you aware?
Objection misstates the evidence.
Sustained.
So who provided you this phone data?
I don't recall specifically. I know multiple data sets were sent on different occasions from the numerous members of the investigative team.
And who in the investigating team determines what phone records you look at?
I don't know the answer to that.
Okay. So then at some point we go to a big yellow circle, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And the phone location is showing in that big yellow circle, correct?
Correct.
And how long is that phone locator hitting in that big yellow circle?
I believe it was approximately an hour, but again, it's not showing on the screen, the bottom part of the page.
Okay. Now, what you didn't do, I noticed in your report that you also didn't mention before 12 a.m. on September 9th. Is that right?
Correct.
And are you aware of the phone location prior to 12 o'clock on September 9th?
I could look at it, but I don't recall what that location was.
Now, you didn't have, oops, I'm sorry, Judge, I bumped that and we can take that down. You didn't show Chad Daybell's location on September 23rd anywhere near those apartments. Is that correct?
I don't believe I did. I'd have to go back and look at the report to see. I think that was only on September the 9th.
And then in regards to the text messaging that you talked about, we don't know what the contents of that text message between all of these folks was discussing, correct?
We do not.
And you testified previously that it wasn't uncommon for Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell to frequently be communicating, correct?
That's correct.
In fact, on a daily basis, multiple communications in the morning, correct?
I remember seeing significant amount of communications between the two.
And significant amount of communications in the evenings as well, right?
I believe there was evening hours as well. I would just need to examine the records in total to give you like approximate time.
Okay. Are you aware that the two of those folks were having an affair?
Yeah, I was.
Okay. And you're aware as part of that affair that they'd be communicating. Wouldn't you expect them to be communicating quite regularly?
I would expect that to be the case. Yes, sir.
Okay. On those days that you talked about with Alex Cox being at the property on September 6th, September 25th, October 15th, did you happen to notice where Chad Daybell was on those days?
I don't recall looking
Okay.
at that information.
You didn't look into that, right?
I don't recall looking into that. No.
Okay. All right. Judge, I don't have anything else. Thank you.
All right, that concludes the cross-examination then. Mr. Wood, if you'd like to have redirect, you may.
Just briefly.
All right. All right, we'll have Exhibit 156 returned to the clerk, please. Thank you, Mr. Bailiff.
Thank you.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
You may.
Thank you. Agent, you were asked by defense counsel about your margin of error.
Yes, sir. I was.
I think we kind of went over that a little bit earlier, but can you again describe for the jury why you used 100 meters margin of error?
Sure. So typically with Google locations, like I mentioned, you can see margin of error all the way from 3 meters all the way up to thousands of meters. And so if there's a specific date and time that I'm looking at, I find it to be much more precise to look at those 100 meters or less, because it gives me a good indicator of where that phone was at that particular time. Now, with that, it's reporting from a cell phone. So when you start getting into larger margin of error, I also have records associated with that phone that can aid in mapping where that phone was as well. So again, it's just a matter of being as precise as possible whenever I'm conducting analysis.
So if you increase that margin of error, is that literally increasing the geographical
Leading.
location?
Excuse me, what was that?
Objection leading.
Sustained.
When you increase the margin of error, what does that do to your possible results?
So the yellow circles that you saw, basically any margin of error that you see, that circle is going to correspond with it. So the larger the margin of error, the more geographical area that locate is going to provide or show on the map.
Okay. And so what could that potentially change results?
It would definitely change the results from the standpoint of whenever I'm looking at any time a Google location was in the vicinity of the Daybell property, because if you increased that margin of error, it would make circles that otherwise would not have shown being at that location.
You were asked about your drive test
Yes, sir.
and about potential differences in the cell towers and cell sites between when you conducted your drive test in September of 2019.
Yes, sir.
Judge,
And you-
objection. I think there's a mischaracterization. I'm not sure, but I think he said drive test in September of 2019. Is that what Mr. Wood said?
There was a reference to September 2019 drive test.
Let me rephrase that.
Thank you, Mr. Wood.
So you did your drive test. When did you do your drive test?
That was in June of 2020,
And the events we're talking about took place when?
in September and October of 2019.
And was it your testimony that you did an analysis on any possible changes in those cell towers and cell sites between those two times?
Yeah, so I examined the records from the tower lists that are maintained by the provider for September of 2019 and June of 2020.
And was there anything in your analysis that led you to be less confident in the results of your drive test?
No.
You were asked about the Gladiator system or the GAR,
Yes, sir.
and your testimony was that the GAR is provided only to law enforcement.
So it's available for purchase by law enforcement.
But it's made up of components,
Yes, sir. Correct.
and those components are available to the civilian market.
Yes, the primary components that are taking the measurements are available to anyone to purchase.
And is the government the only entity that does drive testing?
No.
So do civilian companies do drive testing?
Yes.
And you spoke about a raw data file that you produced.
Yes, sir.
So could a civilian take that and or at least map out what you did and verify it against your results?
Yes, I mean, the data file itself would be, require some knowledge of how the cellular networks work, but that raw data file contains all the same information as far as what the measurements were from specific locations.
So a civilian who knows what they're doing doesn't have to have the GAR.
Objection, leading.
Sustained.
A civilian who has experience in drive testing, would they have to have the GAR to verify your results?
No, there's numerous products available that you could conduct the same type of test.
Okay. You were asked about the settings on a device, and I believe it was in relation to, isn't the best way to locate a device with the device itself?
I was asked that, yes, sir.
Let's talk about the settings on a device. Can you alter the geolocation settings on a device?
So on a device, there's multiple ways that location information could be stored. And as a user, you do have the ability to make changes as far as what is potentially stored on your device. But there's so many different types of cell phones that it's very dependent on what specifically phone we're speaking about.
But just to be clear, it is possible to opt out of certain geolocation services.
Yes, it is.
You testified earlier that you've been a part of multiple investigations.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And are multiple of those investigations, do those include criminal activity?
They do.
Is it common for people involved in criminal activity to opt out?
Objection calls for speculation.
I think I've laid the proper foundation.
Well, I'll listen to the question. Mr. Wood, you can finish the question. I'll make a ruling.
Is it common for individuals engaged in criminal activity to opt out of geolocation services on their devices?
Objection.
The objection's overruled.
Yes, I've seen that in numerous cases.
Your Honor, I have no further questions today. I would note that we do intend to bring Agent Balance back.
Okay. Mr. Pryor, I'm not sure that we went outside the scope of your cross there on redirect. Is there anything else you?
Opting out, Judge, and then I'm going to need to move for admission of 122 by stipulation of the parties, Judge.
I'm sorry, going back to whether or not you intended to recross.
The opting out, Judge.
Your Honor, that was directly in response to a question he asked about devices and settings on a device. I don't think I went outside of the cross.
All right, I do agree with that. I don't think that's outside the scope. It'll also be something that you may be able to recross on or cross on, and when the agent's recalled, which the state's indicated will be occurring. So we're gonna not have recross today on the agent. That will then conclude the testimony of Agent Balance. The court's advised that you will be returning potentially for further testimony. Because of that, you're still subject to the exclusionary rule, meaning you're not allowed to view trial court testimony that's taking place, and I'll be asking you about that again before you take the stand. If you were to do that, you may be prohibited from further testimony or sanctioned by the court. So with that in mind, that will complete the testimony for today of this witness. You may go ahead and step down from the witness stand. Thank you.
And Your Honor, I previously mentioned Exhibit 122 that I failed to bring that up on my cross.
Is that an exhibit you wish to seek admission of?
It is, Judge, and it's by stipulation of the parties.
Okay, well, we don't have the witness on the stand, but with this exhibit, does the state have any objection to us at this time admitting a defense exhibit 122?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, defense has proffered exhibit 122. The court will allow for its admission without objection from the state.
And Your Honor, may we have a brief sidebar?
Yes.
What in the world? It was like whoever is running the camera over there or the webcams are like, yeah, we're done for the day, while the judge is still talking. That was so weird. I was like, what's going on here? Weird. Margaret says, whoosh, I made it. I hate traffic here. Some man yelled at me for no reason, and some man started making kiss lips out the window at me. Ew. Gross. Did you blow him a kiss back? You should have blown him a kiss back and then winked at him. I'm kidding. I'm totally kidding. Hey, Lee. Thanks for the snacks, Lee. Oh, have you guys voted in the poll? Have you guys voted in the poll? And make sure that you hit the thumbs up button when you come in. Sorry, I'm scrambling around doing some stuff. You need some ASMR?
All right, we took a sidebar there just to discuss calendaring with, or scheduling, I should say, with counsel. And there
Calendaring.
also may be a matter we need to take up outside the jury's presence. So what we're going to do is break a little early, early today for lunch. We're going to take the noon break at this time at 11:30, and we'll intend to come back on at 12:45 with additional testimony. So we'll take a slightly longer lunch as well, starting now. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, as I've told you repeatedly, but we'll keep trying to remind myself to tell you, please don't discuss the case or the evidence amongst yourselves or with anyone else while we're on break. We'll return back at 12:45 for additional testimony from a new witness from the state, and we'll be in recess till then.
All right, please.
22-21-1623 State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. We just concluded our
All right, time warp. Woohoo! Here, hold on. Let's do the music, or not music, but the hold on. Where is my Here we go.
Fine, you're doing splendidly. Speed it up a little.
There we go. And the break one. Let's do the break. Ready?
We were on a break. We were on a break. We were on a break. We really were on a break. We were on a break.
All right. So we did our time. We got through lunch. That was very quick, right? Quickest lunch ever. Quickest lunch ever. All right. Gail says, oh, gross. Wait, was he cute? Was he cute? Margaret, was he a cutie patootie or nah? All right, let's get started back after lunch. I'm still on 1.25 speed. Do you guys want me to do 1.5? Because we're about 50 minutes behind right now. So do you want me to leave it at 1.25 or do you want me to bump it up to 1.5? Margaret says he was if you like 110-year-olds. Eek. Had to have been better looking than lemon face, though, right? Okay, y'all are saying 1.5. Okay, let's do 1.5. 1.5, 1.5, 1.5. Okay. Done. Let's hit play and let's do this.
our lunch recess, and I believe we're ready to have the jurors return for another witness. Is the state ready to proceed?
We are, Your Honor.
All right, is the defense ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, counsel. We'll go ahead and have the jurors brought back, please.
All right, please.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. Okay, we're back on the record. The state can call its next witness.
Your Honor, the state would call Hannah Munoz.
Swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
All right, the witness has been sworn. Before we proceed with testimony, because there's an exclusionary order and the court has live streamed this trial as well as had open proceedings for the trial, I'll inquire of the witness. Have you been observing or watched any of the trial testimony since the case started?
No.
Okay. Have you talked to anybody else about testimony they've given in trial?
No.
Okay. With that, then, Mr. Wixom, you can inquire on direct.
Thank you, Your Honor. Excuse me. Good afternoon, Ms. Munoz. Will you please state and spell your full name for the record?
Yes, it's Hannah Nicole Parker, Hannah, Nicole Nicole, Parker, Parker.
And do you want me to refer you as Ms. Munoz or Ms. Parker?
Miss Munoz.
Can you tell us, where do you live?
I live in Vineyard, Utah.
Where is that in Utah? For the sake of the jury, explain that to them, please.
It's about 45 minutes south of Salt Lake.
And is that anywhere near Springville, Utah?
Yes, it's about 15 minutes from Springville.
Where did you grow up?
I grew up in Springville.
And what do you do for
Mr.
work?
Wixom, I apologize. Could I have you kind of pull the mic down and just talk right into it? It doesn't pick up very well unless you're talking
Yes.
to it. Thank you.
What do you do for work?
I'm a freelance photographer.
Are you related to Tammy Daybell?
Yes.
How are you related to her?
She's my mom's cousin, so my second cousin.
Would that be your mom's first cousin?
Yes.
I want to draw your attention back to October 19th of 2019. Did you that day learn of Tammy's passing?
Yes.
How did you learn about it?
I was with my mom and she received a phone call and then told me about it after.
What was your reaction to hearing that she passed?
I was very saddened by the news and very confused and just overall very sad.
I'd like to back up a little bit. Can you explain to the jury how often, if at all, did you have contact with Tammy during your childhood?
I didn't know Tammy super well. Like we saw her at family events, but I was younger, so I was like playing with her kids. But yeah, we would see them at family activities.
So you learned of her passing. Did you have occasion to attend her funeral?
Yes, I did.
The best you can recall, when was her funeral relative to her passing?
It was a week after her passing ish.
You think? Okay.
Yeah.
Did you also attend a viewing?
Yes, I did.
And where was the viewing at?
It was at a church house in Springville.
Is that the same place the funeral was held?
Yes.
When you went to the viewing, did you go by yourself or did you go with anybody else?
I went with my sister and then I met family at the viewing.
What other family did you meet at the viewing?
I had my grandparents there, some aunts and uncles, and then my mom and dad came later.
Did you have the opportunity while at that viewing to go through the viewing line?
Yes, I did.
How many times do you recall going through it that night?
I went through twice.
Who did you go through with the first time?
I went through with my dad, Lindsay Parker, first.
And do you recall, was Chad Daybell in the viewing line?
Yes.
Relative to where Chad was, were there any of the Daybell children that were also in the line?
Yes.
Where were they at relative to where Chad was at in the line?
Chad was first in line, and then there was a casket, so he was at the head, and then the kids were at her feet, about 6 feet away from Chad.
Based on your own perception, do you think that any conversation that you may have had with Chad in that moment would have been heard or been able to have been heard by the children?
No.
So when you were in the line with your dad, did the two of you have a conversation with Mr. Daybell?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury the nature of that conversation?
Yeah. So my dad asked him what had happened. That said that he was confused.
Judge, I'm going to object. There's levels of hearsay here.
Well, Mr. Wixom, if they're soliciting comments of the defendant, would be an exception. If they're comments of the father, it would be hearsay. So I'm not sure where the witness is going with this. Maybe you can direct the witness to avoid that hearsay.
I will, Your Honor.
Thank you.
So I'm just in context of what Chad may have said in that conversation, can you explain to the jury what you first remember him saying about anything?
Yeah, he said that Tammy had been sick that day. He said that she had been vomiting and coughing. And then around 10 p.m., she had vomited again and then came to his office and said that she was feeling a little bit better. And he said that she was going to bed and that he stayed in his office working. And then around 1 a.m., he went upstairs and found Tammy on the floor. And he said that she had rolled out of the bed and was on the floor and that he found her cold and already passed.
So that was a lot of information. Just for clarity, I'm going to ask some follow-up. So when you said he described this, was he talking about the night that she passed?
Yes.
Okay. I think you said that she came to him at 10 o'clock. Is that right?
Yes.
What time do you remember, if at all, that he said that Tammy went to bed that night?
He said Tammy went to bed around 10.
And what time was it that you said he finally went to bed himself?
Around 1 a.m.
And when was it that he said that he found Tammy on the floor pass away?
Around 1 a.m.
So is there any question in your mind that that's precisely what he said?
No.
During that interaction with him, did you observe anything about his tone or demeanor?
Yes.
What did you notice?
I noticed that he seemed calmer than I would have expected, and that he would get emotional only when my dad would get emotional and then would stop, like once my dad stopped crying.
Why did that stand out to you?
It stood out to me because I would have expected someone who just lost their partner to be a little more distraught, and he seemed calmer than I would have expected him to be.
And in fact, are you married?
Yes.
Now, later that evening, you said, I think earlier, that you'd also went through the line with your mother.
Yes.
About how long after the time you went through with your dad did you also go through the line with your mother?
About 2 hours.
Could you please just explain to the jury your experience when you went through the line with your mother?
Yes. So they were talking, and Chad was telling us what happened, and he said that she had been coughing that day, and that she'd been coughing pretty violently. So he was worried about her. Between 9 and 10, she came down to his office and said that she was going to rest and go to bed. He said that he was worried about her, so he went to bed at the same time. And then at around midnight, he woke up to her rolling out of bed and hitting the floor. He said that he went to check on her and had found that she had passed.
What was your immediate reaction when you heard that account of things?
I was confused at first.
Why?
Because it was inconsistent with what I had heard earlier that evening.
Did you say anything at that time?
No.
Did you ask Chad any questions about the explanations at the time?
No.
Why not?
I was confused, and I also didn't feel comfortable. The conversation was being had between Chad and my parents.
So without saying anything that she may have said in response, did you later explain this difference to your mother?
Yes.
And to anybody else?
To my mom, and then later to Samantha.
When did you first explain it to your mom?
That night after the viewing.
No, I don't have any more questions for this witness at this time.
All right. Cross-examination, Mr. Pryor.
Yep. Good afternoon. Ma'am, this information, did you ever give a report to law enforcement?
In August of 2020.
Have you spoken to anybody else since August of 2020 about this in terms of law enforcement?
I've met with investigators a few times.
How many times?
Twice.
Okay. Do you recall when those were?
I don't.
Okay. Did you talk to the prosecuting attorney before you decided to testify today?
Yes.
Okay. When did you meet with the prosecuting attorney?
I met with him once about a month ago, and then this morning.
And which prosecutor did you meet with?
Rocky.
Rocky. Do you know Rocky?
Outside of court proceedings, no.
Okay. Now, your testimony is that at midnight, Tammy went downstairs to check on Chad in his office. Is that right?
Objection misstates the testimony.
Sustained.
Did you mention about him going downstairs to meet with Tammy going downstairs to meet with Chad at any point?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you make reference to?
When I was talking to Chad with my father,
Yeah.
he said that Tammy had gone down to say that she had thrown up and was feeling a little better and then was going to bed.
Okay.
Um,
Okay. So Tammy was upstairs in her bedroom, and then she went downstairs to go into an office to talk to Chad. Is that what you understood?
yes.
Okay. Are you aware that this is a one-story home, ma'am?
No, I've never been to their home.
Okay. And then after, again, when you were in the line with your mother, and you mentioned something about going downstairs, which downstairs were we going to?
Again, I haven't been to their home.
Okay. Nothing else, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you. Any redirect?
Ma'am, is there any question in your mind that you testified as accurately as you possibly can today?
Judge, I'm going to object. It goes beyond cross-examination.
Well, I'll sustain. I think that's actually an improper question. You can ask a different question if you like, Mr. Wixom.
Ma'am, when you heard Mr. Daybell explain the events with your dad, did your dad ask him anything about the layout of the home?
No.
Did you ask him anything?
No.
Do you doubt at all that he said that he?
Judge, I'm going to object. He's trying to bolster the witness. It's inappropriate.
Well, I'll let you finish the question, Mr. Wixom, and then I'll rule.
Thank you. Is there any question in your mind that what Chad said to your dad was that Tammy had went downstairs?
No.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Okay. That will conclude the testimony then of Ms. Munoz. Is she going to be recalled potentially by either side?
Not by the state, Your Honor.
Not by the defense, Judge. Thank you.
Okay. If you're here under any subpoena, you're released from the subpoena. Thank you for appearing and testifying today. You can be excused.
Thank you.
All right, the state can call its next witness.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would call Patty later.
If you know, how do you spell that last name, Mr. Wixom?
I believe it's Later.
Thank you.
Easy enough. Patty Later. Patty, I guess. Later, Later. Nice.
Or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I'll see you later, Miss Later. Sorry, I couldn't help myself.
All right, the witness has been sworn. Before we start with direct, I am going to inquire, because this court's being live streamed as well as open to the public, I need to ask the witness, have you observed or watched the trial in any way?
No.
Okay, have you discussed anybody else's testimony with them that they've given at trial?
No.
Okay, thanks for your responses, Mr. Wixom. You can inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, will you please state your full name and spell it for the record?
It's Patricia Later, Patricia, Later, Later.
Thank you. And ma'am, where do you live?
I live in Spanish Fork, Utah,
Where is that relative to Springville, Utah?
just south of it.
Have you ever lived in Springville, Utah?
Yes, for many years.
Which years did you live there?
From, let's see, 1995 or 1996 until after high school. And then I moved to Denver and then came back and I've lived there.
Ma'am, are you related to Tammy Daybell?
Yes, I'm her first cousin.
And did you have a strong relationship with her when you were younger?
Sorry. I did. We were 7 months apart, and we pretty much were like sisters. Grew up with each other.
Could you take a moment, just expand to the jury on that? How much time did you spend with her? How well did you know her growing up?
So my mom was a single mom, and my Aunt Phyllis, her sister, used to watch us. And then as we got older, they lived in Anaheim and we lived in LA. I'd go out and spend weeks during the summer with her, and we went on family trips together. At one point, we wrote letters back and forth to plan a show for a camping trip we were going to go on. And then when I moved to Springville, we went to high school together. We were best friends. Drove to school every day. She encouraged me to join band, even though I didn't play an instrument, so we could be together and go on a trip to California with the band. And also, she encouraged me to take some classes with her, so we'd have classes together too.
So am I hearing correct? Did you attend high school together?
That's correct.
Did you do any other social activities with her in high school?
We did lots of stuff. We went on double dates together. We pretty much hung out on the weekends together, watching movies or whatever kind of thing we do.
As adults, have you stayed in contact with each other prior to her passing?
Yes. When she lived in Springville, I used to go visit her. Well, when I lived in Springville, we worked at the same school, elementary school, Art City Elementary, for about 2 years, I think. Art City Elementary. And she was the computer tech and I was teaching. I taught 5th grade for a year and then I taught 3rd grade. And she would come down and leave little notes. She would leave little notes for me with like inside jokes. I still have one in my nightstand. Excuse me. I would visit her at home sometimes and I'd be out driving and I could just stop by and we'd chat with each other and visit.
Do you recall which years it was that you were together at that school?
It had to be 2010. That's when I graduated. So 2010 to I worked there 2010 to 2016, and she had left a couple of years before that.
Were there other years during that same time frame that you lived in Springville when Tammy did?
Yes.
What years were those, the best you can recall?
That I lived in Springville?
That you were both living in Springville at the same time?
That whole time. So I can't recall what year she moved to Utah or to Idaho. Sorry.
Okay. After she moved to Idaho, how often did you have contact with her?
At first it was like every couple of weeks, and then it kind of went down to a month. I don't know, we didn't talk as much anymore. We would text each other back and forth if like we heard a song that we used to listen to, or we both liked Harrison Ford. So if something on the news was with Harrison Ford, we'd send each other the links and things like that.
Did you attend any did you attend any family gatherings together, any weddings or any occasions like that?
During that time?
Yes.
She came to my wedding in 2016, and then we attended a couple during the time she was in Idaho. Sorry. Are you talking about when she was in Idaho?
Any time since the time she moved to Idaho?
Yeah, that she came to my wedding. That's probably the only time.
Okay. I want to draw your attention back to October 19th of 2019. Did you learn of Tammy's passing that day?
Yes, I did.
How did you learn of it?
My mom called me. My mom called me on the phone and she was crying hysterically and told me Tammy passed. And it didn't register who she said because it didn't make sense that my cousin Tammy had passed. So I said, Who passed, Mom? And she said Tammy, and I still didn't make sense. And I said, who are you saying? And she said, Phyllis, my Aunt Phyllis. Phyllis called and told me that Tammy passed.
Why was that confusing to you?
It just didn't make any sense.
Why not?
She was so young and healthy.
Did you have the opportunity to attend her funeral and viewing?
Yes, I did. I attended both the viewing on Monday and the viewing prior to the funeral on Tuesday.
Which Monday and Tuesday relative to the day she passed, do you remember?
The ones following it was really quick.
And you did attend the evening viewing on Monday?
That is correct.
Who did you attend it with?
I went alone. I had when I found out she was passed, I actually was on fall break in California. So I flew back on Monday. I think my flight got in like 5:45. And then I went to the funeral or the viewing after that.
When you were there, did you see your daughter Hannah?
Yeah, so when I walked in, I was really upset and kind of looked for someone comforting, like some family.
And did you and Hannah have the opportunity to go through the viewing line?
Yes, we did.
Were you standing next to each other when you did that?
Yeah, she was right next to me with her hand on me. Yeah,
Did you see Chad in that viewing line?
I did.
Did you observe anything about his emotional state or demeanor that night?
When I was going through, he was just talking with people, and when someone would cry, he would cry, but he was mostly just visiting with whoever was coming up to him.
Did anything about the way he was acting strike you as unusual?
I felt like he should have been more sad, I guess.
Did you, at that point in time, did you engage him in any conversation?
Well, I had gone through the line really quick the first time, and then the second time, I went through and hugged her kids, and then walked past the casket, and then went and talked to Chad.
Was Hannah with you when you went to talk to Chad?
Yeah, yes, she was.
Can you explain to the jury what was it that you and Chad talked about? What did Chad say?
I just went up to him and told him I was sorry for his loss, and we hugged, and I asked him what happened.
Did he say?
He said that Tammy wasn't feeling well and she was coughing a lot, and she threw up. Well, he asked if she was okay. She threw up, and she came to tell him that she threw up and that she was going to bed. He asked her if she was okay, and she said yes, she's feeling better. That after she threw up, and then she went to bed, and then we both started crying. And then before I left him, he told me that Tammy loved you so much.
Did he say anything else or more specifically about how he found that Tammy had passed away that night?
Yeah, he said that he had. So she went to bed, and he stayed up working. And then he went to bed later. I think he said Tammy went to bed around 10 o'clock, and he went to bed later. And then he woke up in the morning because she rolled out of bed or fell out of bed, and that's what woke him up.
Anything else that you can remember in that conversation that he described about how he found Tammy?
She was kind of half on and half off the bed.
The next day, did you have the opportunity to attend Tammy's funeral service?
Yes, I did.
Was that held at the same place?
Yes, yeah, at the church.
When you attended the service, did you happen to hear Chad speak?
I did.
Was there anything about his talk or speak at the funeral service that caused you concern or stuck out to you?
Yeah, there was a couple things that he said that I just thought weren't very nice.
What were those things?
He said that the first thing he said was that she wasn't easy to live with. He said that she was lazy. He said that she had depression, which she did, but to say it out in front of the whole congregation I thought was, I guess, embarrassing for her. I don't know.
So why were those things of concern to you?
I just didn't think they were very nice.
Was there anything about his demeanor at the funeral service before, during, or after speaking that you noticed?
I noticed after Emma told us a story about Tammy wanting more pets and that she would just kind of sneak them in. And I looked over at him and he kind of looked like a little concerned, and then he was laughing about it. And then
When you say him, did you mean Chad?
yes, that's correct. And
Okay.
then Garth told a story about Tammy playing video games, and he would be her lookout for when Chad got home. And same thing, he looked kind of like concerned, and then he started laughing. But it was like a split second, because I looked over at him to see if that was upset him, because I would, I guess, be upset too, but he just laughed it off too. Sure.
Why did those things that Emma and Seth had shared, why were they of concern to you?
So it was Emma and Garth. I just felt like they had to hide what they were doing. Tammy had to hide what she was doing from Chad.
What do you mean by that?
Like, to be careful to not get in trouble, I guess.
In trouble with who?
Chad.
Were there occasion when Chad and Tammy lived in Springville that you would go over to visit Tammy at her house?
Yes.
When you would go visit her, was there anything that you would notice in those interactions that caused you any concern about Chad?
Judge, could I have some foundation as to time, date, year?
Mr. Wexham.
Sure. With respect to that question, can you think of a time that you went to Tammy's house, and the best you can recall, let's tell the court and the jury, what year did this happen?
So it was the same years that we lived in Springville, 1995 to till the time she moved to Idaho.
So is it fair to say that you would visit her often at their home?
Yeah, at least once a month, if not more.
Were there any particular visits that you had that stand out, that you ever had concerns with Chad's behavior? And I'm asking you to try to recall when these were, if you can.
I don't know specific dates, but when I would go visit, normally I just visit when Chad wasn't there, and I would stop by for a quick visit, and then it would end up being hours, and we'd visit about our kids and old memories and whatever. And eventually Chad would get home, he would come in and sit next to her and put his hand on her knee and visit. But I always kind of got a feeling that I needed to go home, like, at that time.
Did he ever ask you to leave, or
No.
that was the feeling?
Just a feeling.
Was that a consistent thing that would happen when you'd go to her home?
Yes.
Was there ever anything that you were aware of that you had any tension or relationship issues with Chad that might make him feel that way?
No.
Your Honor, I don't have any more questions.
All right. Thanks, Mr. Wexham. Cross-examination, Mr. Pryor.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Lader, it sounds from what you testified to that you and Tammy knew each other quite well as you were both growing up at a young age, right?
That is correct.
And then in 2015, when Tammy and Chad moved with the family to Utah, that contact dissipated quite a bit. Would that be fair?
Yes, when they moved to Idaho, that happened.
Right. And would it surprise you to learn that we have Tammy's phone records and correspondence, all her electronic data? Would it surprise you to learn that in the last year of her life, we don't have any communications between you and her of any kind?
I don't think I feel like that's not correct.
Okay. You feel it's not correct, or do you know that there was no communication between you and her the last year of her life?
We would message on Facebook and text. I don't think that's correct.
Okay. So it's Facebook is what you're telling me. That's how you communicated with her?
Messaging and yeah.
Okay.
And she would call me.
Now, when you were in the line on the first day of the services, you mentioned that you were there with your daughter, correct? Or with Ms. Munoz.
I came in by myself, and then she came up to me.
But you were standing there with Ms. Munoz when you went through the line together, is that right?
Mhm.
And at that point, what your testimony is that Chad told you at the time that he woke up in the morning and Tammy had fallen out of bed in the morning. Is that correct?
Can you say that again? Sorry.
That Tammy fell out of the bed and that she had passed away, and then that he discovered her in the morning. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that she had been having a coughing fit all night. Is that right?
She had been coughing prior to bed. Yes.
Okay. And while you and Ms. Munoz were standing there together, was there any discussion about Tammy or Chad going upstairs or downstairs in the house?
I can't recall.
Okay. So you don't recall that ever happening?
I don't recall. I don't
Okay.
remember it.
Okay, Judge, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Does either side intend to recall the witness?
Judge, the state may call her in rebuttal.
All right. With that in mind, then, so there is an order, Ms. Later, that prohibits witnesses from watching other witnesses' testimony during the trial, so please comply with that. In the event you're recalled, I'll be asking you if you have watched any of the other trial proceedings since you testified today. If you have watched them, then there might be an issue with you being able to testify or violating that court order. So with that, that will conclude then your testimony. You can go ahead and step down.
Thanks, Your Honor.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. That's sad testimony. You start hearing from the family members and all that stuff. It's really sad. Your comment cracked me up, Margaret. She said, I love watching them walk at this speed because we've got it set. I've got it set on 1.5. They're like, do, 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 do. Speed walking. I know, Lauren, that was difficult. Very difficult. Let's see. I think they're about done. Yeah, I think that they're calling it for the day for Mondays for the video we're on, because literally this one for Mondays only got less than 10 minutes left. So let's say they're going to call it.
All right, thank you. Ms. Blake, we had a sidebar there just discussing scheduling and the court's inquiry as to whether or not we're going to have another witness on the stand today. Could you address that, please?
Yes, Your Honor. The state had requested a sidebar and had indicated to the court that today moved a little quicker than anticipated, where we had agreed to take tomorrow as a day off from the trial. The state's next witnesses, in order to accommodate their schedules, we have lay witnesses traveling from out of the area and an expert witness that we anticipate putting on the stand Wednesday. Because of that, and with tomorrow being off, in order to avoid holding witnesses over, we have them prepared to come in Wednesday. We should have the rest of the week filled with witnesses, but given tomorrow being off and just how quickly we moved through things today, we would be requesting to convene today, but reconvene Wednesday morning and then have a full week of witnesses the remainder of the week.
All right, we did discuss that in a sidebar with counsel. Mr. Pryor, any other comments to add on our scheduling before I address the jurors?
No, Judge.
Okay, well, I'll just note it is complicated and complex to schedule for a trial that goes this length and try to anticipate how long or short witnesses may be. So unfortunately, while we've certainly got plenty of time to continue on this afternoon, we'll need to break early to accommodate that. I would just ask both the state and the defense to acknowledge how important the jurors' time is and that we keep things moving as quickly and efficiently as we can to get through the trial. But with that, I do understand the complexities of putting all this together. And so if you'll be mindful as possible of that to fill these days to get as much evidence as we can so the trial doesn't extend longer than necessary, the court, and I'm sure the jurors would appreciate that. With that in mind, then we are going to conclude for today. We'll be recommencing with more testimony starting Wednesday morning. We will not have court tomorrow. With that break, then I'll again admonish the jurors, please continue to abide by the court's instruction that you not discuss the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else while you're on this break. Please do not investigate the case, look into the case in any way. If you see any media or any other reporting of the case, please try to avoid that. And I look forward to seeing you all again Wednesday morning at 8:30. That will conclude our court for today, and we'll be in recess.
All right, now let me hold on, let me go open up another YouTube tab. And we'll start this one over. this one, share this tab instead. All right. All right, all right, all right. Day 13 is done and in the books. And now we're moving on to today. So this is day 14, Wednesday, May the 1st. Oh, happy May the 1st. Happy May the 1st. Bum ba-dum ba-dum. Ba-ba-dum-bum. Ba-ba-da-bum. I'm going to leave it at 1.25 now instead of 1.5. Just because.
Jurors brought in, please.
All right, here we go.
Okay, thanks.
All right.
Oh, quick heads up real quick. I'm going to restart the stream here in a second, but then I'm going to run and do a quick potty break, make another cup of coffee, and be right back. I just didn't want them to go into an immediate sidebar and then you'd be like, why aren't you speeding it up a little? So, okay. I'll be right back.
Here's our present account for your honor.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, good morning, everyone. We are back on the record on case CR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Tylee Daybell. We're continuing with evidence in the state's case in chief. The state has witnesses to call today. The court will note that the jurors are all present and accounted for, properly seated. The court has received the juror affirmation from all 18 jurors. Thank you again, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, for continuing to follow the court's instruction each day when we break. At this time, then, I understand the state has its next witness to call. Who's going to be examining the witness?
I will be, Your Honor. The state will call Dr. Eric Christensen.
All right, you can go ahead and call your witness. I'll note also the defendant is present with counsel, so Dr. Christensen can be sworn once he arrives in the courtroom.
And he is headed up.
Thank you.
I haven't went for my coffee yet. I'm getting ready to. I wanted to see who this first witness was. And because it is a doctor, I'm assuming this is going to be a medical examiner. So I'm going to go ahead and put the trigger warning banner up across the screen. Just because if they start getting into injuries, that kind of thing. Yeah, I just want to make sure and have the trigger warning ready. Okay, here we go.
I'll just note one other quick thing on the record too. I did have a sidebar with counsel this morning, just in terms of scheduling and planning. That was discussed off the record in terms of proposals for timing of witnesses and wrapping up the state's case in chief as well, and when that may occur. So thank you for the information, counsel.
Solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
All right, thank you. You can be seated here.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, now that the witness has been sworn, before we commence with testimony, I just want to inquire, because this case has been live streamed on the court's official channel, as well as other news media outlets and open to the public. So Dr. Christensen, there's an exclusionary order preventing witnesses from observing other trial testimony. Have you at all watched or observed any of the trial testimony since the case began?
No.
Okay, have you discussed with anyone else the testimony they've given at trial?
No.
Okay, thank you for affirming that. With that, Ms. Blake, you can inquire, and I will note with this particular witness, if we are getting into any kind of medical terms and testimony, please bear in mind that our court reporter is taking a record of everything said. So please speak slow enough that she can keep up, and she can go very fast, but sometimes it's tough with medical terminology. So Ms. Blake, if you'd like to inquire, you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you please state your name and spell it for the record?
Yes, Eric Christensen, E-R-I-K, last name C-H-R-I-S-T-E-N-S-E-N.
Are you currently employed?
I'm currently self-employed.
What position, did you recently retire from a position?
Yes, I retired on April 1st as the chief medical examiner for the state of Utah.
How long had you held that position as a chief medical examiner?
I'd been in that position since 2016 and had been in the office there since 2008.
Prior to working there in Utah, had you worked at other medical examiners' offices?
Yes, I trained in forensic pathology in 2000 to 2001 and then was employed in that office for a year. Then I worked in South Carolina at the Greenville County Medical Examiner's Office for 6 years before moving to Utah.
And what education do you have in order to be a forensic pathologist?
I have an undergraduate degree in philosophy from Brigham Young University. I have a medical degree from the University of Virginia in Charlottesville, Virginia. And then I completed internship training in pediatrics at Walter Reed Army Medical Center, and then did 4 years of anatomic and clinical pathology training at Madigan Army Medical Center. And then after leaving the Army, completed a 1-year fellowship training program in forensic pathology at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner in Richmond, Virginia.
Can you explain a little bit about what a pathologist is?
Sure. Pathology is a specialty of medicine, just like surgery or internal medicine or pediatrics. And it is primarily aimed at the diagnosis of diseases, disease conditions, abnormalities of the body by evaluation of fluids, cell samples, tissue samples, and in some cases, autopsy samples as well.
When you reference autopsies, is that a special branch of forensic pathology?
Autopsies, training in autopsy performance is part of general training for all pathology residents in anatomic pathology. And then training in forensic autopsies is a separate part of the 1-year fellowship in forensic pathology.
In Utah, because you've worked in some other jurisdictions or some other areas, correct?
Yes.
In Utah, with regard to a death certificate, who is it that would determine the cause and manner of death?
So in probably 80% or so of the deaths in the state, death certificates are signed by whoever the person's attending physician is. If they have a doctor who knows their health conditions and understands why they might have died, then that person will sign the death certificate. For the 20% or so cases that fall under the jurisdiction of medical examiner in Utah, those deaths are certified by one of the forensic pathologists at the Office of the Medical Examiner. And those deaths are things that you would expect would fall to the jurisdiction of the medical examiner, deaths that are sudden, unexpected, violent, or otherwise non-natural.
And you referenced the medical examiner system. Are you familiar with another type of system used?
Yes, nationally, there is not a lot of uniformity to death investigation systems. At the time, just historically, most states had coroners that were part of the constitutional structure of each state, just like the constitution of the state might say each county shall have a sheriff that's elected on this cycle. Most of them also had a provision that said each county will have a coroner that will be elected on such and such a cycle with these required qualifications. Starting in the late 1800s, there was some change of that over time. So now there is really kind of a hybrid across the country where you have some states that still exclusively have county-based coroner death investigation systems. You have some states like Utah that are entirely medical examiner systems, and then you have others that are hybrid, where maybe some of the larger metropolitan areas will have medical examiners, but the smaller rural counties will still have coroners.
And to be clear, you are not a coroner, is that correct?
I am not.
And so your actual title would be medical examiner?
Yes.
And is the difference with that in large part your education and training?
It's mostly a difference in what the background is. To be a forensic pathologist, you essentially go through the things that I outlined in my education. You're required to have a medical degree. You're required to have training in forensic pathology. All 10 of the doctors in my office, where I recently retired from, are board certified forensic pathologists, whereas in most states, the requirements to be a coroner are that you be elected, that you be an adult. Some places require you to be a registered voter, and you can't have any felony convictions or some variation of that.
And generally speaking, coroners do not perform autopsies, correct?
As a rule, they do not.
So that would be left to a medical examiner,
But to a forensic pathologist.
forensic pathologist. So when you worked in systems that had a coroner, would you still then be the person that would conduct an autopsy if one was ordered?
Yes.
And under the medical examiner system, so let me back up. In those jurisdictions, is it the coroner that would make the decision to perform an autopsy initially or to request one?
That varies a little bit from place to place as well. In most cases, it is a decision of the coroner to decide whether an autopsy needs to be done in a given case where coroners exist.
And under the medical examiner system, who makes that determination?
It's done by the medical examiner.
So a forensic pathologist, someone with that additional training and experience.
Yes.
Do you know approximately how many autopsies you have conducted at this point in your career?
I haven't done a final tally since I retired. I will likely keep doing some more, but somewhere around 7,300 at this point.
Did you end up conducting an autopsy on an individual named Tamara or Tammy Daybell?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall approximately when you became involved in the process of starting that autopsy?
We were first, our office in Salt Lake City was first contacted by someone in Fremont County in November, I believe, of 2019.
Do you know if ultimately an order was received from the Utah courts for the exhumation of Tammy's body?
Yes, and under Utah law, for an exhumation to take place, it either requires consent of the family or a court order directing that it be done. And in this case, I attended a hearing in district court in Provo, Utah, where the request was made. I was not part of that request, but was in attendance, and the order was issued.
Were you present when Tammy's body was exhumed?
I was.
And were you present when her body was loaded for transportation to the office of the Utah Medical Examiner?
Yes.
Did you see her casket loaded into the transportation vehicle?
I did, yes.
When a body is exhumed, is it common for you or someone from your office to attend the exhumation?
Yes.
And are there specific reasons that your office or someone from your office would attend the exhumation process?
There are a number of reasons that exhumations are done. And depending on what the reason is that it's done, there may be things that we would make a determination about at the time of the exhumation. For example, we had a case a few years ago where someone was being exhumed for the purpose of recovering DNA evidence that had not been collected and was not really usable at the time of that person's death in the 70s. And as the grave was opened and the vault was opened, it was clear that the whole thing was, very much waterlogged and saturated. And it became clear at that point it would not have been a useful exercise to continue. And so we did not. But as a rule, there are other things. It gives us good information about the condition of the grave itself. Is it dry? Is it wet? Is it, hot? Whatever, different things that we might look at in the context of it, and to make sure that if there would be, for example, any artifacts introduced. I've been involved in some where people had been buried in old wooden coffins that were very substantially degraded. And with the use of shovels, even with hand tools, sometimes you can have potential artifact introduced. And so if you're there to observe what's happening, you can at least make a determination as to whether there would be, whether the artifact occurred at the time of the exhumation or it was something that existed before.
Anything about the exhumation of Tammy that caused you concerns about being able to perform an autopsy?
No.
And as part of your role or your office's role in an autopsy, do you do anything in addition to just performing the autopsy?
Yes. So a forensic autopsy differs from for example, a hospital-based autopsy where the primary, evaluation is aimed at determining what natural disease processes may be present and why the person died from a, mostly medical or physiological standpoint. In a forensic autopsy, we are very interested in evidence as well. And a lot of what we are interested in during an autopsy is what's present on the outside of the body. And so we will spend a lot of time, evaluating the external surfaces of the body before we delve much into the internal parts. But aside from the exam parts of it, the other big difference is that we spend a lot of time reviewing records, statements, police reports, other things that will provide us information of the context of that person's death. So just as when you go to your doctor, you don't just walk in and sit down and he examines you and then tells you what you need. There's a discussion that happens in that context where you relay to your doctor what you've been feeling, what's made it better, what's made it worse, what you've tried that's helped or not helped, and those kinds of things, how long the symptoms have been going on. Obviously, we cannot speak to our patients, but we gather that same type of information about the events leading to that person's death by looking at their medical history, looking at statements from people who knew them, and things of that nature.
With regard to Tammy Daybell, did you in fact obtain some records to review?
Yes, we did.
Did you speak with individuals already involved in the investigation?
Yes.
And did you do some of that work prior to performing the actual autopsy?
Yes, and that's a fairly typical thing to happen in the setting of an exhumation. Because an exhumation is a scheduled event, we have the ability to spend a little time to gather what information is available and readily obtainable before we do the exam, so that if there are things we should focus on, we can do that. So we had initially, I think in this case, some information from the coroner's office. We had some information from the Fremont County Sheriff's Office and a few other items. We didn't have much of her medical history or anything at that point. And I think those were the primary things that we had prior to the exhumation.
In your experience, are exhumations very common?
No.
Have you been involved in autopsies on someone that's been exhumed before Tammy's?
Yes, many times. The first exhumation case I was involved in was 1998.
And when you're conducting an autopsy on someone that's exhumed, does it differ greatly from how you conduct an autopsy on someone that was not exhumed?
It really depends on their level of preservation. How well the person was embalmed, how long they had been interred, how the condition of the grave, as I'd mentioned, the waterlogged grave would substantially degrade the condition of the body. All of those things play into what kind of condition the body is in. In forensic pathology, we get fairly accustomed to examining embalmed bodies because frequently people are sent to the funeral home before somebody realized they needed to report the death to us. And so they get embalmed right away, and then they find out, oh, we needed to see them. So they come over and we perform an autopsy on that embalmed person. But for someone that's been interred, I've seen people that were both embalmed and not embalmed. I've seen people that had been, deceased for less than 2 months. I've seen people that have been in the ground for over 25 years. And the conditions really vary widely depending on that variety of factors that I talked about: the condition of the grave, the quality of the embalming, and the I guess those are probably the two main things that make a difference there.
And when you performed or when you were part of the autopsy, was someone else involved in performing the autopsy with you?
Yes. At the time, we had trained people to be forensic pathologists in our office, and at that time, our trainee was Dr. Lily Marsden. She was nearing the end of her training year, and she also had already received training and certification in anatomic and pediatric pathology, and was working with us to be a trained forensic pathologist as well.
Is it fair to say that you and Dr. Marsden conducted the autopsy in conjunction with each other?
Yes, I mean, the way that generally works is the trainee is primarily doing the exam itself, with essentially me standing there watching the whole time, and guiding and directing. Okay, you should probably do this. You should probably do this. Over the course of a year, our fellows become very adept at knowing what to do. This obviously was the first exhumation she'd been involved with, so I was a lot more hands-on, even though it was the end of her training year.
As you were conducting the autopsy, did you and Dr. Marsden discuss some of your findings?
Yes, we discussed them both as we went and extensively discussed them subsequent to that. And the findings in the case are things that develop over time. We do the exam on the day we do the exam, but then we then get additional results as time goes by. We get additional records to review. We get toxicology results. We get other things that then require subsequent discussion and evaluation.
And can you walk us through how an autopsy is conducted?
Sure. In general, an autopsy begins with a detailed external examination. Initially, we photograph and document the condition of the body as it is when they arrive in the office, so that whether they're clothed, unclothed, whatever condition they're in, we take photos initially as soon as they arrive, and then again at the beginning of the examination. We then look over the external surfaces of the body to document any damage to clothing, injuries to clothing, any visible injuries on the outside of the body. And then at that point, we will generally remove the clothing and photograph the clothing separately, and then photograph the body unclothed before we clean it. Then we clean it and take photographs again. If we find injuries, we take detailed photographs of those injuries. And all of that on the external surfaces of the body. If we find other things like fibers, hairs, other things, we will generally collect those as well. Once the external examination is complete, then we open the body and look at all of the organs from the brain and then the tongue all the way down to the rectum and all the organs in between to assess their condition, look for the presence or absence of natural disease, take samples for toxicology testing, and whatever other information we might need. There are sometimes that we do specialized dissections. Most of those are in the setting of trauma cases where we will do detailed examinations of the neck or the spine or other things. But those examinations are sort of dictated by what we encounter as we go along. And we also do X-rays. Sorry, that many cases do X-rays just to evaluate the presence or absence of skeletal trauma, because that's much easier to see with X-rays than it is during an exam.
I apologize. When you're looking at the injuries on the body, is there a way to determine a time frame of when those injuries might have occurred in relation to death?
Yes, is the short answer. There are a number of things that we look at that can provide indicators to us as to the age of the injuries, but many injuries you can't really tell the age by looking, specifically related to a lot of blunt injuries, particularly bruises. It's very difficult sometimes to tell just from the appearance of the bruise whether it's new or old. I think all of us have had the experience of having a bruise that turns, initially maybe blue or
Judge,
purple.
I'm going to object at this point. It's become a bit of a narrative, and I've been patient, but
Sustained.
Dr. Christensen, when you talk about bruising, can you explain a little bit about what we see with bruises? I think you were talking about different colorations that we might see with those.
Yes. The colors basically don't necessarily tell you anything about the age of the bruise until you start seeing colors like yellow and green and brown that are the result of hemoglobin pigment degradation. But to see a bruise, whether it's red or blue or purple, you can't really tell when any of those are of a specific age or not. They might be recent, they might be older.
In conducting the autopsy on Tammy Daybell, did you and Dr. Marsden, in fact, reach a conclusion as to the cause and manner of death?
Yes.
What did you determine the cause of death to be?
Judge, found objection, foundation.
Sustained.
Your Honor, may I respond?
Yes.
He performed the autopsy. So I think he's already testified that he performed the autopsy. So I'm asking what his results of that autopsy were.
And Judge, if I could respond.
Well, on second thought, I will overrule the objection. I'll allow him to make the response, and clearly it's grounds that may be gone into on cross, Mr. Pryor, but you can go ahead, Ms. Blake.
What did you determine the cause of death to be?
We ruled her cause of death to be asphyxia.
What did you determine her manner of death to be?
We determined her manner of death to be homicide.
And when you use the term homicide, can you talk about what that means in relation to your office?
Sure. It is different from, for example, how lawyers or police might use that term. For us, homicide is a vital records determination that we make. In this case, we didn't sign the death certificate, but that's the way we use the term. It's a determination of the circumstances surrounding the death, and it means to us that another person was involved in that person's death. It does not imply intent, although it does not exclude it either.
And when we talk about asphyxia, can you tell the jury what you mean by the term asphyxia?
Asphyxia means that the person was unable to get enough oxygen.
Can there be a number of causes or different means by which asphyxia can occur?
Yes,
Can you talk about some of those?
sure. You can have asphyxia can result from anything that occludes the airway, either externally or internally. So smothering of any type, anything that blocks the mouth and nose could lead to asphyxia. Choking, anything that blocks the airway internally, whether it's food or something stuffed in mouth or whatever, maybe all of those things can lead to asphyxia. Asphyxia can also result from drowning. Drowning is technically a form of asphyxia. You can also have asphyxial deaths that result from chemical asphyxiants. Carbon monoxide is one of those. Cyanide is another that impair your body's ability to release oxygen to tissues, and so they don't get enough oxygen.
And you talked a little bit about the process of an autopsy already. Any other obvious injuries that would have been the cause of her death?
The only that would be the cause of her death, no.
Can you walk us through how you ended up reaching your conclusion that this was the cause of death was asphyxiation?
Sure. So as I was just asked, we didn't find any traumatic injury that would explain her death. We also didn't find any natural disease that would explain her death. Her heart was completely normal. Her lungs were normal, except for some fluid buildup in them. Her liver, kidneys, all of her organs were normal. So we did not identify an anatomic or pathologic explanation for her death. She did have the only real finding she had, apart from no lethal trauma and no significant natural disease, was some bruising on her arms and one bruise on her chest. And then when we get to that point, essentially no findings that will explain the death directly, then there are a limited number of things that can explain a death in that context. One is asphyxia. Obviously, that's what we ruled it to be. And that can be, any number of things that, as I discussed, that can lead to asphyxia. But in this case, we believe primarily was related to some form of suffocation. But other things that can lead to death in that context that leave no findings for us to see would be things like seizures. There are inherited and even acquired forms of heart rhythm disturbances that can lead to a sudden death with nothing for us to see at autopsy. And then obviously drug intoxications don't leave anything for us to see. She did have, as I said, some fluid in her lungs. That's a very common finding in the setting of drug deaths. And one of the reasons that we spent a lot of time trying to evaluate for intoxicants that might possibly have led to her death.
And if we break that down a little bit, and I don't know if you use this term, but negative autopsy, can you explain what a negative autopsy is?
Yeah, essentially what I was just getting at, where we don't have findings, we don't have pathology, we don't have trauma that explains death. We have essentially normal, a person with normal anatomy who has died.
And so in this case, when we talk about it being a negative autopsy, is that because there was not a clear way to determine the cause of death right away?
Yes.
And you talked about one of the other potentials when you're dealing with a negative autopsy as being seizures. Is that correct?
Yes.
Can you explain a little bit about what a seizure is?
Sure. A seizure is a manifestation externally in some fashion of abnormal electrical discharges in the brain. That can be what you typically think of as a seizure, where someone goes stiff and collapses and then convulses. It can also, people can also have what are called partial seizures, where they may have, movement of one part of their body, or they may have staring spells or other things of that nature as a result of seizure activity. But it's abnormal electrical changes in the brain that result in abnormal behavior, usually associated with loss of consciousness, and also not under the person's control. They just happen.
Have you conducted autopsies before where there were signs that a seizure had occurred or there had been seizure activity?
Yes.
And where would those signs usually show up?
So there's a number of ways. Sometimes those signs show up in the body. Sometimes they show up in the medical records. There's a variety of ways that we have to, evaluate the role of seizures in a death. From a historical standpoint, if somebody has a history of epilepsy, then obviously that, can contribute. But looking at the person's body, the main things that we might see would be things that you would expect: trauma to the person's tongue, for example, and that can be recent or old. And then evidence of incontinence of either bowel or bladder. Those would be the primary two main physical findings that we might see, but certainly people with seizures are known to die suddenly and unexpectedly in the absence of having had a recent seizure. Having seizures, having a diagnosis of epilepsy puts you at risk for sudden death. And so it's not, certainly we don't have to have those things if someone has a well-established history to attribute their death to a seizure disorder or epilepsy. But in the absence of significant history, in the absence of anatomic findings, we don't generally are not going to call a death as seizure related. And it's also not uncommon for people to have seizures as a terminal event. If, for example, you have a heart attack and your heart's not beating normally and your brain's not getting enough oxygen, you may seize. Or if you're diabetic and hypoglycemic, you may seize, but that's not because you have seizures. It's because of some other condition contributing to that.
During Tammy's autopsy, did you find any physical signs of seizure activity?
We did not.
And you reviewed Tammy's medical records, is that correct?
Yes.
Any signs of seizure activity in her medical records?
There's no mention.
In your experience, would it be uncommon for someone Tammy's age to have all of a sudden developed seizures?
It would be very unlikely.
And do you know how old she was?
49 at the time of her death.
Do you recall reviewing some information provided by Chad Daybell to the coroner or a deputy about Tammy having seizures?
I reviewed some records from the coroner, yes, that mentioned that he had said she had some shaking spells or fits or something. I don't recall the exact verbiage, but something that suggested that, yes.
Did you find anything to support that Tammy had seizures in your review of her medical records and or the autopsy?
No.
And I think you mentioned, I may say this wrong, but arrhythmia?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Can you explain a little bit about what arrhythmia would be or arrhythmia irregularities?
Sure. Your heart, in addition to being a pump, is also a very electrically dependent organ. Your heart's normal pumping function is dependent on electrical impulses traveling in a normal way through the heart. And those electrical impulses happen the way they do because there are what are called ion channels that open and close and allow electrolytes to move through the heart and propagate those impulses. There are both inherited disorders of those channels as well as acquired things. Those channels can be impacted by certain medications and other things that put people at risk of sudden death by prolonging their what's called their QT interval. And so they having either of those, either something acquired because of medication or something that has been inherited, would put a person at risk of sudden death.
And when you looked at Tammy's heart, did you see anything that showed irregularities?
No. In those settings, most of the time the heart is going to look normal. And so we would, in any of those settings, we would not expect to see anything abnormal with the heart grossly. Just to look at it, it would look normal. But we also would not expect to see, again, that type of condition manifest itself at her age without some other, if she had, certainly she could have it as an acquired condition at her age. If she had, for example, methadone is very commonly known to do that, but she didn't have any methadone in her system. There are a long list of other medications that can do that. Fluoxetine, which she was on, is also rarely been described as doing that, but she had been on a very stable dose for a very long time and with no indication that that had been a problem for her.
So similar to this sudden onset of seizures, you wouldn't expect to see the cardiac arrhythmia come into play with someone at 49 years old?
Judge, I'm going to object at this point. That's a bit leading.
Sustained.
Would you expect to see the cardiorhythmia come into play suddenly in someone 49 years old?
Judge objection, leading.
Overruled.
No.
And I believe one of the other things you talked about that could result in a negative autopsy would be some kind of an intoxicant.
Yes.
Are there sometimes signs during the autopsy that you're able to find showing that a death was caused by intoxicants?
There are things that suggest that. There are very few things that will allow that to be diagnosed at the time of autopsy. Most intoxication-related deaths at the time of the autopsy are initially certified as pending further investigation or pending toxicology results. Because there's just not anything that we see. One of the findings that is, though, very suggestive that we see not infrequently is what's called pulmonary edema, which is fluid buildup in the lungs. And it's a non-specific thing that can result from lots of causes. We see it in drowning cases. We see it in people with heart failure. But we certainly very commonly in our patient population see it in people that overdose, especially on opiates.
When we talk about intoxicants, does that also include poisons?
Yes.
You talked about a lot of times it will be pending some additional testing if an intoxicant is suspected. Did you do some additional testing in this case?
Yes, we did.
And can you talk a little bit about let me back up. Where exactly do you obtain samples on someone that's been embalmed to have that testing done?
Yeah. So as a rule, because someone is embalmed, part of that embalming process involves removing or at least diluting their blood with embalming fluid. So we generally don't have great blood samples to use. We will collect fluid from the vessels that is generally would be a mixture of blood and embalming fluid to test if we wish. But we do our primary testing usually on a tissue sample in an embalmed person, usually liver, because liver provides the best postmortem reference samples for the most number of substances.
And were those samples obtained in Tammy's case?
Yes.
What is then done with those samples?
So we then send them to the lab for analysis. We request testing for a wide variety of analytes. In this case, we tested for hundreds of different prescription, illicit, and over-the-counter medications, as well as a large number of what are called novel psychoactive substances, which are some are illicit, some are not, but they're newer drugs that are being used illicitly. And we also did testing for heavy metals, did some testing for pesticides, did testing for some additional biologic toxins, plant-based toxins, and I think those are the primary things. But looked for all of those things in her samples.
Was there anything in the results that would explain her death?
No.
Was more than one agency involved in the testing?
Yes. So we had the majority of the testing was performed by National Medical Services Laboratory in Pennsylvania, which is a sort of the premier forensic toxicology lab in the country. We use them as a reference lab. They test about a third of our cases at the Utah Medical Examiner's Office. And then we also had some testing. They don't, for example, do testing for any of the plant-based toxins. They don't test for nerve agents and those kind of things. And we had those looked for specifically by the state's chemical and biological threat lab.
Would it be fair to say that this was pretty extensive toxicology testing?
Yes.
Was the reason for all the testing because it was a negative autopsy?
Yes, and driven certainly by that, as well as the circumstances surrounding her death.
And in your opinion, did the fact that Tammy was already embalmed inhibit the ability to test for those substances?
For the most part, it did not inhibit the ability to test. Some of the results we had to look at a different analyte because of potentially interfering substances from the embalming fluid. But for the most part, it did not interfere with that at all. And generally, it doesn't.
Was there anything at all from the toxicology testing that stood out to you?
The only significant positive result was the presence of her fluoxetine, which she had been prescribed for a number of years, and it was present at a non-toxic level. Beyond that, there were some, a minimal elevation of selenium, which is a heavy metal, also at a non-toxic level, but really nothing else that was significant.
And you had talked about sending out for that toxicology testing in part because of the circumstances surrounding her death, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall some of the circumstances that stood out to you?
I mean, specifically, we would probably do more extensive testing in any case where an exhumation is ordered because of potential criminal activity. So that would be the primary circumstance, if you will, that would drive that for us. Not really any necessarily specifics in this case, but because with an exhumation, you again, like most autopsies, you really only have one chance at getting what you want and being able to test what you need to. Having that be the reason that this person is coming to you is primarily the reason we would drive that. And in conjunction with, then we get to the end of the autopsy and don't have any specific cause of death identified.
And Your Honor, I'm going to ask if I can have States Exhibit 295. I think there were several subparts with it.
Very well.
And Your Honor, I'm going to ask for permission to publish 295E.
All right. Can I have a brief sidebar with counsel?
Yes.
What are they doing? Are they moving everybody over to that other side so they can't see certain things? Is that what they're doing? I assume that's what they're doing. Let me see if I can speed it up a little bit.
All right. So there's some photographs that are going to be offered, and I'm not going to permit them to be published to the public in general. They'll be published to the jurors as well as the parties because they're graphic in nature. However, it appears we've got this issue again with the jurors' monitors, and if those are not currently working, that's where you're headed next to publish. Is that correct, Ms. Blake?
That is correct, Your Honor.
Okay, well, we're going to do our best to sort out this monitor issue so the jurors can see these photographs upon their admission, but I think we may have to have tech run up here to sort that issue out again. So we are going to take a morning break at this point and get that resolved as quickly as we can. We'll come back on with additional evidence once those monitors are working. So appreciate your patience, ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
All right.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bailiff. Please be seated. All right, we're back from the mid-morning recess. I believe we've got the issue sorted with the jurors' monitors. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, in attendance here for moving over to the other side of the courtroom so that those monitors aren't visible. Ms. Blake, if you'd like to continue with your direct, you may do so.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I had asked to publish, I believe, states 295D. I'm going to change that to publish 295J. It's a previously admitted exhibit.
Okay, 295J, previously admitted, may be published.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Christensen, as part of your review of documents provided in this case, do you recall reviewing photos that were taken at the scene of Tammy's death?
I do.
And Judge, I am flying blind here if this is being shown or not.
It is.
Thank you. Dr. Christensen, on that photo, can you see something coming out of Tammy's mouth?
Yes.
Can you describe what we're seeing there?
Yes. This is foam, essentially. It's what a manifestation of pulmonary edema. You can see running down the left side of her face what looks like blood. Pulmonary edema fluid, as it comes up, is edema fluid is just fluid that leaks into the air spaces when it normally should be contained in blood vessels. And as it leaks into the air spaces, normally there is protein and other things within those air spaces to help keep them open. And as the fluid gets in there, it mixes with that protein and creates this bubbly, frothy fluid, which can then bubble up through the airway and out the nose or the mouth, or both.
Can there be several causes of pulmonary edema, or what ultimately causes that, or is it a result from?
Yes, pulmonary edema, again, I think I said previously, is a non-specific finding that can result from any kind of insult to the lungs. We certainly see it in asphyxial cases. We see it in drowning cases. We see it in the setting of heart failure. We see it in the setting of drug intoxications. Those are probably the primary places where we see it, although really anything that causes respiratory failure can ultimately cause pulmonary edema to manifest in this way, pneumonias and other things.
Did the presence of the pulmonary edema also play into your findings in this matter?
Yes.
And we've talked about Utah being a medical examiner system. So you yourself or another medical or forensic pathologist will respond out to a death scene in Utah, generally speaking?
In cases where the pathologist will respond to scenes where there is a homicide or suspected homicide, or in any case where we're requested to by law enforcement at the scene or our other investigators at the scene.
Do you know in Utah if someone responds out on unattended deaths?
Yes.
And is that generally someone from your office, whether an investigator or otherwise?
Yes, it's one of our investigators in most cases.
If you had seen the pulmonary edema, is this a case in which you would have had an autopsy performed?
Given the amount of information that was provided at the scene, what was relayed to me as what was shared at the scene, there's not an adequate explanation or sufficient medical history to explain her death at her age in a sudden and unexpected way without doing an autopsy examination.
I think we've gone over this a little bit, but when you did the internal part of the autopsy, did you notice, was there anything out of the ordinary in relation to Tammy's organs?
No.
Was there anything?
Except for her lungs, sorry.
And can you explain what was out of the ordinary with her lungs?
Her lungs were a little bit on the heavy side, heavier than would normally be expected, and had fluid in them. There were also changes related to her prior embalming.
Had you conducted other autopsies where pulmonary edema was present?
Yes.
Is pulmonary edema by itself actually a cause of death?
It's not.
Would it be the result of the cause of death?
Yes, it certainly could be. So if someone has pulmonary edema because they drown, drowning would be that. If they have pulmonary edema because they have heart failure, because they've had multiple heart attacks, then the underlying cause of their heart attacks would be their cause of death. But all of those kinds of things, anything, lots of different things can result in pulmonary edema.
And is pulmonary edema generally a manifestation or finding associated with asphyxiation being the cause of death?
Yeah, it certainly can be, yes.
And we've talked a little bit as well about your review of the external part of Tammy's body. Do you recall that?
Yes,
And you'd referenced the only external injuries you had seen were some bruises.
that's correct.
And Your Honor, I have what's been marked as State's Exhibit 179. If I can have counsel handed a copy, and I have a courtesy copy for Your Honor, and then I would ask that the witness be handed a copy.
Very well.
And Your Honor, this exhibit is some blank diagrams. My intent is to have it handed to the witness and have him add some markings to it.
Very well.
May I have the witness handed a pen?
Thank you.
The exhibit's not yet admitted, Ms. Blake. And I understand, because if it's going to be altered, just think of when that would take place if you're offering it.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Christensen, would you mark on that diagram where the bruising was located on Tammy Daybell's body?
Yes. Okay.
Thank you. And have you marked those based on your recollection of where you observed those injuries during the autopsy?
Yes.
And Your Honor, I would move for the admission of State's Exhibit 179.
All right. The exhibit now with the markings, I think it would be appropriate for defense counsel to see what the exhibit now looks like before I ask if there's any objection. All right, Mr. Bailiff, if you'd please submit that exhibit for reference to Mr. Pryor.
Your Honor, now that counsel's been shown a copy, I would move for the admission of State's Exhibit 179.
Okay, and I apologize, I lost track. Where is the exhibit at this point? Did you retrieve it?
I have it. Would Your Honor like to see it first?
No, that's fine. I'll ask at this point. Thank you, Ms. Blake. Is there any objection to exhibit 179 being
If it's
admitted?
being offered for demonstrative purposes, Judge, I don't have an objection.
Okay, exhibit 179 will be admitted as a demonstrative exhibit. Ms. Blake, you may inquire.
And Your Honor, I would ask permission to publish.
You may publish.
And Dr. Christensen, you can see on this exhibit, there's an R and an L that's been written in. Would you indicate what those represent?
Yes, those simply represent the right and left sides of the body. And at the bottom, I also indicated which was the front and which was the back, although that's fairly obvious.
And then it appears that there have been several dots or markings added. Could you explain what those represent?
Yes, they are not to scale, but they are representations of the locations where we identified bruises.
And on the front, there appear to be 6 dots. Is that correct?
Yes,
And then on the back of the body, 4 dots.
that's correct.
And you've already indicated they're not to scale, but can you talk about and put into the record where on the body these bruises were located?
Yes. There's one on the left upper chest, 3 over the anterior and lateral right biceps, 1 on the anterior right forearm, 1 over the anterior portion of the left biceps, 2 over the right triceps area on the back of the upper arm, and 2 on the back of the right forearm.
Did you discover any bruising on the lower extremities?
We did not.
Did you discover any bruising around the head or face area?
We did not.
And did you in fact take photos of the bruises that were observed during the autopsy?
Yes.
You talked before about the difficulty in determining the age of a bruise by simply looking at it. Is there something else that you did in this case to try to determine how recent the bruises occurred?
Yes. As I mentioned, just the visual appearance doesn't necessarily indicate to us how old a bruise is, but we can at least attempt to narrow that down somewhat by looking at the tissue in the bruise under the microscope. Blunt injuries, the body undergo a relatively orderly progression, although certainly not very time specific in a, to the minute or even to the hour sort of way. But initially, when there is an injury, you see just hemorrhage in the tissue. Then that will be followed some hours later, can be as early as 2, might be as many as 12 or even 24 hours. You will then see inflammation start to enter the area to clean up the hemorrhage. And depending on the severity of it, you may then also see what are called macrophages that come in and start to clean up some of the broken down blood cells. You may see the formation of scar tissue if it's significant, and that goes through a progression from early what are called fibroblastic cells in the area, which are just the cells that make scar tissue, which then eventually become replaced by the scar tissue itself. And that allows us, seeing what kind of changes are present in an injury can give us an indication whether this is recent, meaning minutes to hours old, whether it's hours to days old, or whether it's days to weeks or even longer old. But more specific than those sort of broad swaths of time, we can't narrow it down.
We talked about during the autopsy, photos were taken to document the injuries.
Yes.
Were photos also taken of examination done of the injuries?
Yes.
And Your Honor, I have what's been marked as States Exhibit 178, A to Q. Counsel was provided a copy today.
The series of photographs, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor. It's a series of photographs taken during the autopsy. And I believe the witness has been handled that jump drive. I would move for the admission of States Exhibit 178, A to Q.
And there would be no objection by the defense to that exhibit, Judge.
Okay, so exhibit 178, A through Q, it's 178 is the exhibit, A through Q are individual photographs within the exhibit, and they're all admitted, Ms. White.
Thank you, Your Honor. I would ask to be handed that jump drive back. Your Honor, I will indicate these are graphic photos. I am going to be asking to publish them to the jury.
Very well. We'll have those published. And as I mentioned, we've had the monitors arranged so the public's not viewing those and they're not being streamed on the live stream.
Dr. Christensen, do you see that image on your monitor?
I do.
Can you tell us what we're observing here?
This is the bruise that's on her left chest.
And in this image?
This is a closer up image of the same injury.
And can you talk about, there's a little scale there. What is the purpose of putting that on the photo?
Just so we have a reference to the size of it when you get zoomed in, especially in a picture like this, sometimes you can't always tell exactly where you are or have a reference point to know what size something is. So we include a scale so we have a reference.
And in this photo, can you talk about what we're seeing?
This is an incision through that area of bruising.
And can you talk about why you did that in this particular case?
And with all of these, looking at the tissue, like I said, microscopically will give us some idea what they look like. So this is a prelude to having a sample to look at under the microscope. But it also confirms there are things, for example, certain dermatologic conditions and other things that can look like a bruise on the surface, but when you incise them, there's no evidence of hemorrhage in the tissue. So in this case, we can see that there is hemorrhage in the tissue.
And in this particular photo?
This is again a photo of the same area with the a tissue section removed that demonstrates the hemorrhage and placed into what we call a cassette. That little white plastic thing is that that tissue that is placed in there is then taken and processed and turned into a microscopic slide that I can review under the microscope.
Ms. Blake, on these, would you care to identify each by the sub-exhibit letter, if you don't mind?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
And the first one that was referenced of the chest is going to be 178A. The close-up of the chest is 178B. The first incision is 178C. And the most recent one that was referenced would be 178D with the slide showing an excision of the chest.
Thank you, Ms. Blake.
When you looked at this, what, if anything, did I think you used the term hemorrhage, what, if anything, did that tell you in relation to this bruise?
That it is a bruise. Just looking at it grossly doesn't necessarily tell us much, except that there is hemorrhage there. And then seeing it under the microscope gives us further information about that.
And then moving to 178E, can
So-
you? Oh. Yeah, 178E, can you tell us what we're seeing in this photo?
Yes, this is an excision of tissue of the bruise of the left biceps.
And again, in those excisions, were you able to determine anything in relation to whether that was a bruise?
It was. Yes, there's hemorrhage within the subcutaneous fat. Normally, an excision of skin will just show a layer of normal pinkish tan skin on top, and all of the fat beneath it will be a bright yellow color, like is evident in most of those sections, but there are also darker areas indicative of hemorrhage.
And then on this slide, what are we seeing here?
This is a closer up image of the same injury and same excision.
And Your Honor, we moved on to 178F.
All right.
This is 178G. Can you tell us what we're seeing in this image?
This is a photograph of the two bruises on the back of the right upper arm.
And moving to 178H, can you tell us what we're seeing in this image?
Yes, this image depicts the three bruises on the right biceps as well as two on the right forearm.
And there are some other markings there, it looks like, on the forearm in addition to those blue marks. Do you know what those marks were?
Yes, those are areas where mold had grown and we'd subsequently cleaned that off.
So those are not bruises.
They are not.
And then moving to 178J, can you tell us what we're seeing in this image?
This is a closer up image of the right biceps demonstrating the bruising there.
178K, can you tell us what we're seeing here?
Again, this is an excision of the tissue of the lower of the three injuries to the right biceps with the excised tissue in the cassette.
And what did that tell you when you did, when you took that excision?
Just shows us more hemorrhage in the tissues.
And did that indicate to you that those were in fact bruises?
Yes.
And 178L, can you tell us what we're seeing here?
I believe, actually, I'm not positive looking at it, whether that's the same as the last image.
And if I back up to the last image,
Yes.
if that has the letter B at the end on that white slide, does that help in reference?
Yes, this
And-
is just a close-up image of 178J, I believe, the immediately prior image.
And when we look at this one, it appears that there's more of that dark coloration. Can you explain what that would indicate?
It's just that there's hemorrhage in a larger area of tissue.
Would that be indicative of a larger bruise or a deeper bruise, or could you tell?
I mean, it's clearly both deeper and larger in terms of the area that's damaged.
And moving on to 178M. Oops. Get back to the right image here. Looking at 178M, what are we seeing here?
It's labeled L on my screen, I believe. It's the right forearm with two bruises.
And going to the next one here, what are we seeing in this image?
This one is labeled M and is a closer up image of those two areas of bruising.
And those are again on the right forearm.
Yes.
And then moving to 178N, can you tell us what we're seeing here?
This is an excision through one of those two bruises on the right forearm.
And what, if anything, did this excision tell you?
Again, it confirms that it's a bruise, that there is hemorrhage in the skin and soft tissue.
And then moving to 178P.
This is an image of a bruise on the anterior forearm, right forearm.
And then moving to 178Q.
Again, a closer up image of that same bruise on the anterior right forearm.
And 178. Oh, this is marked as 178. Oh, can you tell what we're looking at here?
Yes, this is the right forearm with an excision through that area of bruising.
And that was on the front of the forearm.
Yes.
And Dr. Christensen, were you able to make any kind of a determination as to when in time those bruises may have occurred?
They all showed evidence of hemorrhage in the tissue with no evidence of any sort of inflammatory response or cleanup response. So they would have occurred sometime from minutes to hours prior to her death.
And I think you indicated, but these would have occurred prior to her death. Is that correct?
Most likely. You certainly can bruise a deceased body, but generally speaking, that's not going to occur for a very protracted period of time once circulation stops. Mostly the types of blunt injuries that we see in people that have already passed are more things like lacerations, where a body might be dropped or something of that nature, but it certainly could have happened right around the time of death.
When you look at the location of those bruises in your training and experience, could they be consistent with someone being restrained?
They could be.
When you looked at Tammy's body, did you notice any signs of lividity?
Yes.
Could you explain to the jury a little bit about what lividity is?
Sure. There are a number of postmortem changes that a body undergoes after death, and lividity is one of them. It's also called livor mortis. It is pooling of the blood, which normally has been circulating through the body under pressure. Once that stops, gravity then takes over and kind of pools the blood in whatever is the most dependent portion of the body, the part closest to the ground. If a person is laying on their back, the areas where it is supported by, whatever, a bed, the floor, a chair, whatever it might be, will not demonstrate lividity, but areas around that will fill with blood, and it makes initially a sort of a reddish purple color. That is where the blood is just pooling. It can change over time for a few hours. It's one of the ways we have to look at whether a body has been moved after death, for example. But if once it's there and well established, usually by 12 hours or so, it won't change anymore, and it will stay in the position it was in, or that person was in, if they stayed in it for 12 hours. If they're moved prior to that time, then it can also move to where a new position. If someone dies, for example, on their back, stays there for a couple of hours and then is rolled to their front, that blood that had started to pool on their back will then start to pool to their front. And over a period of, the next 10, 12 hours or so, depending on how long a person stays in their initial position, if you move them after 2 hours, more of that blood will redistribute than if you move them after 6 hours, than if you move them after 10 hours. And at some point, and at 12 hours is not a hard and fast thing, but at some point that lividity becomes fixed and will not change no matter what position they get moved to.
Where did you observe the lividity on Tammy's body?
It was all on her back, and because she'd been embalmed, it had changed somewhat in color. It was a little bit more gray in color, but the distribution was still very typical.
Just to clarify, does lividity allow you to determine a time of death?
It does not. No.
Can you talk a little bit about what rigor mortis is?
Sure. Rigor mortis is one of the other sort of three postmortem changes in the body. Lividity is one, rigor mortis is one, and then cooling of the body is the third. But rigor mortis is a stiffening of the body that happens after death. Initially, when a person dies, they will be flaccid or just completely floppy and not show any muscular resistance. But within an hour or two, they start to become stiff. Initially, we see that in the smaller muscle groups, in the hands and the face and other places, but it will progress to involve all the muscles of the body. and will become, essentially very solid and very difficult to move after a period of hours. And then once it's fully developed, which is somewhere, around 12 hours also, it will stay that way until the body starts to decompose. And then that, can vary dramatically depending on where the person is. If they're in a cool environment, if they're in a hot environment, if they're next to a heater, all of those kind of things can change how fast decomposition ensues. But once a person becomes fully stiff from rigor mortis, they'll stay that way until they start to decompose.
Can you determine a time of death based on rigor mortis?
So we are asked pretty much usually only in the context of court testimony to discuss times of death or how long a person might have been dead.
Judge, I'm going to object at this point. This is becoming narrative, and I've tried to be patient, but the question called for a yes or no, and we got this narrative. So I am going to object.
Dr. Christensen, can you explain how rigor mortis would play in or not play into determining a time of death?
It can help us, depending on the degree that it is present or not present, to look at, how long a person has been dead. But it's highly variable and imprecise.
And as a forensic pathologist, do you generally determine a specific time of death?
No.
Does the presence of rigor mortis allow you to narrow a time window of when someone may have passed away?
To some extent, yes.
In this case, did you learn what time Tammy's death was reported?
Excuse me, yes. My recollection, it was sometime just prior to 6 a.m.
Had you learned or heard the description with regard to the condition of Tammy's body?
My recollection is that she was described as being cold and stiff, or cool and stiff. I don't remember which, but at the time she was found.
Based on that description, would it indicate to you that rigor mortis had set in?
Yes.
You were not present on the day of Tammy's death, is that correct?
I was not.
You did not, is it fair to say you did not get the benefit of viewing her body just after the death was reported?
That's fair, yes.
So as a medical examiner and or forensic pathologist, do you rely on external information that's provided?
Yes.
Does that external information assist in your forming an expert opinion regarding a reference to when a person may have died?
Yes.
And in this case, did you in fact gain that external information?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And were you able to come up with any kind of an estimate regarding a time of death in relation to Tammy?
Judge, I'm going to object at this point. It calls for speculation. His previous testimony confirms that. It would just be purely speculative for him to.
And Your Honor, if I may respond.
Respond, please.
He's an expert providing an expert opinion. He's already said he reviewed documents, he gathered information, he made a determination that rigor mortis would have set in given the description and information provided to him. So he's basing it off the information and forming an expert opinion.
And in response, Judge, he wasn't present at the time. He didn't observe those factors himself. He's relying on what the police have told him. And at this point, he can't make that estimation.
All right, I've considered the objection. I'm going to overrule the objection, finding it's proper in the form of an expert testimony. It would be subject to cross. So you can proceed with the question again, Ms. Blake.
Thank you. Based on the information provided to you and your experience, did you form any opinion in relation to a time of death or a time window in relation to Tammy's death?
Yes.
And what did you determine?
That she had likely been dead for at least an hour or two for her body to be described as stiff, but certainly could be much more than that, many hours. But it's unlikely to have been more recent than an hour.
And you did review medical records in relation to this case, is that correct?
I did, yes.
Would someone having anemia or a past history explain a sudden death?
It would depend on the degree and the severity of anemia, but if it's not a current problem, no.
Would someone using essential oils or treating themselves with items bought at a health food store generally explain a sudden death?
No.
And we talked about those bruises and saw images of them. Did those bruises and their location play into your findings in this case?
Yes.
And again, in a negative autopsy, you looked at the other potential reasons or causes of death that could result in a negative autopsy. Is that correct?
Yes.
Based on your experience in training, did you find it to be likely that Tammy Daybell died of a seizure?
No.
Based on your training and experience, did you find it likely that Tammy Daybell died of a cardiorrhythmia?
No.
Based on your training and experience and lab results, did you find it likely that Tammy died of an intoxicant?
No.
And when we're talking about the negative autopsy, what did that leave as the cause of death?
Asphyxia.
Your Honor, if I may have just a moment.
Yes.
I have no further questions.
All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Pryor, you can cross. Can you turn on the microphone, please?
Let's do that again. Judge, by stipulation of the parties, I'll move for admission of Exhibit 102 and 103. That's Defense Exhibit 102 and 103 that represents the autopsy. And then the first one's the 26-page autopsy. 103 would contemplate the additional pictures and some analysis as well by this witness.
All right, the defense has moved for admission of Exhibit 102. Does the state have any objection to that being admitted?
Your Honor, it's my understanding that that is the autopsy report created by the Office of the Utah Medical Examiner. And if that's what it is, in addition to some lab results and other findings, the state has no objection.
Okay, so as I understand, there'd be no objection on 102 and 103. If and when those become published, if they are, Ms. Blake, if they're not what you anticipated, let me know and we'll quickly review that to make sure they are the exhibits you believe have been admitted. So those are admitted, Mr. Pryor.
Okay. And Doctor, you mentioned that you're retired as the chief, was it the chief medical examiner out of Utah?
Yes.
And that's out of Salt Lake City, is that right?
Taylorsville, but Salt Lake County, yes.
And I'm not familiar with Utah, so is that close to Salt Lake City?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. The government hub of the state of Utah, is that right? Okay. I want to talk to you a little bit about the initial cause of death reported for Tammy Daybell, and it did say pulmonary edema. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you were able to confirm that through this autopsy as well, correct?
I was able to confirm through the autopsy that pulmonary edema was present, but
Right.
not that it was the cause of death.
Okay. Now, when we talk about pulmonary edema in this particular case, can you tell me how long would it have taken to produce the kind of pulmonary edema that you found during the autopsy?
I don't know.
There's no way to determine that.
No.
And there's also no way to determine whether it had advanced or whether it had declined. You exhumed Tammy Daybell's body and you have to report to the facts as you see the facts at the time upon the exhumation, right?
That's correct.
And at this point, you had initially indicated that you went in front of you didn't, but you were present when a hearing was held in front of a judge to make a determination as to whether or not they would have exhumed Tammy Daybell. Is that right?
That's correct.
And do you recall from your knowledge what was the reason for the exhuming the body at that time?
My recollection is it was to determine the cause of death.
Well, there had to have been some facts. You don't get to just dig somebody up.
Your Honor, counsel's testifying. Move to strike.
Sustain.
There has to be a reason at the hearing to determine why you're exhuming.
Your Honor, counsel's still testifying.
Sustain.
Isn't it true, doctor, that there has to be a reason for the exhumation and not just be to re-examine findings? Is that correct?
I would assume so, yes.
Well, you were present. What was the reason given for digging Tammy Daybell's body back up?
I don't recall specifically what was presented.
Okay, so what was the purpose of you going there if you don't remember why they dug her up?
Objection, Your Honor, argumentative.
Do you recall whether or not there were discussions about surrounding circumstances that could have influenced a decision to exhume?
I believe there were, yes.
Okay, and those circumstances that they justified for exhuming were the death of Charles Vallow, right?
Objection, Your Honor, counsel's testifying. The witness has said he doesn't recall.
The fact is those additional circumstances that you based the reason to dig Tammy Daybell up out of the ground was because of the death of Charles Vallow.
Objection, Your Honor, counsel's misstating. This witness was not the one that requested exhumation.
Sustain.
Do you recall whether or not there was a discussion about the death of Charles Vallow at the exhumation hearing?
I do not.
Do you recall whether there was discussion of Brandon Boudreaux as a basis for the exhumation of Tammy Daybell's body?
I also do not know.
Okay, so you don't remember any reason, is that right, for why they decided to dig a body up out of the ground? Is that-
Objection, Your Honor, argumentative and it's asked and answered.
Sustained.
You don't have any explanation that you recall as to why they dug Tammy Daybell's body up out of the ground, do you?
Objection, Your Honor, argumentative and asked and answered.
Overruled on that.
You don't have any,
He gets to answer though.
I think I said previously, my understanding was to determine the cause of death.
but you don't specifically remember the factors as to why they dug her up, right? That were offered to a judge?
I don't remember the specifics of the discussion.
Okay. And you don't, now, you talked a little bit about Utah, and from what I understand, you can do it by request of the family, is that right? Or you can do it by request of going in front of a judge and giving justifiable reasons as to why you would dig a body up out of the ground, right?
I believe that is the way the statute reads.
Right. And in this particular case, the family was never notified, right?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation and irrelevant.
Overruled if the witness has information he can answer. And I want to hear the answer.
To my knowledge, the family was not notified.
Okay. So in other words, then the other side of the statute is that you went in front of a judge, not you, but someone went in front of a judge and got an order to exhume her body. Is that right?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, even though you were present, you don't remember the facts that were presented as.
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered.
Sustained.
Okay. Now, you made a comment. In your autopsy that you performed. And you noted that the bruises were what are called very non-specific bruises. You remember that?
I don't recall the specifics of how I described them in the report. I'd be happy to look at it and refresh my memory, but I don't. So bruises by nature are non-specific.
Okay. And do you recall testifying last April and May in another proceeding in which you, in response to a question, I described the bruises as non-specific, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And when we're talking about non-specific bruises, what that means is isn't it true? What that means is that you can't identify the cause of those bruises. Is that correct?
A specific cause, no.
Right. In fact, you can't tell how those bruises ended up on someone's body, correct?
That's correct.
All you can tell is that the nature of those bruises and whether they're bruises, right?
And I can offer opinions about how they might have been inflicted, but there's a wide variety of those.
But in this particular case, you said they're non-specific, correct?
Even non-specific bruising can have multiple potential modes of infliction, yes.
Okay. And in this case, you identified the bruises as non-specific. We've established that,
Yes.
correct? And you can't tell me how those bruises were placed on the body of Tammy Daybell, correct?
I cannot.
Or how she got those bruises.
I cannot.
And the reality is we can go back as far as 24 hours and those bruises could have been 24 hours old. Isn't that true?
Potentially, yes.
Or 12 hours true, right?
Yes.
And we can't even put a legitimate time as to when those bruises actually got, or she incurred those bruises on her body, correct?
Beyond the timeframes we've spoken of, no.
Right. And in addition, you didn't any of the family members, the immediately family members about these bruises on Tammy Daybell, did you?
I did not.
You didn't talk to the family about any medical history that Tammy may have had about treating herself for bruises, did you?
I did not.
You didn't look at any of the reports or any of the medicine from the time of her arrest in which there was a notation about bruising cream that Tammy Daybell was using, did you?
Could you repeat that? I'm not sure what you mean.
Did you see any medicine that indicated Tammy Daybell may have been treating her bruises with bruising cream?
She had a number of ointments, creams, oils, and other things at the residence, which those that were documented in photographs by the coroner, we did look up and go through.
Okay. And so you, and based on history, in speaking with the family, you weren't able to get any information about whether or not Tammy Daybell was prone to bruising, correct?
I did not speak to the family.
Okay. Did you look at any other statements by Mr. Daybell while he talked about vomiting and fainting and falling over? Do you recall looking at those factors?
I did not see statements directly from him, but he was quoted as talking to various officers and others at the scene about those things. Yes.
And that leads into my next question, is that the information you got about what Tammy Daybell reported was given to you by police officers, not necessarily statements Mr. Daybell made. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So if we recap a little bit, we don't know why we dug Tammy Daybell up out of the ground, right?
Objection, Your Honor. Counsel's testifying misstates the evidence
Sustained.
and move to strike.
we got an exhumation order to take Tammy Daybell out of the ground because you were there for that, right?
We did.
Okay. You don't recall the reasons why you got the exhumation?
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered.
Sustained.
Okay. So you talked a little bit about Utah, and then you talked a little bit about Idaho and how in Idaho, it's up to a coroner to determine whether or not there's an autopsy that needs to be performed. Is that right?
Yes,
Okay. And in Utah, it may be a little different, right?
it is.
You talked a little bit about how it's not ideal to conduct an autopsy after embalming and burial. Would you agree with that?
It's certainly not ideal. Yes.
Right.
I would agree with that.
And Judge, could I, actually, I need the exhibit. And I'll get the number, Judge. I'm sorry. I think it's 179. But I'd like to republish exhibit 1. Judge, I'd like to republish exhibit 179.
You may.
This lead plans, right? So we're looking at exhibit 179. You recognize that those are your dots, aren't they?
They are.
So when I look at that, how many bruises are on the right arm of Tammy Daybell?
8.
And there are 3 on the front, or 1 down at the bottom, right?
4 on the front and 4 on the back.
Okay. And then how many total bruises would be on the left arm?
1.
And then how many bruises up on the chest area?
1.
So you talked about asphyxiation, and you made a determination that there's asphyxiation here, right?
Yes.
Okay. And what you're suggesting is that Tammy Daybell was, someone stopped her from breathing, right?
Correct.
Okay. So I guess what I'm confused about is, how is someone asphyxiating Tammy Daybell if there's one person holding her arms?
Objection, actually withdrawn.
You can answer.
I wasn't there, so I can't tell you the specifics.
Right. And the other question is that if someone was holding her arms down, how did bruises get on the front of the arm and on the back of the right arm?
You can have bruising on front and back from a grab.
Okay. And then that person would also at the same time be grabbing the lower part of the right arm too at the same time?
Not necessarily at the same time, no.
Okay. And then while they're asphyxiating her, they grab the left arm, and there's only one little bruise on the left arm, right?
There's 1 bruise on the left biceps, yes.
And then at the same time, somebody put something over her mouth while they're holding her arms to suffocate her, right?
It could have happened that way.
It could have, right? It's possible. It could also have happened that this wasn't asphyxiation, right?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay. You're firm on this idea that you think it's asphyxiation, right?
I do.
And that determination you made is as a result of just talking to the police, and after you did this investigation, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, misstates the evidence.
Sustained.
Now, as terms of,
Checking back in. So yeah, Miss King, this is actually, we finished Mondays. They didn't have court yesterday and for Daybell, and then today we're on today. So we're actually almost, well, I mean, we're a couple of hours behind probably, but I'd say by the end of the day we'll be definitely caught up because we'll be able to skip through their lunch. But yes, this is today. But she is on fire. She's on fire. She's like, objection, 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 objection. He was bound and determined to get that question in. He's going to sneak it in one way or another. Ha, ha, ha. All right. We'll continue.
we talked about this previously as well, but the bruising alone does not lead you to asphyxiation. Is that right?
It does not.
Okay. And the facts about other activities that may have been occurring, particularly Brandon Boudreaux and Charles Vallow, don't lead to asphyxiation either, right?
No.
Now, previously, last year, you testified, and there was some discussion about the 5 different levels of determination. Do you recall that?
I don't specifically know.
Or the 5 options, I'm sorry, the 5
For
options.
there are 5 manners of death, yes.
Right, and I'm sorry, I gave you the wrong term. I'm apologize. I wrote the word down the wrong way. The 5 determinations, and can you go over those with me again?
Sure.
Go ahead.
On a death certificate, there are essentially in every state except New York and I think New Jersey, maybe Connecticut, there are 5 options for what the certifier of the death can list as the manner of death. Those are natural, accident, suicide, homicide, or undetermined, or could not be determined.
Okay. And I guess I'd like to talk to you a little bit about the undetermined one.
Okay.
And when you come up with an undetermined diagnosis, that means you don't have any reason that leads you to say this is absolutely the way this person passed away, correct?
Undetermined manner is used when you don't have enough circumstantial or investigative or autopsy findings, whatever. You don't have enough information to decide between 2 different manners. And that can be, for example, in an overdose, it could either be a suicide or it can be an accident. In this specific case, it could be, there's allegations of that her death is natural. If I believed it could be natural or it could be homicidal, then it could be undetermined because I can't really decide between those 2, but I did decide between those 2.
So that is a situation where if you don't have enough evidence to determine exactly why someone died, you make the determination of undetermined. Is that correct?
If you don't have enough, certainly if the cause of death is undetermined, then the manner of death will usually also be undetermined.
And that doesn't mean there was foul play. You just don't have the information to make that assessment. Would that be fair?
Yes.
So in other words, if in this situation there was insufficient evidence to determine a cause of death, it would be listed as undetermined, right?
The cause of death could be listed as undetermined. Yes.
And at that point, that's a situation, like I said before, where it doesn't mean that it's homicide. It doesn't mean that there was foul play. You just don't have enough information to make that decision. Would that be fair?
It would, yes, to an extent. It's possible that it doesn't mean that there's not foul play necessarily. Like if, for example, you call it undetermined because you think it might be a homicide or a suicide and you can't decide between the 2.
Mm-hmm.
If you call it undetermined because you can't necessarily decide between those 2, means you think it's just as likely that it was as it wasn't. I can't tell.
It could
So
also
it could be, but it might not be.
It could also be a situation where there's no medical information that leads you to any conclusion as to why someone passed away, right?
It could be.
Right. And there are situations where people pass away and there's no discernible reason why that happened. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you made mention of all the medical reports that you reviewed. Which medical reports did you review?
Reviewed records from Seasons Medical Clinic, from another clinic, whatever Seasons was before it was Seasons. I forget, it had a different name. She'd also been seen at a clinic in Utah before moving back to Idaho, and we looked at those as well.
And they were just quite frankly, those were just a matter of a couple of pages, right?
Not a lot of records, no.
Right. Well, a couple of pages, right?
Objection, Your Honor. Argumentative, asked and answered. Counsel's testifying. Move to strike.
Well, it was late. It's already answered, so overruled.
Okay. And you looked at the Seasons Medical and you looked at the other medical records and you were aware that 5 years prior to Tammy Daybell's death, she was diagnosed with anemia, right?
I believe so, yes.
And you didn't talk to the family about how that anemia had been progressing on Tammy Daybell, is that right?
I did not.
Okay. And you were also aware that Tammy Daybell was taking a form of, and I don't want to, fluoxetine.
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 Mm-hmm.
There's a reason I'm not a doctor. Fluoxetine, and that's a form of Prozac, right?
Yes, it's a generic.
And if fluoxetine is mixed with the wrong kind of other medicine, whether it's herbs or supplements or anything else, those can have significant consequences, correct?
There can be certainly drug interactions with herbal stuff. I'm not aware of any specific ones of fluoxetine with herbal remedies.
I'm sorry, Mr. Interrupting. And as part of your analysis and the testing for poisons and all of the other testing that you did, you're not really able to test for the herbals and the supplements and everything else and its interaction with fluoxetine to see if that had any impact, could you?
I think that's a 2-part question. There's not really any way to test for drug interactions. You can test whether a drug is present or not, but certainly we don't have the ability to test for most herbal supplements.
Okay. And the fact that those herbal supplements, whether or not they could have an adverse impact with the fluoxetine that Tammy Daybell was taking, correct?
Don't have a way to determine that,
Right.
whether they were even present.
The heavy lungs.
I'm sorry, the heavy what?
Heavy lungs.
Oh,
The heavy
yes.
lungs. That's an unusual medical malady. Would you agree?
It's a non-specific finding.
Okay. But it could have an impact on the cause of death here, correct?
It could, yes.
Right. And you didn't take that into consideration before you made your asphyxia determination, right?
No, absolutely, we did.
No, you did?
Mhm.
Okay. You testified that asphyxia is really a diagnosis of exclusion, correct?
It is.
So in other words, you look at all other possibilities, and if you can't find anything else, you go to asphyxia. Would that be fair?
If you can't find anything else, more likely, yes.
Okay. Or what is if you can't find anything else? Why wouldn't you just go undetermined?
You might in some circumstances.
Okay. One of the things I want to ask you about are seizures.
Okay.
And when a person has a seizure, it's not always a result of there being some sort of physical evidence to support that, is there?
I'm not sure what you mean.
Well, there's a seizure can occur at any time. Any one of us could have a seizure at any time. Would you agree with that?
Could and is likely are very different things.
Okay. Okay. So are you at this point saying and excluding the fact that Tammy Daybell could have had a seizure as a possible cause of this death?
No, I can't 100% exclude it. I just think it's very unlikely.
You think it's unlikely? Okay.
Yes, very unlikely.
In spite of the fact that Chad Daybell talked about fainting and those types of issues, you're saying that because of that, it's very unlikely there could be a seizure, correct?
That's what I believe, yes.
Okay. And you're also saying, well, let me ask you this. A seizure can happen at any time unannounced, correct?
It can.
Okay. Or there could be some instances where there's some medical proof to support a seizure, correct?
You can have a seizure, yes, because you have a tumor or an infection or other things, or you have a condition that leads to a seizure, yes.
Okay. And then we talk a little bit about arrhythmia. And with arrhythmia, there isn't always an indication with arrhythmia that there's there isn't always a damaged heart or a faulty valve as a result of arrhythmia. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
In fact, arrhythmia could happen at any time. Any one of us with healthy hearts could suddenly have an arrhythmia and die, correct?
Very unlikely.
Very unlikely?
Yes, very unlikely.
Well, does that very unlikely change when you look at the fact that Tammy Daybell's family history had a history of heart issues? Does that change the very unlikely to likely?
Not in the context of what her heart looked like.
Okay. And again, because her heart didn't look healthy or unhealthy, that isn't always the point, is it? Arrhythmia can occur even in the healthiest of hearts, correct?
Yes and no. Not in there is a reason that people have arrhythmias.
Okay.
It's not always apparent by looking at the heart. The heart certainly, as I discussed previously, can look normal, and you can have arrhythmias. But there will be something wrong with it, either microscopically evident or molecularly evident.
Okay. And molecularly evident means that there's some sort of syntax that hit the heart and it suddenly just stops working properly, right?
It would just, an arrhythmia just means no rhythm. And if your heart stops beating, you have no rhythm.
Right. And if the heart for some reason stops beating and there's some sort of arrhythmia, suddenly we get the pink foam that starts developing in these heavy lungs, right?
You certainly can, yes.
Right. And if we get a seizure, and as a result of the seizure, the heart stops beating, and then these heavy lungs start accumulating the significant amount of pink foam we found in Tammy Daybell's body, correct?
It can happen that way, yes.
And if the anemia goes undiagnosed for 5 years and she's not getting treatment, and for some reason there's insufficient oxygen to reach these heavy lungs, we could get the same result, correct?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
Not given the activities that she was described as doing. She may have been anemic, but she was not anemic to the point it would cause those kinds of problems.
All right. In regards to a time of death, what I understood you were testifying to is there's really no definitive way to determine an accurate time of death. Would that be fair?
No way to determine a very specific time of death. A range, yes. A specific time, no.
Okay. Judge, I have nothing else. Thank you.
All right. Redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Dr. Christensen, you were asked a lot about the exhumation order. Do you recall that?
I do.
You were not the one requesting that, is that correct?
That's correct.
You were also asked about whether or not you spoke to Chad's kids, and you indicated no.
That's correct.
Did any of Chad's kids ever reach out to the office of the medical examiner?
They did not. To my knowledge. It's possible they might have, and I was not aware of it, but they didn't reach out and ask for me.
Did anyone ever pass on information that they'd reported to the office of the Utah medical examiner?
No.
So you reviewed documents you were provided from law enforcement, is that correct?
Yes,
And those documents contained statements provided by Chad Daybell?
they did.
There were no documents provided that had significant information from his kids, is that correct?
There were some about his kids, various interviews that have been conducted with their friends and things of that nature, but no, not from them directly, I don't believe.
So you don't know, you wouldn't know if the kids ever agreed to speak with law enforcement, is that correct?
I do not know.
And if Chad's kids had made statements about Tammy's health, would those have been documents that you would have requested or wanted to review?
Absolutely.
So if they weren't provided to you, would you have any reason to think that those exist?
No.
And you were asked about Utah being a little different than Idaho's system. Do you recall that question?
Yes.
Would you describe them as a little different?
I guess Utah's and Idaho's death investigation systems are kind of on the opposite poles of the spectrum in the US.
And I think we talked about this, but Idaho, a coroner does not have to have any medical training, correct?
That's correct.
Whereas a forensic pathologist or medical examiner goes through years of schooling. They're a doctor.
Leading, sustained.
Your Honor, it's sustained on leading, is that correct?
It's
Because
sustained.
I think it's within the scope.
It's not outside the scope, correct?
Just for my next question, I wanted to clarify that.
Yeah, I only sustained as it being leading.
I think we talked before, but you have worked in systems where a coroner is used, correct?
Yes.
And in your experience, do coroners have to have any medical training?
No.
And to be a forensic pathologist, again, what training do you go through?
Have to have a college degree, a medical degree, and residency training in pathology, and then forensic fellowship training.
And in Utah, again, who is it that would determine if an autopsy is to be completed?
It would be done by the Office of the Medical Examiner.
So one of the individuals that has all that medical training?
Either by them or one of our investigators, and if there are questions, then they ask us.
You were asked about the 5 different, I believe, manners that can be indicated.
That's correct.
Is it common practice for the Office of the Utah Medical Examiner to look at the surrounding facts in addition to what's concluded from the autopsy?
Yes.
And I think you talked about an example of a drug overdose, that there could be several manners, even if that's the cause.
Yes.
And you were asked about a history of anemia. Can you explain what anemia is?
Anemia is when your blood count, the percentage of your blood that's made up of red blood cells, drops below normal levels. Men have a slightly higher normal range than women, but they're both in the 35 to 50% range, more or less. That percentage of your blood is made up of red blood cells that carry oxygen around your body. You can develop anemia, which is a number lower than that for a variety of reasons. It can happen from vitamin deficiencies, can happen from iron deficiency, can happen from cancers, anything that infiltrates your bone marrow, can happen because you bleed. It's not uncommon in young women with heavy periods and things, for example, to end up being anemic because of blood loss. But it can be from traumatic blood loss as well. You can be acutely anemic because you got your arm broken and torn open in a car crash or something. All of those things can lead to anemia, but generally speaking, a progressive slow type of anemia, whether it's vitamin deficiency or something like that, is something that your body is able to compensate for to some extent, that you remain functional, though you might be fatigued or other things of that nature. But it's not, you don't have normal oxygen carrying capacity. And so if you went from living at sea level to the mountains, you might notice more of a difference than if you weren't anemic, things of that nature.
Sustained.
Is anemia treatable?
Yes, most times.
And I think you indicated you'd seen a history of Tammy having anemia maybe 5 years before her death.
I believe that's when it was documented, yes.
And if there were no other indications of anemia in her medical records, could that indicate that it was treated?
Overruled.
Can you repeat the question?
Yes, where Not seeing any additional notations in medical records about anemia other than the past history, could that indicate that the anemia was treated? And Your Honor, if I may respond.
Go ahead.
Dr. Christensen's testimony was he saw a notation of it from 5 years previous to that, and Mr. Pryor went into it on his cross-examination.
No, I'm going to rule on that. It's overruled, Mr. Pryor. You can continue.
Could that indicate that the anemia was treated?
It could. It just means that it certainly was not mentioned again as a problem.
In looking at those medical records, do you recall seeing any indication that Tammy had low blood pressure?
Her blood pressure was on the lowish side of normal, but no indication that she had a diagnosis of hypotension or low blood pressure.
Could you use the microphone, please, Mr. Pryor?
Foundation judge, I'd like to know what report he's referencing where he saw that information.
And Your Honor, my question was just about the medical records that he reviewed in general.
All right, then he should be able to specify which medical record she's
All right,
talking
Mr.
about, Judge.
Pryor, this is not an objection. It's just an argument now. Is there an objection?
There is, Foundation.
All right. The objection is overruled.
In the medical reports you reviewed, you didn't see any sign of low blood pressure.
I did not.
In the medical records you reviewed, did you see any signs of seizures?
No.
In the medical reports you reviewed, did you see any indication that Tammy had had a prior history of any negative drug interactions between her prescription medication and herbal remedies?
No.
And counsel asked you about the bruises on Tammy and them being labeled as not specific. Do you
Yes.
recall that?
Yes.
You indicated that sometimes you are able to form an opinion as to how those may have been inflicted. Is that correct?
I can answer hypotheticals about how they may have been inflicted. Yes.
And based on your training and experience, where those bruises were located, could they be consistent with someone being restrained?
They could be. Yes.
And you were asked a lot about those pictures and if someone was holding Tammy down and then suffocating her. Do you recall that line of questioning?
Yes. Yes.
Where the bruises were located, would it be possible for someone to have been restraining her while someone else suffocated her?
It's possible.
Based on your experience and and the autopsy and your review of documents, in your opinion, is it likely that Tammy died of a seizure?
No.
Based on your training, experience, review of the records and autopsy, is it likely that Tammy Daybell died of a cardiac arrhythmia?
No.
Based on your experience, review of the documents and autopsy, is it likely Tammy Daybell died of a drug overdose or drug interaction?
No.
Based on your experience, training, review of reports on the autopsy, is it your opinion Tammy most likely or likely died of asphyxiation?
Yes.
And again, what did you determine the cause of death to be?
Asphyxia.
And what did you determine the manner of death to be?
Homicide.
I have no further questions.
All right. Thank you. That did not go beyond the scope of cross. so
Judge,
I'm-
can we have a sidebar?
Yes.
Whoa, Nelly. He wasn't liking it. Let's see. And he says, I don't think there will be court next week, Thursday, because of Ascension. What's Ascension? What's Ascension? I don't know what that is, Henny. I don't know.
All right, counsel, after sidebar, the court's determined I'll allow a recross on that one narrow scope of the issue you want to discuss, Mr. Pryor, with the witness.
So, doctor, we talked about two types of medical records. One was from Seasons. I believe that was 2017. You recall that?
There was a record from 2017. Yes.
And then there was a medical record from 2019. Is that right?
There was. Mhm.
Okay. And those were the two records that you had in terms of Tammy Daybell's medical records, correct?
No. There were also records from PA Senna that she saw at Seasons. There was a record from 2016 as well as one from 2015.
Okay. And the anemia diagnosis was from what year?
I believe 2014, which was, I don't recall specifically which records that was. And we also had records from a clinic in Springville.
Okay. Is it possible that the anemia was from the season's records of 2017?
Possible. I don't recall for sure.
Okay. So from 2017, we have one other medical record where she went in for a wrist issue, correct?
Correct.
So how do you determine whether or not she's treated for anemia if there are no other medical records other than the initial diagnosis from 2017?
Objection, Your Honor, misstates the testimony.
Overruled.
There's no mention of treatment either way.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, that will conclude then the testimony. Dr. Christensen, is the state intending to recall him at some point or any point, Ms. Blake?
We may be, Your Honor.
Okay. Dr. Christensen, then, because you may return to testify at a later time, the court's exclusionary rule prohibits you from viewing trial testimony. I'll be asking you if you have viewed any of the testimony after
counsel,
you step down today. So with that, that will conclude the testimony of Dr. Christensen. You may go ahead.
Judge, before he's excused, could we have another sidebar?
All right.
What is up with him in these sidebars today? I did not know that, Henny, about Ascension. I mean, I didn't. That went whew, right over my head. Right over my head. Sidebar City.
All right. After the sidebar, counsel for the defense has correctly pointed out, and I agree that expert witnesses are not subject to the same exclusionary rules that normal lay witnesses are. So the state will discuss that further with you, Dr. Christensen. You may in fact be entitled to view certain parts of this trial as they would be outside of the exclusionary rules. So you'll be further advised of that by the prosecutors if they wish to clarify that with you. Thank you again for appearing to testify, and we'll go ahead and let you step down at this time. All right, is the state prepared to call its next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. The state will call Alice Gilbert.
All right.
Swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes.
Got her.
See, try to speak directly to them.
All right, I'll note that Ms. Gilbert's now been placed under oath. Before we begin with testimony, I just want to inquire, have you watched any of this trial on either the live stream or here in person at all?
No,
Okay, have you talked to anybody else about any testimony they've given in trial?
no.
Okay, thank you for letting the court know that. Ms. Blake, you can inquire on direct.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you please state your name and spell it for the record?
Alice Gilbert, ALICEGILBERT.
And Ms. Gilbert, do you know an individual named Chad Daybell?
I do.
How do you know him?
He was my neighbor, and when we moved into the neighborhood, we got to know him through our community and our ward.
Did you also know Tammy or Tamara Daybell?
I do.
And did you know her the same way?
Yes,
And what did you refer to her as, Tammy or Tamara?
I called her Tammy.
And when you moved into the neighborhood, do you recall approximately when that would have been?
It was March of 2017.
And were the Daybells already living there?
Yes,
Did you get to know Tammy or Chad? Did you get to know one of them better than the other one?
Tammy. I got to know Tammy better.
And how did you end up getting to know Tammy?
We worked in the same church calling together, and so I got to know her through that church calling,
And when you say church calling, what church is that associated with?
the LDS church.
And what callings did the two of you hold where you worked closely?
I was the Relief Society president, and she was my first counselor.
How often do you think you saw Tammy?
We met once a week and on Sundays.
And did that seeing each other twice a week continue for an extended period of time?
Until her death.
And do you recall when the two of you were given the callings?
October of 2018.
So for about a year, you would see Tammy about twice a week.
Yes.
Did you get to know Tammy pretty well?
I thought so. I thought we did.
And can you describe, Tammy, a little bit your relationship with her? Let me back up. Can you describe a little bit about what Tammy was like?
Yes. She was great to work with. She was organized when we had our meetings. She could do worked on the computer. So when we had to change anything, she could do it in a flash. She did all the computer work. When we organized activities, we valued her opinion and was grateful to have her input on things. And she would say, keep it simple, keep our activities simple. And we did, and that helped a lot. She had a lot of empathy for some of the women who were struggling in the ward, and she would relate those things to us in our meetings. She also had very good wit with her.
Did you have occasions to observe Chad and Tammy together?
I did, mostly at church, and they seemed great at church. You know, it was just normal. It was, and we had activities. He did come and help set up some chairs for activities, and so that seemed normal, and I really didn't think much of it.
At some point in time, did you feel like their interactions changed?
A little bit, yes. In 2019, it just seemed distant. It just seemed to be a distant between the two. But I just noticed them at church.
Did Tammy ever talk to you about her marriage?
She didn't. I think the only thing she did mention was that sometimes the finances were a little strained, but she didn't mention anything else.
When you observed Tammy, did you ever notice her appear to slow down?
No,
Did you ever notice any change in her activity level prior to her death?
no,
Did she ever complain to you about any health issues?
no,
Did you ever observe Tammy have any shaking fits?
no,
Did you ever observe Tammy faint?
no.
How did you learn about Tammy's death?
On the morning of the 19th, I received a phone call from Emma, and she was
Objection, Judge. This is going to call for some hearsay.
It's eliciting hearsay on that part, so that's sustained.
And just to clarify, when you say on the 19th, is that October 19th of 2019?
Yes.
And you indicated that Emma had phoned you. How did Emma seem when you talked to her?
She was sobbing.
And after that, based on that phone call, without saying what Emma said, did you learn anything in relation to Tammy?
That she had passed away.
Objection, Judge. Calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
At some point, did someone else take the phone?
Chad, he took the phone.
And what did Chad tell you?
He asked me not to tell anybody for about an hour that she had passed away. And I said, well, I need to tell the bishop. And he said, no, don't tell the bishop. And I knew that the bishop was he was going to work. And so I called him anyway and informed him.
And what you called to inform him was of Tammy's death?
Yes.
Were you surprised to hear of her passing?
Yes.
And why were you surprised?
I had just talked to her on Wednesday and she was fine. She was excited. She had just gotten a new grandbaby. We had talked about Mark and his mission, and she had told us experiences of his mission, and she was excited with things.
On October 19th, after learning of her death, at some point, did you end up going to the Daybell residence?
Yes. My husband and I went over at about 8:30 in the morning, and Chad answered the door and he gave us a hug, and we went in, and all the children, except for Mark and their spouses, were sitting there in the living room. They were stunned. The children were stunned. They could hardly speak and crying.
Did you end up making any observations of Chad when you arrived?
Yes, when I asked him what happened, and he said that Tammy vomited at midnight, and they think she passed away at 2 a.m., and that her legs were hanging over the bed and that she had fallen out of bed. He also said they think, how did I say this? That they think she died of an embolism.
And Chad provided all this information the morning of her death?
Yes.
How did Chad appear to you?
He wasn't as upset as the children. He had was ready to tell us, and he wasn't as devastated as the children were.
And you indicated you'd just seen her the Wednesday before her death.
Yeah.
Did she complain to you at all that day of any health issues?
No, and I knew she was taking clogging lessons when we would have activity night.
Judge, I'm going to object at this point, just going into a narrative.
You can answer.
I can answer. We had activity nights, so it started at, like, I think 6:30. She would leave early, maybe 8 o'clock, because she was going to a clogging class. And so in my mind, I'm thinking I'm going home to bed at 8 o'clock. She was going to a clogging class. So I would admired her for doing that.
On Wednesday when you saw her, did Tammy have a cough that you noticed?
No,
Did she have any kind of a coughing fit around that time?
I didn't notice any.
After arriving at the Daybell residence, did you do something else that morning?
Yes, we had asked if they had breakfast and they hadn't. So my husband and I said, well, we'll go get you breakfast. And as we stood up to go, Chad told us that her funeral was going to be on Tuesday and a memorial on Wednesday. And I was surprised. And I said, well, did you plan this? And he said, no, but I was surprised that fast that he could tell me that.
And when you ask if he planned it, why did you ask that?
Because I know what it takes to plan a funeral with a ward and to organize the church and have the ladies in the ward provide the meal. And you need to ask the sisters to volunteer to provide meals. And it takes time. All of it takes time. So I was really surprised. But then he said her funeral was in Springville. That also surprised me because we were there in Idaho.
And do you recall what day of the week October 19th was?
Saturday,
And the funeral was going to be on the
Tuesday.
And did Chad respond when you asked if he had already planned the funeral or if he and Tammy had talked about it before?
He said no, but I felt like it had been planned.
Did you end up attending the funeral?
Yes. I needed to see her. So my husband and I went to the funeral in Springfield. I needed to see her in the casket. And she looked nice in the casket.
Did you ever talk to Chad about why he held the funeral in Springville?
I didn't. I just assumed it was because they lived there before. So I didn't ask.
When you were at the funeral, do you recall making any observations of Chad?
When we viewed her before the funeral, and it was just him standing by the casket. It didn't seem really mournful with him. I said, oh, she looks good. And he said, yes, she does. And we didn't cry. We didn't, it didn't seem mournful. And then we went into the chapel to sit for the funeral. And I sat by, and our bishop had driven down, so we sat with him.
During the funeral, do you recall if Chad spoke?
Yes, all the children spoke, and he spoke last. I was impressed with the children's talks. that fast. They did a nice job to their mother. I was surprised because it takes a day to drive. So to go funeral on Tuesday, they would have driven Monday. They did the children did a nice job. And Chad spoke last. I was surprised because most spouses are too devastated to speak. And so I was surprised that he spoke at her funeral, and it was last. And it was like a church talk. The other talks were more loving tributes to their mother. His was more church talk.
And do you recall if there was a memorial service held?
It was held the next day in Idaho, but I did not attend because I had just been to her funeral.
Did you end up having a role or playing a part in taking a meal to Chad's family?
Yes, so our presidency and the bishopric provided a meal for them after the memorial, and so we took it over to them after, and we had to put it down for them to eat, and the kids had started to eat, and Chad told us that he was moving out, that he couldn't be there, and that he was going to move to Rexburg to a condo, and we asked him, like, do you need help or anything? He said no, that his friend had a condo for him, that he wasn't there very often, so that he told him he could stay there.
And you said he, do you recall, did Chad refer to the friend as a he?
In my, I took it as that, and I'm thinking he said because he said he wasn't there very often, and so he could stay there.
So Tammy's pronounced dead on Saturday, correct? And by the following Wednesday, Chad's got plans to move out of the house.
Yes.
Do you recall anything else that morning standing out to you as far as what Chad told his kids?
He had told his kids to go through Tammy's things after he told us he was moving out, and that surprised me too. That's maybe I'm more sentimental, but it just seemed fast. And they kind of took it in stride, and I think they did do that.
In the time just after Tammy's death, did you have an opportunity to observe any of the Daybell children, so Chad and Tammy's children?
I went and saw Emma on Friday, and she was sobbing. She's really struggling, and she was getting really sick. She lost a lot of weight. We had organized meals for her. I know the school district was taking meals into her and Garth. She was struggling. She told me she missed
Judge,
her mother.
objection,
Grounds?
hearsay.
Sustained.
Did Emma appear to be struggling to you?
Yes.
Did Garth appear to be struggling as well?
Yes.
And on Friday, to the best of your knowledge, had Chad moved out of the residence?
Yes. I think he moved after the memorial.
So you visited with Garth and Emma just less than a week after their
On
mother's
Friday. Yeah.
Was Chad there when you went to visit him?
No.
And when you say the house you went to, what house was Emma staying in at that time? Do you recall?
Yeah, she lived Keeney corner from Chad's house.
And do you know what house Garth was staying in?
And Garth was living in Chad's house.
At some point, did you end up reaching out to Chad?
Yes, so we thought we would call
Chad.
Chad's house.
And do you know what house Garth was staying in?
And Garth was living in Chad's house. Yeah.
Was Chad there when you went to visit him?
No.
Sorry, I had to pause it and rewind it back a few seconds because did she shoot? Did she say, you know how we've been doing the kitty corner, catty corner? Did she say Keeny corner? Like Keeny? Keeny corner? It didn't sound like she said kitty corner. I don't know. I don't know. But anyway, I'm going to play it back and see what she says.
And when you say the house you went to, what house was Emma staying in at that time? Do you recall?
Yeah, she lived Keeney Corner from Chad's house.
And do you know what house Garth was staying in?
And Garth was living in Chad's house.
She did say Keeney Corner. How weird is that? Now I've heard it 3 different ways. So weird. So weird. All right. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't hearing things. I'll let it go. Continue to play. Keeney Corner.
At some point, did you end up reaching out to Chad?
Yeah, so we thought we would call and see how he was doing. And I think it was Saturday, the 26th of October. We called him to see if we could come and visit with him. And he said no, that he would come to our place. So he came, that's on the 26th, he came over to our place. I think it was more toward the evening when he came.
And Judge, for foundation purposes, that would have been the month of what and year?
Like, do you want to clarify when that happened, please?
When you talk about the 26th, are we still in October of 2019?
Yes,
So just shortly after Tammy's passing.
yes.
And Chad indicated to you he didn't want you to come to his place, but he'd come to yours.
Yeah, he said, oh, I'll come over to your place. So we said, okay,
Did you ever end up seeing where Chad was living in Rexburg?
no.
And did he in fact end up coming to your place?
He did.
And did you end up having a conversation with him at that time?
Yes, he sat at our kitchen table and I had made cookies and thought that, we would make it nice. And he said that he found the woman he was going to marry. And we were absolutely stunned when he said that. And we asked him, well, where did you meet her? And he said at the conference in St. George in 2018. And we asked who she was, and he wasn't going to tell us at first. And then he said, well, I'll tell you. Her name is Lori Vallow.
Had you heard the name Lori Vallow before then?
I hadn't. I was thinking, who is Lori Vallow? And then he mentioned that she had done a podcast with Melanie Gibb. And then I realized that's who that was.
Had you ever met?
Yeah, okay. So, Henny, thanks, Kel. You and me both was like diagonal. So basically, if you're looking at just to explain it, which you probably already have it figured out, but just for those that don't, let's just say how you're looking at the YouTube screen and there's 4 windows, right? We've got Chad and his lawyer, we've got the screen, and then down under there we have on the left-hand side the judge, and then on the right-hand side there's the counsel, the prosecution. So the judge would be catty corner from the projector screen with the yellow emblem. They would be catty corner from each other. And then Chad and the prosecution would be catty corner from each other. And so when they say they live catty corner, that means like I live on one side of the street and then across the road and up one direction or the other, it would be like not like directly across the road, but like directly across, and then one house down or one house up. You see what I'm saying? Another thing that we call see, now they got me trying to say kitty corner. Another thing that we say catty corner is like, say you have a table. I don't know, that's not a good example. Let's say a chair. Okay. Say you have a chair, like a lounge chair in your living room. And instead of putting it up against a wall, if you set it in the corner of the room, that would be catty corner. Because there's space behind it. You see what I'm saying? Behind the chair if it was up in the corner. So, yeah. Anyway. All right. Catty corner lesson. Catty corner lesson. But for whatever reason, people call it kitty corner, and then this chick called it keeny corner. But they like that word a lot in Idaho. Margaret says, I need to get my Timu law license, go into that courtroom and make a motion to pronounce catty corner for the remainder of these proceedings and tell them that this courtroom is all cattywampus for not saying it that way. I know, it drives us all crazy. It drives us crazy. All right. We'll get back to it.
Melanie Gibbon person?
Not then. I hadn't met her in person.
And you'd never met Lori Vallow at that point?
No.
And to the best of your recollection, this was around October 26th?
Yes.
So just 7 days after Tammy's passed away?
Yeah.
Were you surprised to hear that Chad had already found someone else to marry?
Absolutely.
At some point, did you end up meeting Lori Vallow?
Yes. While he was at our home, he said that she was in town. Would we like to meet her? We said yes. Tuesday nights, my husband and I had gone to the temple. So we were in the temple on Tuesday nights. We were into waiting in a room for a meeting to begin that following Tuesday. And he tapped us on the shoulder and had us step out in the hallway. And that's where we met Lori and her niece, Melanie, and a friend. I cannot remember her name.
And that was your first time meeting Lori?
Yes.
And it was at the temple?
It was at the temple.
And Judge, could we have some foundation as to the date, time?
Your Honor, that's already been discussed.
I must have missed it, Judge.
Go ahead, Ms. Blake.
Ms. Gilbert, at some point after that, did Chad and Lori end up coming to your house?
Yes. And it was in that week, and I think it was Friday from that Tuesday that he came over with her. And it was cold when they came in. I asked her if she was getting used to the cold, and she said she'd bought some warm clothes. And they sat on the couch. And it was awkward.
And when you say it was awkward, did you make observations of Chad and Lori's interactions?
Yes, they were very affectionate with each other, more than I had ever seen Chad. It was very affectionate with her, and they were giggling and laughing, and my husband and I were embarrassed.
Had you ever seen Chad act that way with Tammy?
No.
Did you end up talking at that time to Lori about her family?
I did. I asked her if she'd been married, and she said yes, that her husband had died in December of a heart attack. I asked her if she had children, and then Chad said that she had recently had a daughter that had passed. And I said, "Oh, I'm sorry." And I said, "How many?" And she said, "Thank you." And I said, "How many children do you have?" And she kind of stammered and said they were stepchildren, and I did not get a definite answer on that.
When Chad said that she'd recently lost a daughter, did Lori say anything to correct that or change it?
No.
And this would have occurred end of October, beginning of November of 2019. Is that correct?
Yes.
You also talked about, you asked Lori if she was getting used to the cold. Do you recall anything about that particular October?
Yes, it was a very cold October. It was an early frost and a hard frost. So the farmers were getting their potatoes early. I used to work for an ag company, and so the importance of the potatoes not freezing. And not only that, they were helping each other to get their crops out early. So it was a cold October.
When Chad and Lori were there, did they talk to you and your husband about plans for a future together?
Yes, they had talked about getting married, but they didn't know when or where yet. They planned on taking the kids to Disneyland at Thanksgiving time.
And did Chad tell you anything about his plans to write a book?
Yes, he told us he was going to Hawaii to write a book. But I didn't know they were going to live there. He just said he was planning on writing a book and going to Hawaii.
So Chad mentioned he was going to be going to Hawaii,
Mhm.
correct?
Yes.
And he and Lori also mentioned their plans to get married to you.
Judge, there's been some leading here.
Sustained.
And this took place in end of October, beginning of November 2019.
Yes.
When they talk about taking the kids to Disneyland, do you know which kids they were referencing?
It was Chad's children.
Did they ever mention taking any of Lori's children with them?
No, I had the impression that she was an empty nester, and I assumed the daughter was older that had passed, from a disease or cancer or something, but I assumed she didn't have any other children.
Did Chad or Lori provide you any details as to how Lori's daughter died?
No, and I did not ask.
And Your Honor, I'm just looking at the time, and now may be a good time to take a break in testimony for the lunch hour.
Okay, I appreciate that, Ms. Blake. We will go ahead and take the noon lunch hour. We'll take the hour and be back on for additional testimony at 1 o'clock.
All right, please.
All right, you guys, we are almost caught up. We're only like 25 minutes behind. We're doing a great job today with getting caught up. 2 trial days in 1. That's pretty awesome sauce. Pretty awesome sauce. I like that. That does mean, for me, I think it's pretty cool because now I haven't still found out yet if Karen Reed's trial is if they're not going to have court on Fridays. I've been hearing that. I don't know how true it is. If it is true that they won't have court on Fridays in Karen Reed, then that would be a great day to speed through and watch the remainder of Daybell, especially since we can zoom through. So, all right, let's see. How are you guys in the chat doing? Anybody need snacks, bathroom break, coffee, tea, wine, hardcore liquor? Anybody need anything? It is, Miss King. It's nice not having to sit through the lunch. It's one thing whenever we can chitter chatter, and have our cafe part. That is nice. Because sometimes those hours that hour lunch goes through pretty quick. But when it's an hour and a half, sometimes the lunches are like an hour and a half long. I'm like, geez. So, all right, let's get back to it. I am packing still. I'm packing. I think all of my craft stuff packed. But I still have laundry to do before I can pack all of my clothes. So, yep. Okay, let's continue.
Here's Officer Counter for Yarn.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. Okay, we're back on the record on case CR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. We just concluded our lunch recess. Ms. Gilbert is on the stand under direct examination at this time, the state continuing. And I will remind the witness, you're still under oath for your testimony. With that, once you're ready, Ms. Blake, you can proceed with your continuing direct.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Miss Gilbert, I think we left off, I'd ask you if Chad or Lori provided you any details regarding how Lori's daughter died.
No,
And you talked about going to clean a house. Was that Emma's house?
that was Emma's house when we took meals to her and that, and she'd gotten quite sick. And so I'd gone to clean her house and for her.
At some point, did you learn that Lori's children were missing?
I did learn, I learned, let's see, I believe it was after in November, I learned that they were missing. Um, and I learned who their mother was and that she was married to Chad. So my husband and I called Chad and asked him, are these her children that are missing? And he said that, yes, that it was a custody battle and that when everything came out, it would be fine.
And would this have been after Chad and Lori had told you of their plans to get married?
Yes, I think it was after they were married.
And after that visit in late October, early November, where both Chad and Lori were present, did you learn whether or not Chad was still in Idaho?
He was still in Idaho when they came to visit us. And then it's when I cleaned Emma's house, I believe. And that's when she told me they had got married.
Did you learn where Chad had gotten married?
Yes.
And where was that?
In Hawaii.
After his marriage, did Chad ever come to your residence again?
Yes, he came and showed us wedding pictures of their wedding there in Hawaii, and was quite excited to show us his wedding pictures.
And do you recall approximately how much time had passed between he and Lori's first visit to your house and then that second visit when they were married?
I think it was 2 weeks.
Were you surprised to see wedding photos?
Yes,
And why were you surprised?
I was surprised they'd got married so early. I was really surprised when they had told me they didn't know when or how, but then I was surprised that it was so early.
And you were friends with Tammy, right?
Yes.
At some point after that visit, when Chad and Lori showed you the wedding photos, did Chad come to your residence again?
Yes.
Do you recall approximately when that would have been?
He came after Lori was arrested in Hawaii, and he had moved back to Idaho, and he came and asked if he could, first asked if he could, I think it was when her first bond was gonna come up. And that's when he asked us if we would put our house up for her bond.
And prior to asking for you to put up a bond, do you recall if he ever asked if he could live with you?
Yes, he did.
And what did you tell him?
Well, first it was like an overnight, if he could be overnight. And I was okay with an overnight, but I could not let him live with us. So we told him that our daughter was gonna move in and there wouldn't be any room.
And then he'd ask you to consider putting up some bond money or putting up your property. Is that correct?
Judge, I'm gonna object at this point. We're getting a little leading.
Listening.
And I think you had previously indicated that he asked you about bond. Do
Yes.
you recall what he asked you in relation to that?
When he came in, he was quite upset, and he said he had to get her out of jail, and that he cried and said he said it was just killing her to be in jail, and could we put our house up for bond? And we asked him if he had family that could help him. He said no, and he mentioned another friend, I think. He said he couldn't help him, and we said we would think about it, and I think that was a Saturday. Sunday, we got a text from him, and he wanted to bring the bondswoman to our home and to meet her at our house that Sunday.
And did you in fact have another conversation with Chad about posting bond or putting your property up?
Yes, there was 2 conversations. This was the first one.
And what did you ultimately end up deciding?
No.
During your conversation with Chad regarding the bond, do you recall anything about the comment previously made about Lori's daughter dying coming up?
Yes, because I asked him, how many daughters does Lori have? And he said, one. And I said, well, when we met you, you told me she had a daughter that passed away. And he said, no, I didn't. And I said, yes, you did. And then when I asked him about the missing children, and he said it was a custody battle. So that's why I asked, how many daughters does she have? And then he denied telling me that.
Did you learn the name of Lori's daughter?
I only learned not through him. I didn't.
Have you since heard the name Tylee?
Yes,
Do you recall specifically talking to Chad about Tylee?
I did. When he asked about the bond, I was a little miffed that he had asked that. And so I'm asking you some questions. So I asked him, where are the children? And I asked him, where's Tylee? I said, she's a teenager. So I said, doesn't she want a life? And come out and say, I'm the missing girl. I want a job and a life and a boyfriend. And he just said, she didn't like people and she didn't like me.
Did something stick out about those statements?
He said, didn't.
So he used the past tense.
He did.
And backing up a little bit, do you recall a time in February of 2019 when Chad was at your residence?
Yes, he had come over. We were working on a bedroom floor, and he came over, and as he was leaving, that's when he mentioned that he had a vision or such that Tammy was going to pass away. He didn't know how or when, but before her 50th birthday.
And do you recall around that same time Chad saying anything about Tammy and games on a computer?
Yes, he had told my husband and I that Tammy liked to play some games on the computer, and that he had told her that her grandmother, I think, but she was dead, had come to him and told him to tell her that she was not happy with Tammy on the computer, that she was wasting her time on the computer.
When Chad made the comment about Tammy going to die, did Tammy have any health issues that you were aware of?
No, in fact, I kind of just passed it off. I didn't really take it serious, honestly, because she wasn't.
If I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, cross-examination.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Gilbert, can you tell me how often on a weekly basis you would see Tammy Daybell
We had our meetings on Wednesday mornings, and then I would see her on Sunday.
at church?
Yeah.
So, and how long were the meetings on Wednesday morning?
Oh, it was an hour to 2 hours.
Okay, and how many people were present at that meeting when you would see her for those Wednesday meetings?
There were 4 of us.
Okay, and that was about for 2 hours.
That was the longest.
Okay, that was a long meeting?
That was the longest we went.
Oh, the longest you go. Okay, and then as far as church is concerned, did you sit next to each other at church?
No, sometimes in our second meeting, we sat by each other because it was our presidency, but not in the first meeting.
Okay, so church would last about how long on a Sunday?
2 hours.
Okay. So you would see her for about 3 to 4 hours a week?
Yeah.
Would that be fair? Okay. And then after the birth of Emma's child, the Daybell family would sit at the back of the church. Is that right? You recall that?
Objection, Your Honor. Facts not in evidence. Counsel's testifying. Move to strike.
World.
So the location of where they would sit, generally, do you recall that they would sit in the front of the church in the beginning?
Not quite in the front, maybe the middle.
Okay. And then after Emma's child was born, they would, out of respect, they
Sometime,
moved to
yeah.
the back. Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay. Now, do you have any recollection of Chad spending mornings at the Salem church every morning with his truck parked up there?
Objection, Your Honor. Facts not in evidence.
Overruled.
Do you have any information about Chad parking his truck up at the Salem Church every morning
On Sunday morning?
every morning? during
Oh,
the-
no,
during
I
the
have
week?
no idea every
Okay.
morning.
And you do understand that Tammy's family was from Springville, right?
Yes,
And so it wouldn't have been particularly unusual for Tammy to have a service in Springville out of respect to her family over there, correct?
no, and I didn't.
Okay. You made mention of something about our presidency, and my notes say Bishop provided a meal. Talk to me about that a little bit.
So the four of us in our Relief Society presidency, and I had contacted the bishop, and he wanted to be part of that. So us three sisters now in the Relief Society provided the meal, and the bishop included in on that.
And then my notes say the 26th of October is the date that Chad mentioned that he met Lori when he was talking with you, and he mentioned that he met Lori Vallow at a conference in St. George, Utah.
Right.
And that was sometime in very late of 2018, right?
I believe that conference was
Okay.
in 2018.
And you mentioned that the way you knew Lori Vallow was through a person by the name of Melanie Gibb.
Right.
And you know Melanie Gibb as someone who's deeply involved in the Preparing the People movement and those sort of organizations, right?
Objection, Your Honor. Facts not in evidence. Counsel's testifying.
Sustained.
How do you know Melanie Gibb?
I think, I don't know how we came upon her podcast. And I was trying to remember how we knew of her podcast. But I didn't know Lori. And so we just wanted to listen to Melanie's.
Okay.
And then that's where I heard of Lori is on her podcast.
So did you know of Melanie through the fact that she had a podcast, or did you know her through her participation in the Preparing the People movement?
I just knew her through the podcast.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Now, you mentioned that Chad talked to you about taking all of the kids to Disneyland. Is it possible they said Knott's Berry Farm?
I heard Disneyland.
Okay. Okay. Have you been to Chad's house?
Yes.
Okay. And is it fair to say that it's a one-story house?
There's an addition to the house.
Right.
You walk through a breezeway, and then there's stairs that goes up.
Right. And when you say an addition, it's more of a building that's.
Objection, Your Honor. Counsel's testifying. Witness has already said.
Sustained.
Okay. Are you aware that attachment to the back of the house doesn't have any electric?
No, I wasn't aware of that.
Are you aware that the attachment to the house that build on doesn't have any heat?
Objection, Your Honor. Counsel's testifying. Facts not in evidence. Move to strike.
Sustained. Mr. Pryor, it's got to be questioning, not just testimony through your question.
Well, Judge, I'm asking her if she's aware.
Well, I know, but there's a proper way to do that with facts from the witness, not from you.
Do you have you been in that addition that's attached to the house?
I have.
Okay. Do you have any information about what utilities are available in that building?
I don't. I didn't look
Okay.
at that
Okay.
part.
And are you aware that nobody uses that? Do
Objection, Your Honor. Counsel's testifying or attempting to testify. Move to strike.
Sustained.
you have any knowledge about any of the family members utilizing any of that portion of the addition?
I knew that Garth had a ham radio set up and I think a drum set.
Okay.
I don't know on their living conditions.
Okay. Were you aware of their living conditions in the primary residence?
I just knew of where Tammy's room was at.
Okay. And that's Chad's room as well?
I assume so.
Okay. And then in the other bedroom would be whose room?
I don't know which rooms the kids, whose room was what.
Okay. At the time of Tammy's passing, do you know who was living in the residence at the time?
I believe Garth was.
Okay. Anybody else?
I'm not sure if Seth was or not.
Okay.
He could have been.
Okay. And then obviously you previously mentioned something about Emma living kitty corner from the house, right?
Right. And then Mark was coming home from his mission, so he would have lived there, but
Okay.
not yet.
And the other daughter lives somewhere in Utah, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Now, you indicated that Chad openly spoke to you about the Disneyland, discussed it with you openly, right?
Yeah, just that they were going to take the kids to Disneyland.
Okay, so at around the time of October, when I believe these discussions were in October, right?
Right.
He wasn't trying to hide his whereabouts in any way, was he?
He didn't with us.
And he wasn't trying to conceal where he was going on trips and vacations, correct?
No, not with us. He didn't.
And he openly discussed with you his plans for the future, correct?
That he was going to go to Hawaii and write a book.
Okay. Yeah. And did you get the impression from Chad when he was talking about the children, that he felt the children were still alive?
I didn't know of missing children then.
Okay, well, that wasn't really my question. My question was, at the time he was talking to you about the children, did she? Go ahead. I'm sorry, ma'am. It's okay. I mean, I know this is nerve-wracking.
I'm not sure which time.
Okay, it's okay. But at the time, you've had discussions with Chad about the children. Based on his demeanor, did you get the impression that he felt the children were still alive?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
I felt like he was avoiding it. I didn't get I couldn't get a straight answer.
Okay. So when he told you that when the truth comes out and that you felt it was a custody case, that didn't give you the impression that when the truth came out, it was a custody case, that the children's whereabouts would be told to everybody?
That's what he told me, but I
Okay.
was confused.
Okay,
from
it's
the other-
okay. Judge, that's all I have. Thank you, Your Honor.
Redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor. Do you have any idea where Chad went every morning?
I have no idea.
And you didn't talk about that, right?
No, I do know that because we didn't leave our home every morning, so I asked, sometimes we saw his vehicle wasn't there, so I think I asked him where he did go. He said he went to the college.
So not the church, but the college.
To the library.
And you've been in the Daybell residence, correct?
Right.
And you talked about there are stairs in that residence?
There is to that addition.
Judge, I'm going to object. Mischaracterization.
Overruled.
So at least all of the residence is not one story. Is that fair?
Right.
And you were asked about Chad sharing with you his plans for the future. Do you recall that?
Yes,
And his plans for the future, as far as what he told you, were what again?
that he was going to Hawaii, but they did talk about marriage, but they didn't know when or where.
So the plans included going to Hawaii,
Mhm.
correct?
Right.
And the plans also included marrying Lori Vallow.
Right.
When Chad first mentioned Lori's daughter, again, he referred to her as dead.
Judge, I'm going to object. Not only is it leading.
Overruled.
He did. As I was asking her about her husband, and he mentioned that she just had a daughter that had passed.
So from that conversation, Chad knew or believed one of Lori's children was dead.
Yeah.
Are you aware that Lori's children were found on Chad Daybell's property?
Judge,
Yes.
objection.
Grounds.
I'll withdraw, Judge, at this point. That's fine.
Are you aware Lori's children's remains were found on Chad Daybell's property?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
All right, that will conclude the testimony then of this witness. Does the state have any intention of a recall of this witness?
No, Your Honor.
Will the defense intend to recall her or have her brought in your case in chief, Mr. Pryor?
No, Judge, I don't think so.
Okay, then you are released from any subpoena. Court appreciates your testimony and appearing for trial. You may go ahead and step down. Thank you. All right, the state can call its next witness.
Your Honor, the state will call Todd Gilbert.
Very well.
Solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
All right, at this time, then the witness has been sworn. Mr. Gilbert, before we proceed with testimony, I want to inquire as to whether or not you have watched any of the trial, either online or through any news media outlet or here in person in court.
I have not.
Okay, have you discussed with anyone else their trial testimony?
No.
Okay, thank you for your responses. You can inquire on direct, Ms. Blake.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you please state your name and spell it for the record?
Todd Gilbert, Toddgilbert.
Do you know an individual named Chad Daybell?
Yes, I do.
And did you know an individual named Tammy or Tamara Daybell?
Yes.
How did you know them?
In 2015, I heard of Chad Daybell. He was an author and wrote books, and that's how I heard of him, and that he was an author.
Had you read some of his books?
Yes,
And did you read those books before you ever actually met Chad in person?
most of them, yes.
And then did you end up relocating?
Yes. We moved into the Salem area in Chad's neighborhood around March of 2017.
Did you meet Chad in person at that time?
Yes,
And did you also meet Tammy in person?
yes.
And outside of Chad being an author, how did you come to meet them?
We were in the same ward with him, the same neighborhood, and so within a week, I believe we met him at church and introduced ourselves, and that's how it started off right there.
Out of Tammy and Chad, would you say there was one of them that you knew better or spent more time with?
Yes, Chad.
And how often would you see Chad?
Probably on the average about once a week, maybe once every 2 weeks, depending on time of year and that.
And was that generally at church?
Yes,
Did you see him at times outside of church?
yes. Sometimes I'd see him on his lawn, or sometimes he had me come over and help him do some plumbing stuff.
And we talked about that you'd read some of Chad's books. Did Chad ever discuss his religious beliefs or his purported beliefs with you?
Yes, a little bit sometimes. They didn't ring true with me on everything. I thought, well, I had no reason to doubt him, but maybe they happened to him, the things that he was going to see in the area and that. So
And when you talk about things he was going to see, are those oftentimes referred to as visions?
yes,
And did you talk to Chad about some of the books he had written?
yes,
And did he share with you whether those were fictional or non-fictional?
yes. He also wrote children's books earlier. I didn't read any of them, but he wrote a couple of different series. And I'd read the first series and the second series, and he was in the process of finishing the second series in 2019. And so we did discuss a lot of the different events that he had in the books, both series.
And was it your understanding that all those events were fictional?
Yes, they were fictional based on his dreams, visions, near-death experience.
So part of the books were based on his visions at least,
Yes,
and then part of them was fictional,
right.
was your understanding.
Yes, that's what I understood.
When Chad would talk with you about his beliefs, did it feel like he was trying to teach you or just share them with you?
A lot of times we would just kind of talk about the events that he'd seen. At that point, he wasn't necessarily really trying to teach me anything. He was just talking about things in the future that was coming up.
And when we talk about church, what church is it?
The Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
And did the things Chad tell you always comport with standard LDS doctrine?
No,
And it sounds like you would be willing to listen to him when he would share these things with you. Is that fair?
yes, I would listen to some of the stuff he had to say. It was interesting.
Did you hold all those same beliefs?
No,
Do you recall Chad coming to your residence around February of 2019?
yes,
Do you recall anything about that visit that stood out to you?
yes. Myself and my wife were working on a bedroom floor trying to get some old tile out so we could put some carpet in. And Chad sent me a text, said he wanted to come over and talk to us. So he came over and we were finishing up, and he talked about some other stuff and on the way out, he says, I don't know if I should say this to you, but I feel like I should tell you that Tammy's mission is going to come to an end, or her life mission, before her 50th birthday.
At that time, did you know how old Tammy was?
No, I figured she was around 48 though, it seems like.
At some point, did you learn of Tammy's passing?
Yes,
Do you recall when you learned of her passing?
yes. On the morning of October 19th, 2019, about 7 a.m., we received a phone call from Emma, Chad's daughter, and she was crying, and she said that her
Judge,
mom.
I'm going to object. Hearsay.
Sustained.
And did Emma seem upset to you?
Yes,
I think you indicated she was crying.
yes,
At some point, did Chad take the phone?
yes,
And at some point during that call, did you learn of Tammy's passing?
yes,
Did you end up going to the Daybell residence that morning?
yes, we did.
Do you recall approximately what time you would have gone over?
It was around 8:15 a.m. In the morning.
When you got to the residence, did you make any observations of Chad?
Yes. When we walked in the living room, all of his children were there except for Mark, which was on a mission. I'm not sure if his second daughter was there. And they were all sitting on the couch. And Chad he didn't seem like he was real sad, like I would expect somebody to be after their spouse who just passed on. He seemed kind of businesslike to me, I thought. That was I know Chad's demeanor was a little hard to figure out because he's soft spoken. So sometimes it was hard to tell if he was crying. So that's how it looked to me that morning.
And you said you arrived there around 8:15, you believe?
Yes.
LDS faith, is that fair?
No.
Okay. And he is entitled to his opinion as to how he would express what he believes versus what maybe someone else in the LDS faith would believe, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You made mention of meeting at the temple and meeting Lori Vallow.
Yes.
I don't know the limitations of your faith, so that's why I'm asking this question. When you go to the temple, is there a limitation as to who's allowed to go to this temple?
Well, yes, you have to be basically an active member and have a temple recommend to get in the temple.
Okay, so what's a temple recommend?
That's where you go see your bishop, which is over the ward, and he asks you a set of questions to see if you're basically living the gospel.
Okay, so when you went to the temple, who you saw Lori Vallow there? Who else was there?
There was Melanie Boudreau, and I can't recall the other lady.
Okay. Now, are you aware if it was Lori Vallow who told Chad Daybell Tylee didn't like him?
No, it seemed like that's just what Chad said.
Okay. And you mentioned that Chad is a soft-spoken person.
Yes.
He's not a dynamic personality, is he?
No.
Somewhat shy,
It looks that way, yeah.
reserved.
Yeah.
Okay. And then you mentioned that the family was planning a trip to Knott's Berry Farm first you said Disneyland and Knott's Berry.
Heard both.
And this was in the second week of November, correct?
Right.
That's when you met with Chad?
That's when they come over the second time to.
Okay, so it wasn't a secret that they were planning on going on a vacation with the family to Knott's Berry Farm. That wasn't any kind of a
I
secret,
don't
right?
believe so.
Okay, the common knowledge.
Yeah.
And that had been planned. You said the second week of November. Could we be more specific about the time or date, or you just don't remember?
I don't recall. I would say it was about a week after they got married.
Okay.
Him and Lori, that is.
So would it be fair to say that by the second week of November, there were already plans in place to go on this family vacation?
Well, I would think they probably had plans then.
Right.
Yes,
And when we say the second week of November, are we talking like the 14th of November?
possibly.
Okay. And Judge, if I could just have a minute.
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Oh, yeah. So when you spoke to Chad about the circumstances surrounding Tammy's death, he mentioned to you that she had a coughing spell that night, right?
Correct.
And he mentioned to you that she had been vomiting.
Yes.
Did he say what she may have eaten that was causing her to vomit that night?
No,
Okay. And then there was some discussion about some sort of an embolism, or there was something with her head that went wrong. Is that fair?
he didn't say head, he just said embolism.
Okay, okay. And then there was a discussion with Chad that when they discovered Tammy in the morning, that he called out to Garth. Do you recall that?
Yes,
And so that's what he told you,
yes,
right?
that's what he said.
And then he also told you that when he called out to Garth and Chad had to pick Tammy up off the floor and put her back into the bed. Is that what you were
That's the way
saying?
I understood it.
Okay. Okay, Judge, I don't think I have anything else. Thank you.
All right. Blake, if you'd like to redirect, you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Gilbert, you were asked if preparing a people is attached to the LDS faith. Is that specifically attached to the LDS faith?
No,
And were some of the things Chad discussed beyond the standard LDS teachings?
you mean when he was speaking in them?
No, sorry,
just-
let me back up. When he would talk with you, were some of the things that he shared beyond the standard LDS beliefs?
Yes,
You were asked about getting a temple recommend. If someone disclosed they were having an affair, would they qualify for a temple recommend?
no,
And you were asked about Garth and Chad picking Tammy back up and putting her in bed, and you recall them telling you that?
yes,
You were also told that Tammy died around 2 a.m., correct?
yes,
And you were told she rolled out of bed several
Yeah.
hours later?
yes.
I have nothing further.
All right, then that will conclude the testimony of Mr. Gilbert. Is the state intending to recall him at any point?
No, Your Honor, Mr. Gilbert can be excused.
Will he be called in the defense?
I won't be calling him, Judge. Thank you, sir.
All right, you're released from any subpoena. Thank you for appearing to testify. Ms. Blake, would you prefer to start a new witness at this time or have a mid-afternoon recess?
Your Honor, we'll leave it to the court's discretion. We have a couple of additional witnesses. If the court wants to take an afternoon break now, that's fine. I think we do have one witness that would be a little shorter as well if the court wants us to continue.
Let's take the recess at this time and we'll continue on after that. So it's about 10 after. Let's try to come back on at 2:30, please.
All right, please.
All right. They are taking an afternoon break. Hey, QB. How are you? Did you have a good visit? Did you give Zabe a hug, a squeeze, a kiss from me? Yeah, Henny, we can't time warp, honey. We're caught up. We're live, ma'am. We are live. See, look. Red button. Live. We are caught up. We're like in their nose hairs. That's how caught up we are right now. Oh. I told you by the end of the day we'd be caught up. Woohoo! Whoopity whoopity woo woo. Oh, QB says, Lauren, your pet's cute. He's a cutie. Cutie patootie. Oh, hold on just a second. I have to go. Husband is getting ready to go for a haircut, and I gotta go give him a kiss. And the tiny human here is eating a nutty bar snack. Why does Dad always come home and give her sugar snacks? Okay, I will be right back. brief moment. I will turn on some music for you guys. How's that? Okay, I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. All right. So let me see. What have I missed in the chats? Oh, you did hug her. Yay, QB. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. QB says, hey, Mickey and Imco. Miss King. Hey, Kel. Lauren said, I need this song when I'm in hold at the doctor's office when I call them. Such a vibe. Agreed, Lauren. I like that song too. That's that song is actually in StreamYard. Like it's one of their options for like background song music, whatever. And that's one of the main songs. There was 2 songs that I played all the time. That one and another one. I can't remember what the other one was called, but that's the one I played whenever I would put the stream starting soon, the little pink one that I used to have up. Yes. Thank you, Henny. Thank you. Yeah, so husband and big kiddo are going for haircuts. And little kiddo and me are here. So she's mad because her dad's leaving. When he just got home and then turns around and leaves again. She's like, that's not fair. I don't like it when you do that, Dad. I don't like it when you do that. Let me make sure I've got my, yeah, it's still on and live. So this computer so far today has been running smooth like butter. So QB, ma'am, it's definitely my laptop is the problemo. Dale has an older HP, like an old one, okay? It's not as old as my MacBook is, but it's a few years old, right? And it's big and bulky and heavy and stuff, but actually no, that one is older than my MacBook because that was my work computer when I got my MacBook. So that MacBook is, or that computer, that HP is probably more like 9 or 10 years old because my MacBook is 8 years old. So anyway, that one, I tried it too. I had to clean a bunch of stuff off of it. Yeah, it was not good at all. And then this one of Mickey's, I plugged it in and turned it on, and instantaneously, bing, bang, boom, and everything's like smooth sailing. Spin says, ma'am, don't jinx it. It's totally not my internet. It's my computer. It is. Dale was thinking it was maybe StreamYard, and I was considering that too. I was thinking, well, maybe it is just StreamYard being stupid, you know? But then nope. Nope. Crazy, right? Crazy. La 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 la. Spins not yet. I got to do that this afternoon. She's been gone all day. So, yeah, I'll get with her tonight and try to get that squared away. So if you happen to see the most beautiful girl in the world, it's QB. Anyway, yeah, I think what I might do is set up a test stream for QB to try out. So it's going to have to be public because if I try to make it a private stream, it's not going to work. So, or I don't know that it will work when she goes to actually do it publicly, you know? So, I'm going to set up a stream later this evening. I mean, it's already what, 20 after 4 my time and QB's time. So it'll be later this evening or tonight sometime. But we might do a little test run. And so if you get a notification, just know that it's a test run. And oh, QB says I was going to ask. Ask what? About that or what? Oh, I bet QB's going to say, I was going to ask if we can just cancel the whole thing. And if you want to, honey, that's fine. Completely fine. Yeah, Spins. Click it anyway. If you get a notification, just click it anyway and come in and see the crazy cuckoo cachoo of us trying to figure stuff out. Right? I'll be like, no, QB, not that button. Push this button. No, QB, don't do that. Do this. And then she's going to be like, I can just see her now. She's going to be clicking on all the buttons. She's going to be the one that's like, what's that button do? And then somebody will say, QB, don't push that button. Don't push the red button. Don't push the red button. And then QB's like, oh, it's a red button. I want to push it. It's the easy button. Why are you going to miss the fun spins? Why are you going to miss the fun? You won't be there for that? You won't be there for that? I don't know what time it'll be. QB. Thank you, ma'am. Oh, you got plans tonight. Well, if it turns out to be a funny, haha, then I'll just not delete it and leave it for a little bit so you can go back and watch the fun. And then I'll delete it afterwards after a day or two or something. Tomorrow you'll be here to cheer her on. Oh, Lauren, she's going to be here on my channel. Same place where you're at now. The way it works is that she'll log into StreamYard. And because my StreamYard is already connected to my YouTube account, then when she goes live, it will automatically just show up on the Crime Cafe. So, yeah. Sure thing. Sure thing. Did you happen to see the most beautiful girl? I need more coffee. My coffee is gone. So I had to put coffee on my shopping list, and I was waiting on my coffee because, it was on the list to order. And now I have my coffee. But this morning, I had one regular K-cup of coffee, just like the regular blend coffee. And then that was early this morning that I drank that. And then I was like, I want another cup of coffee. But it was either drink Dale's coffee that he makes, which is so strong that you could stand a spoon up in it. You know what I mean? My dad and brother call it Marine Corps coffee because they're Marines and that's how they like their coffee, is strong. And so it was either that, which I can drink his coffee, but I have to dilute it heavily with water. And even then, I still get the shakes, So it was either that or I had one other little option. I had one K-cup left of my caramel cappuccino, you guys. It's been a long time since I've talked about the caramel cappuccino. And it's because I tried to cut down on it because it's not zero sugar or sugar-free. And it's got, way more calories in it, I guess. Something like that. So I was saving that one for hard times. And then I was like, okay, you know what? It's either Dale's coffee or this one little K-cup of caramel cappuccino. So I had the caramel cappuccino and it was delicious. And I've got one slurp left in the bottom of this coffee cup. So there's that. There's that. Here you go. Here you go. Here you go. Look. I have one little slurp left. One little slurp. It wasn't even a good slurp. It was like a drop. Now I'm sad. I'm so sad. I'm so sad. All right, you guys, what else do I need to pack? I've got these charged, my AirPods. I need to pack my chargers. I got to pack my double glasses. Oops, I didn't mean to hit the microphone. Yeah, I don't know what all else to pack. My lists aren't in here. They're in the kitchen. In the kitchen. They are in the kitchen. No, Spins, it's not far. I think it's about I think my brother-in-law, Mickey's husband is driving, and he said it was like 5.5 hours away. So by the time you figure we stop for this break, that break, potty break, snack break, whatever break, maybe 6 hours-ish, I'm guessing. Yeah. Henny, I'll refill, I think, whenever court comes back. That way, you'll have something to watch while I'm getting my coffee. Instead of, road trip. If it was much long, like I can't handle long drives. I can't handle long drives. No. If I can fly, yeah. Spin said, is court coming back? It's after the end time, isn't it? End time? What end time? Yeah, they said to come back at 2:30, he said, which is, they're on mountain time. They are on mountain time. So that would be 4:30 my time. Yeah, Spins. They do normally end at, I think, 4. No, we're not behind. Idaho, where this trial is at, is on mountain time. So it's 2:28 p.m. for them, 2:29 p.m. for them. And it's 4:29 Eastern. Does that make sense? Do you know what I'm saying? Yeah. So they don't actually end their court day till more like 6 p.m. Eastern. Hey, Joanna. She says, hey, honey, I got a dog walker since I busted my knee and long-suffering returned to Princeton to help his father. Aw. What did you do to your knee? I'm sad. What'd you do to your knee, Joanna? Are those dogs going to be able to handle, or let me rephrase that. Is whoever you hired as your dog walker going to be able to handle George and Fiona? I'm just wondering. Yeah, I know. I want to know what you did to your knee, Joanna. And I'm so sorry about his dad. Mm. Mm-mm-mm. Well, I thought I saw a little mousy mouse movement over their screen. I wonder if that means they're getting ready to restart. Yeah, we're still live. I do have it muted though. Let me unmute it. I was afraid that they would do the that autoplay video they usually do from Law and Crime. It drives us all crazy. George spooked me. Excuse me. George spooked me under the desk while I was hooking up a microphone. Oh. I'm sorry. No bueno. No good. Bad Georgie Porgy. You need to tell him no snozzies for you. No snozzies for you. Come back 1 year. Oh, really, Sherry? Sherry says her husband drinks his coffee strong too. Nasty. I don't mind it. I like it. It just doesn't like me. Well, my body, I guess, doesn't appreciate it. My taste buds like strong coffee, but my nerves do not. My anxiety does not. My blood pressure does not. Joanna says she's got big dogs, so she's a big dog girl, but they're used to mom, so this could be fun. Did you watch them out the window? Were they leading her, or was she, like, leading them? I don't even see how she got down the stairs with them. No snozzies. All heck would break loose, right? You guys, if you're not familiar with Joanna, I know most of you are, but if there's anybody in here that's not, she's got the two most beautiful dogs. I always forget. Are they Great Pyrenees? Joanna? They're just big, massive, huge, fluffy, white, beautiful, majestic looking dogs. And their names are George and Fiona. Mm-hmm. That's the problem. You can't get down the stairs? Yeah. Okay. Great Pyrenees. Yeah. Well, I bet you wouldn't be able to get down the stairs with a busted knee, but I would have gone straight to the door and looked out that window and been like, let's see who's
All
leading.
rise. Mr. Court, again in session.
Hold on a minute. Don't be so pushy. Jeez Louise. They're like, all right, court in session. Scared the bejeezers out of me. You guys. So anyway, they are spins. They're giants, but they are gorgeous giants. They're so pretty. Oh, they miss their daddy. It's a week. I'm sorry. All right, you guys. Let's get back to this. Rude. Be like you, be rude. Mind your P's and Q's, Judgy McJudgerson. I don't know who it is that says all rise. It's one of those bailiffs. But yeah, he needs to not be going around scaring people. All right. Gentle giants. Yeah, they are gentle. They're so sweet. Oh my God, I love those dogs so much. Danes. You had Great Danes? There were friends. Me and Dale have a couple of friends. They're an older couple that had Great Danes. Yeah, they had 3 Great Danes. They had 2 for a long time, and then they got a third one. In the house all at the same time. And their house was not big. I don't know how they did it. Like, I would be sitting on their couch and literally their dog's head would be like way over mine, and he's just sitting on the floor, with his butt on the floor, leaned up on his front paws, and his head's still way above mine. Like, you guys are huge. I'm sorry, Joanna. Sending lots of prayers, ma'am. That makes me sad. And like I said, give long suffering lots of hugs from me. I'm sorry. That's tough. Danes on the couch, yeah. Oh, Spence had 2 mutts and 2 giant Danes. Yeah. Crazy. All right, you guys ready to get back to it? Are you ready? Ready. All right, let's get back to it then. I will mute myself and we will hit the play button, and I'm going to turn my camera back off because I'm still packing. My suitcase is back there on the bed. And yeah, so I will see you guys here in a second when they go on break again or whatever, I guess. Okay. All right, let's go.
All right, thank you. We do have the jurors lined up, I believe, so we'll go ahead and just have them brought in if we're ready. Sure.
All right, please. He's all present at counter 4, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. Okay, we're back on the record on CR 2221-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. The jury's returned from the mid-afternoon recess, is properly seated. The state just concluded with the witness, Mr. Gilbert. And so at this time, I believe the state's prepared to call another witness. Is that correct?
We are, Your Honor. The state would call Janice Olson.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yeah.
All right, thank you. Now that the witness has been sworn, I just need to inquire because of an exclusionary order in the case that doesn't allow for witnesses to view testimony. This trial's been live streamed and open to the public. Ms. Olson, have you observed any of the trial since it started?
No,
Okay, have you discussed with anyone else testimony they've given in the trial?
no.
Okay, thank you for your responses, Mr. Wixom. You may go ahead and inquire on direct.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, will you please state your full name and spell it for the record, please?
Janice Olson, Janiceolson.
Thank you. And where do you live?
Just a little out of St. Anthony,
And where is that relative to Salem, Idaho?
about 12, 15 miles away.
And what do you do for work?
I teach first grade.
How long have you taught first grade?
This will be my 30th year.
And have you always taught at the same school?
Yes.
Which school is that?
Central Elementary
And where is that school?
in Sugar City.
And I want to draw your attention back to October of 2019. Do you recall working with Tammy Daybell?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury at work, how often did you have interaction with Tammy?
All day. We're just kind of in and out of our classrooms, in the hall, the lunchroom, in our teacher's workroom.
So is it fair to say you saw her multiple times a day?
Yeah. Yes.
And you said the lunchroom. Did you ever have occasion to have lunch with her?
Yes.
How often do you think that would happen?
3-4 times a week.
If you were to think about the working relationship you had with her, how would you describe that relationship?
She was a friend, good colleague.
And when you interacted with her at school, did you have any chance or opportunity to observe her activity or her work?
Yes.
What did you observe about her?
She was very organized, on top of things. She always went the extra mile to get books into kids' hands and to make sure we knew what was in the library. And
Did you ever, I'll withdraw that. Where is the library in the school?
down the hall, you walk in, you just go straight down the hall and to the left, just after the lunchroom.
How would Tammy go and get students and bring them to the library? What did she have to do?
She would actually stay in the library. Well, she'd come around and gather books during the week if you had library that day. But then when it was our library time, we'd take our class down, drop them off at the library, pick them back up after they were done.
Outside of school, were you ever involved in any activities with Tammy?
Yes.
What activities were those?
She came to our high fit / Zumba class a couple times a week.
How often? Twice a week, you say?
Mm-hmm.
How long is each class?
An hour.
Drawing again your attention back to October of 2019, I'm going to ask you just to speak of the last couple of months before that time. Was Tammy a regular attender of the class?
Yes.
And when you went to class, did you have the opportunity to observe her in class?
Yes.
And what did you observe her doing in the class typically?
Just following along, just like everybody else.
Did you ever notice whether or not she seemed to struggle in the class?
No.
Did she ever fall behind?
No.
Did she ever quit early?
No. Usually if she thought it was too hard, I mean, everybody does it. If they're out of wind for a second, they stop and march, or they just keep moving and then join back up.
Did she ever do that?
I don't recall if she did, but I'm sure we all do.
So just based on those observations, did you make any observations about Tammy's health or fitness level?
Yeah, she was active and healthy.
Did you eventually learn of Tammy's death?
Yes.
How did you learn of her death?
I had a student in my class whose mother worked with her in her church calling.
And how did you learn?
Oh, sorry. She called me that morning to tell me.
What was your reaction when you had learned of her death?
Shock.
Why shock?
Because I'd just seen her on Friday and she was fine and she was at exercise class that week.
When you say you had just seen her on Friday, which Friday are you talking about?
Well, the Friday at school, the day before, it was just Friday at school, and then it got called Saturday morning, so
So are we talking about the Friday before she passed away on Saturday?
yes,
And you said you had seen her there?
yes,
Had you interacted with her that much that day?
I'm sure I did.
Did she ever mention anything that day to you about not feeling well?
No,
Did she ever mention anything about her health at all there?
no,
Did you notice her to have any kind of symptoms or appear to not be feeling well?
no,
Generally speaking, was Tammy the type of personality, did she ever complain about things?
no,
Do you recall her ever complaining about health matters at all?
no,
Again, focused on that last couple of months before she passed, did you ever observe whether or not Tammy had made any significant gains or decreases in weight?
I haven't. I didn't.
So is it fair to say she appeared to stay at the same weight?
Yes.
Your Honor, I have no further questions for this witness.
All right. Mr. Pryor, cross-examination.
Just briefly, Judge, thank you. So if I understand your testimony, Ms. Olson, is it true that the children were brought to Tammy for exercising their library time?
Yes.
So Tammy would not have to walk to the other end of the school to pick up the children and then walk them back every day, right? Correct?
Correct.
In other words, the children were as part of their hour, I guess I don't know how this would work, but as part of their library hour, the teacher's responsibility were to gather up their students, walk them to the library, and then at the return of their hour, the teacher would go back to the library, pick up the students and bring them back to their class. Would that be fair?
Yes.
Okay. I want to talk to you a little bit about the Friday before Tammy passed away. As part of her duties as the librarian, that day was particularly busy that Friday because do you recall that she was trying to get all of the boxes and books together for the book fair?
Objection, counsel is testifying, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Do you have any recollection of Tammy preparing for a book fair that Friday?
No, I don't.
Okay, nothing else, Judge. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Redirect, Mr. Wixom.
Just a couple of questions, please. Ma'am, can you please explain for the jury, where was your classroom relative to the library in the school?
I'm right by the front doors, just as you come inside to the left.
So related to the library, where is that?
Well, I'm here, and you would go down the hall around the lunchroom, and she'd be just the first doors on the left.
Would it be fair to say that it'd be possible that Tammy could be walking around in the school and you wouldn't?
Well, on those grounds, it's just for speculation, Mr. Wixom, so I'll sustain an objection there.
Did you ever see Tammy walking around in school at all?
All day, every day.
When would you see her walking? What would she be doing?
She'd be coming to gather up the books before we made it to library. For each class, she would be passing out books. If I had said I'm teaching about insects or something, she would gather up some really good insect books that she had in the library and bring them to our classes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wixom. Mr. Wixom, would there be any need to recall this witness?
There is not, Your Honor.
Will the defense call the witness? Okay, if you're here under subpoena, you're released from the subpoena. Thank you for appearing and testifying in trial.
Thank you.
You can be excused. You can call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, the state would call Taylor Ballard.
Swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Ballard, you've been placed under oath. I just want to inquire before you testify. This case has been live streamed on the court's channel as well as open to the public to view the trial proceedings. Have you observed any of the trial testimony that's taken place since the trial started?
No, sir.
All right. And have you talked to anyone else about testimony they have given at trial?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you for your responses. Mr. Wixom, if you'd like to inquire, you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, will you please state and spell your full name for the record?
Taylor Ballard, TaylorBallard.
And where do you live?
Rexburg, Idaho.
What do you do for work?
I'm a health insurance broker at Ballard Insurance Group.
How long have you been an insurance broker?
14 years.
Is that something that requires a license from the state?
It is.
Can you just briefly explain to the jury the difference between an insurance broker and an agent?
An insurance agent represents one carrier, one health carrier or company, and an insurance broker represents several.
In your work, do you help people get medical insurance?
I do.
Is that something you've done for the entire 14 years?
Yes.
I now want to ask you, do you know Chad Daybell?
On a professional level.
When did you first become acquainted with him?
October 31st, 2019.
And how did you become acquainted with him?
He came into my office to inquire about an individual health policy for him and his children.
And were you able to help him with that?
Yes.
Did he explain why he needed the insurance?
I was already aware he had been referred to us. He was losing coverage that day from his deceased wife's policy through her employer plan, who we also administer.
So is it fair to say you weren't surprised by his inquiry?
Right.
And when you said he was inquiring about coverage for his children, did he tell you which children he was trying to cover?
Yes, it was Seth, Leah, and Mark.
At that point in time, did he make any inquiries about the possibilities of adding a spouse?
No.
And just very briefly, what, under most medical plans, what qualifications does a dependent have to meet to be able to be put on a parent or step parent's policy?
On the individual market, which is what we were talking about, they need to be under 26, unmarried, and claimed as a tax dependent on the joint return.
So can a step parent add a stepchild to their policy?
Yes.
And during that initial contact and that request about insurance information, what information did you need to gather from him to look at what policies you might be able to help with?
These particular policies that he was interested in are based on income to see if you can qualify for assistance. So we discussed income as well as demographic information for him and the children.
What information did he give you about income?
He stated that without his wife's income, now that she had passed away, his self-employment of a book publishing company would operate at a loss.
Did you do anything to verify that status of income?
At that time, it was just verbal.
Did you later request that he verify his income?
Yes.
And how did you request that verification come?
I went to Health and Welfare to apply him for the benefits, and their interface was
showing that his self-employment was reporting at about 30,000 profit annually. So they stated we would need a copy of his tax return.
Did you eventually request a copy of the tax return?
Yes.
And we'll come back to that. So it sounds like it sounds like he initially told you he was operating at a loss, but you found out he was making $30,000 a year?
According to Health and Welfare's interface, yes.
And a moment ago, you also said in that conversation that you were gathering demographic information about the children.
Mhm.
Can you, and when you do answer for the record, a yes or no, so the record will capture that. What demographic information were you gathering? What were you asking of him?
Children's names, birthdays, socials.
And so did he provide all that information with respect to the children he was trying to cover?
Yes.
After that particular meeting, when's the next time that you recall talking to him?
I texted him on November 5th, 2019, asking if he could provide a copy of his 2018 tax return.
Did he respond?
He did.
What did he say?
He responded that day saying he was out of town all week, but he would probably be able to stop by the following week.
Did he eventually produce the tax return?
Yes.
Okay. And then when's the next time you had contact with him?
November 21st, 2019.
And can you please explain the nature of that contact? Did you talk to him on the phone, text? Did he come in?
I reached out to him via text and then he came into my office.
And what was your purpose in texting him that day?
Based on the tax return that was provided, it was proven that his business did operate at a profit. And so therefore he was eligible for different insurance than we had previously discussed. So we discussed what his options would look like for January 2020.
And in that conversation, what do you recall him mentioning at that point?
He had asked me if he were to get married, how hard it would be to add the new wife.
And if he said that as a hypothetical,
Yes,
so he didn't tell you that he had been married.
correct.
And what was your reaction to that?
I just told him that there's lots of variables and we could worry about that when we got to it if it happened.
In that conversation, did he ever later state that he had plans to marry?
When I responded with what I just told you, he said, look, I'm going to be honest with you. I'll probably be married by the end of the year. So I'm just curious what the process looks like.
And both of these statements came on the 21st of November, correct?
Yes.
At that point in time, did the two of you discuss any other potential dependents?
No.
At that point in time, did you gather any additional information or submit any type of insurance application?
Not on the 21st, no.
During that conversation, at any point, did Chad ever mention to you the names JJ or Tylee?
No.
When's the next time you recall having interaction with him?
December 11th, 2019.
And what was that occasion? Explain that to the jury, please.
He just wanted to make sure he was square for January of 2020. And so we discussed, he picked his plan and he paid for it.
Okay. So he actually applied for the plan on that date on December 10th?
In between the 21st and the 11th is when I had been doing the back work. And on the 11th, he was calling to follow up.
Did you have any conversations with him during that time frame?
Mm-mm.
At that point in time, when he picked his plan, did he pay a premium for the plan?
Yeah.
At that point in time, did he bring up the name JJ or Tylee?
No.
Did he bring up the name Lori?
No.
When's the next time? Well, let me withdraw that. At any point in time after that, did you ever receive any mail at your office or Chad?
Yes.
What did you receive, the best you can recall?
We received 5 letters I believe 2 of them were from Health and Welfare and 3 of them were from Select Health, which is the carrier that he chose. They were addressed to him, but they had our address on them.
Is that something that may typically happen in your business?
Never,
So clients never forwarded or used your address to have mail sent to it?
never.
Did that strike you as normal, cause any questions for you?
It definitely was not normal. We weren't sure why that was happening because all of the applications that we took and all of the online systems showed the address he had provided me.
So what do you recall as the next interaction with Chad?
March 11th, 2020.
Do you recall any interaction with him during December?
Only when he called to make his payment.
At any point in time after he made his payment for his insurance, had you learned anything about JJ or Tylee? Overall. May answer.
Yes.
What did you learn about them and when?
December 23rd of 2019, I was in Health and Welfare doing other business, and it got brought up to me as if I was asked if I had heard about it yet.
Just generally speaking, what had you learned about JJ and Tylee?
That Chad had remarried someone who had 2 children and they were missing.
Did that cause you any concern at that point?
Yes.
What was the concern?
Well, I was just confused. I didn't know what to think of it because when they first mentioned that children were missing, I wondered if it was the children that I had helped him insure. And then it also made me question his deceased wife's.
In what way did you question that?
Can you ask me that again?
In what way did it make you question his deceased wife?
I was just curious of the timing. It just seemed fast.
Let me ask this. Did your office handle any insurance for Tammy before she passed?
Yes.
What insurance policies did your office handle for Tammy?
Health, life, disability.
So did you at any point in that time period look at any of Tammy's insurance policies?
Yes.
What did you look at?
I checked to see what her life insurance amount was and if it had been paid out yet.
And what did you find?
That it had been paid out and that her most recent open enrollment, which was in August for September 1st effective date, that she had upped it to the max.
And is it normal for an insurance broker to look at those types of things?
Yes.
Why?
To make sure the beneficiaries are correct, to make sure that we have the right amounts on there since it has to do with their income, what they qualify for.
And I believe you were starting to try to explain, you did have a contact with Chad on was it the 1st of March or when was the next contact?
March 11th.
Thank you. Can you please describe to the jury what was the nature of that contact?
He had come into my office to inquire about getting health insurance for his wife.
At that point, did he tell you who his wife was?
Yes.
Who did he say?
He said her name was Vallow Daybell, and he wrote her name on a sticky note, Tylee Ryan Daybell.
Did he happen to mention to you when he had married her?
He said November 5th, 2019.
What was your reaction to his inquiry about adding his wife?
Oh, Lauren, love you, hun. You have a good night. Get some good sleeps. And yeah, hopefully everything goes well tomorrow and Friday. I will have my phone, so I will probably try to hop in and at least say hi. We'll see. Also, let's see. Otherwise, yeah, I'll see you back on Monday. But yeah, I do hope to. I mean, I'm going to enjoy myself. Well, QB, I just meant hopefully, as long as everything goes well. I have complete trust and faith in you. I just don't want you to, I mean, if something happens, and things can't go on, then that's good. That's good too, Hey, Morgana, missed you today, ma'am. I hope you're doing okay. We love you. But yes, Lauren, have a good night's sleep, ma'am. And we'll catch you very, very soon, okay? Love you. No, I'm not giving you no tutu, QB. You're stuck. You're stuck. Stuck. All right, let's get back to it. Back to it.
At that point.
Well, he had stated to me that he had stated to me that she was incarcerated, and so I told him she wouldn't necessarily need insurance right now, but he was worried about something happening to her, and I told him she would be covered under the state as long as she was incarcerated.
Did you have any further discussion about how to potentially insure her if she were to no longer be incarcerated?
Yes, when he told me the date of marriage, I told him that that was outside of the enrollment window. It had been longer than 60 days. He said that she should be getting out the following week, and I told him that we could use that as a qualifying event.
So was a plan made then at that point to do so if she became unincarcerated?
Yes.
Just the general nature of that conversation, was there anything unusual about that conversation?
He, no. No.
At any point in that conversation, did he ever bring up anything about his computer?
I was going through all of the information, confirming what was different and what was the same. And when we got to the income, he said, they confiscated my computer, so I haven't been able to pay myself yet.
And what was your reaction to that?
I said, they?
Okay. And did he explain who he's talking about?
He said, the FBI.
Did he say anything else to you about the situation in that conversation?
About the confiscation?
Just his personal situation generally.
Just that he was wanting to make sure that he, his wife, and his son, Mark, would be covered.
And in that conversation, did you ask him any follow-up about adding dependents?
I did.
What did you ask him?
Back then, the application states, is there anyone else in your household, whether they need coverage or not? Is there anyone on your tax return, whether they need coverage or not? And so I just went through those normal questions.
And in that line of questioning with him, did he ever mention JJ or Tylee?
No.
Why did you go through the line of questions with him specifically? What was your reason?
That's what I would do with anybody. It's the questions that are on the application.
Having learned about JJ and Tylee's missing status, did that cause you any concern when you were processing this paperwork for Mr. Daybell at that point?
Yes.
What was the concern?
Just, I mean, it was all over the news that they were missing, and him saying that just validated that they were.
What about concerns relative to the insurance policy?
It made me think we may have a fraudulent life payout.
Explain that, please.
I was worried that Tammy's death may have not been an accident and that the life premiums may have been paid out when they shouldn't have been.
You said premiums, the life premiums?
Sorry, the life insurance money.
Now, relative to the health or medical insurance he was seeking at that time, did his lack of bringing anything up about JJ and Tylee cause concerns about that health insurance coverage?
Yes.
What was that concern?
To me, it seemed like they weren't going to need any insurance. All that he was asking about was him, Lori, and Mark.
What happened next?
Back then, everything used to take overnight to update. And so we parted ways that day. And I told him that I would reach out when the premium rates were ready the next day.
And did you do that?
Yes.
How did you do that?
Text message.
Did he respond?
Yes.
How did he respond?
Text message.
Okay. Did you at some point talk to him again?
Yes.
What was the next conversation and when?
March 16th, he reached out to me. He had gotten some notices saying that his wife Lori's identity was not verifying. They were notices from the health and welfare saying we can't verify her information. Can you provide us with more?
Did he provide anything to you?
Yes.
What did he provide?
Their marriage certificate and her driver's license.
What happened next in terms of contact with Chad?
Between, let's see, that was March 16th. We talked again on March 18th, letting him know it was resolved.
Any further contact with him?
A few days later, he reached out about another notice that he received. I let him know that it was taken care of. And I think that was March 26th. And that was the last time I talked to him.
March 26th was the last time you said?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Anything come up in that conversation about his status or his dependence?
No, not about the dependents.
What did anything come up in the conversation at all?
I mean, yes, we small talked. He mentioned, I told him to let me know if anything changed income wise or otherwise. And he said, I think it's going to be a pretty tight year. I don't see anything changing.
At any point, did you ever send any follow-up text to him about his dependence?
On March 12th, which would have been the next day when I let him know the rates, I just sent him a text message that said, all right, for a household of 3, this is what your rates are going to look like. This is what the insurance situation is.
Did you have any reason for sending that besides just letting him know what the rate would be?
Just to one final time make sure that there was no one else in the household we needed to count.
And what was his response?
He said, sounds good. That's great.
Now, going back to the life insurance, do you normally, is it one of your roles in the office to work with Tammy's employer relative to the life insurance planning?
Yes.
Okay. And what role do you play in that?
For her school district, I had done the presentation of the open enrollment presentation explaining the benefits, and I gave her life insurance election form. That was the extent.
What do you explain in that open enrollment process?
Just what the benefits look like for the upcoming contract year, health, life, disability, and we show them how to calculate how much life insurance they can elect voluntarily.
Excuse me. At any point in time when Chad had come into the office, did you ever notice anything that he was wearing?
Microphone, please.
Leading.
Overruled.
Yes.
What did you notice?
When he was in my office on November 21st and inquired to me about if he were to get married again, my eye was drawn to his wedding finger and I noticed he was wearing a ring, and I wondered if that was his ring from Tammy or if it was an engagement ring for the new wife.
Did you notice the color of the ring on that occasion?
Yes.
What was the color?
Turquoise.
Did you happen to observe or notice what ring it was?
It just looked like a turquoise wedding ring.
Okay. Later on, at any point in time, did you ever observe him to be wearing any other type of ring?
Yes, when he was in my office on March 11th, first of all, he looked thinner and tanner. He looked quite happy, but his ring was black. It was different. And so my mind thought, okay, the turquoise one must have been from his marriage to Tammy, and this is his new one.
Your Honor, I don't have any more questions at this time.
All right, thank you. All right, cross-examination, Mr. Pryor.
Good afternoon, Ms. Ballard. You had an occasion to be interviewed by Officer Mattingly, is that correct?
Yes.
And in reading that interview, I noted that you mentioned that one of the first times Chad approached you about insurance, he was referencing insurance for Seth, Leah, Mark, and just Chad. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that was on the 31st of October?
Yes.
Okay. And then it wasn't your unusual practice, but you helped the family with the Medicaid for Seth and Leah, if I remember. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So the initial request for insurance was just for his children that weren't covered, correct?
Yes. The whole family was losing coverage that day because it was through Tammy previously.
Okay, through the employment, correct?
Correct. Yes.
So the death of Tammy would cause a loss of coverage for the entire family, correct?
Yes.
Now, on the issue of the enrollment period, in regards to the school district, you mentioned that you went to the school and you put on a presentation. Is that correct?
Yes.
And at that point, it was the teachers that were there and the librarian, and that you were presenting just to them. You weren't presenting to the entire family. Is that right?
Right.
So at that point, if they were eligible, it would be the teacher's decision whether they would elect to increase or decrease their insurance, correct?
We give them a deadline of when the forms have to come back. It's very common for people to take those home and discuss them with their family.
Okay, good. And the enrollment period for the Sugar School District would have been when in September?
I think the forms were due back September 15th, and they would have been effective September 1.
And do you recall when you gave the presentation in September?
I gave it in August. It was August 23rd, 2019.
August 23rd?
That's my memory.
Now, were you aware of the fact that Daybell family had other insurance other than the insurance they were getting through Tammy?
As far, no.
No Primera, you weren't aware of the Primerica policy that Tammy and Chad had prior to the school district insurance?
Objection, Your Honor. Counsel is testifying.
Overruled.
And the base insurance for a first-year teacher is set at what with the school district?
I have no idea.
Okay. And do you have any idea what the cost is per unit of insurance to go up to the 80,000?
I can't think of the rate, but it goes 5 times your salary. So what she had elected ended up being 80,000.
And that's relatively inexpensive insurance, would you agree?
Yes.
So it wouldn't be unusual if it's manageable to try to seek the maximum amount of insurance.
Agreed.
Was there any discussion about other insurance options on Lori Vallow's other children?
No.
Was there ever any discussion that Lori Vallow's children were living somewhere else in the country?
Lori Vallow's children never came up.
And in any regard whatsoever?
No, sir.
Okay, all right, Judge, that's all I have. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Pratt. Any redirect, Mr. Wixom?
Can I have just one moment, Your Honor?
You may.
You know, at this time, we have no redirect.
Okay, that'll conclude the testimony then of Ms. Ballard. Is there any intention to recall her from the state?
Judge, at this point, the state's not prepared to release her from the subpoena.
Okay, so Ms. Ballard, that means that moving forward, you may be recalled to testify again in this case. And because of that, I'm going to admonish you not to watch any of the trial testimony that's continuing because it is available for the public to view. That way you will be able to not violate an exclusionary order, have an issue if you are recalled to testify since you're still under subpoena. So with that in mind, thank you for coming in and testifying today, and you can be excused.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hey, Morgana, honey, if you're still here, I love you and I hope you have a good weekend, a good rest of your week. And still sending big hugs and love out to you and your family, honey.
All right, let me next ask the state then, given the time of the afternoon, is there another witness you wish to get started on, or would you request that we conclude for the day?
Your Honor, we do have another witness. However, they are going to be significantly longer than the 14 minutes that's left. It would be the state's preference if it's all right with the court to start that to finish up now. However, we will defer to the court.
Okay. Given the timing, I do think it just makes more sense to start off with a fresh witness and not break them up as they just get started in testimony. So I will go ahead and determine that we'll conclude for this afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, again, thank you for always following the court's admonishment to not discuss the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else while we're on break until tomorrow. Please don't do anything to review or investigate the case. Avoid any media coverage you see of it to the best you can so that you can remain unbiased and only make your decisions on the facts you've heard here in court. So thank you for those in attendance today for complying with the court's conduct order as well. With that in mind, we'll be in recess starting again tomorrow morning at 8:30 with additional testimony.
All right, please.
Well, that's that. They're done for the day. They're done for the day. All right. All right. All right. All right. You guys, so QB, I see you here, ma'am. Not here, but in the chat. What are your thoughts? If, you know, you want to try this out now, or do you need to wait till later today or tonight? What are your thoughts, QB? The test run, I mean. Spins is like QB in the house. Spin, 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 spins. We can. It's up to you. You, the one that got a pack. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Well, let me close this stream down and then I'll set up another one. The poll. Thank you, Henny. God, I'm the worst. I'm the worst. Hey, Billy. Billy always comes in last minute. Like right when I'm getting ready to close shop and put the close for business sign on the door. You know, that's when Billy pops in. Hey, Billy. She says, how rude for them to be over. I went to Costco this morning and just got on an hour or so ago, but I like the Karen trial better. LOL. Aw, well, I know. Did you vote in the poll, Karen or Billy? I called you Karen. Lord have mercy. Billy, did you vote in the poll? Let's go check the poll. Thank you, Henny, for the reminder. I'm telling you, I'm the worst. I always forget that I have a poll. Hold on. Let me click the show chat button. All right, you guys. Oh my goodness. We need another vote. We have a tie. Has everybody voted? It says we got 22 votes. And we need a tiebreaker. But depending on which one you vote for, I don't know how that'll work. Has anyone voted yet? Or not voted yet, I mean? I need a tiebreaker. I gotcha, Billy, honey. I understand. I'm totally just messing with you. I always love that. I love whenever people pop in like you do because it always surprises me. And then I'm like, I love the workers and lurkers. You know how we all feel about workers and lurkers. We love them. Love them. All right, we have 22 votes. I need one person that has not voted yet. If you have not voted yet, go vote because we have a tie. We have a tie. We have a tie. Not a lemon tie, but a tie. Spin says, I'm a horrible lurker. Just ask QB. I'm waiting on somebody to come break this tie. All right. No takers. No takers. I'm going to end the poll in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.75, 0.50, 0.25. End poll. All right. So the poll question was, are you Margaret? Margaret. Margaret said, is there a poll? It's over now, ma'am. Margaret has an idea for a poll. No poll for you. Come back 1 year. So the poll question was, are you 1, excited to catch up with the Daybell trial? 2, I'm just here for the snacks. Or 3, already missing the Karen Reed trial. 22 votes, and we had a tie between excited to catch up with Chad Daybell and I'm just here for the snacks. Only 27% are already missing the Karen Reed trial. So, bum ba da bum. The 36 percenters for the snacks. they're just here for the snacks. The snacks. They're here for the cafe. Cafe. Snacks. Snacky snacks. All right. The poll has ended. The poll has ended. I know, Margaret. I do every time. The thing is on StreamYard, where I'm at most of the time, because that's where I'm streaming from. That's where, everything is. It doesn't, like, I can't see the poll from StreamYard. The only way I see the poll is if I go into my actual YouTube channel and into the video and the live chat. From there is where I can see the poll. They need to fix that. Yeah, only see it on YouTube's, not in StreamYard. Spins is always here for the cafe, and if I learn something during the trial and I become smarter, score. All right, you guys. Well, that's it for today. I'm going to call it for the day. However, we are going to momentarily start another stream, but it is going to be specifically a test stream for QB, because since I leave tomorrow and will be gone Thursday, Friday, and won't be back till Monday, QB has so graciously agreed to be the hostess with the mostess and host the trial for me, Karen Reed, for me for the rest of the week, for you guys here on the Crime Cafe. So, QB, you what? Did I? QB, what? You said you did. She says, did I? Are you sure that were me? Now she's getting all scared. Now she's going to be all scared. Okay, cool. Oh, she kills me, you guys. She kills me. I ain't scared. Yeah, you are, QB. You white knuckling it, ma'am. You white knuckling it. Spin says, did you get that in writing, Jenny? Because if you didn't get it in writing, she didn't say it. I've got it in text. So there's that. Margaret says, I don't know what I did to get pole banned. So, Margaret, you're pole banned, ma'am, because how are you not understanding this? You are pole banned because when someone yeah, you have to come back in a whole year. When you give options, for a poll yourself, and then the poll question is, should I take the rest of the day off work and go home and diamond paint? Or should I stay at work till 5:00? And everybody says, go home, take the day off. And then what do? You don't do what the poll winning poll is. You do the complete opposite, ma'am. Explain it in 1.25 speed. That's how that's done. That's because Margaret doesn't listen. Margaret, no poll for Margaret. Margaret, come back 1 year. And you are not dumb, you are stubborn. Just as Spin said. Blah, 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 blah. All right. Minus 1.25. Oh, okay. Okay. You are not dumb. You are stubborn. The storm. How did you like that? How you like those lemons, baby? QB, did you hear that? She did my buddy say spins whenever I did that. I was like, great. QB's going to come at me and say, see, it's not so gross, is it? People want to know why I'm crying in my office. Tell them because no poll for you. You have to wait 1 year. No poll for you. No poll for you, Argentina. I'm dead. Somebody come give me CPR. All right. I'm getting out of here, you guys. I love you. But yes, we're going to do a test. I almost said a test poll. Not a test poll. No. A test stream for QB. The title is going to say something like that. And you're more than welcome to join the nonsense. Probably won't be very long, just a few minutes to make sure that QB's got her stuff together, right? And can not push the red button. And all that jazz, right? But I love you, and if I don't see you Thursday or Friday, then I will see you on Monday. I will have a fun time. Do it, Margaret. Go to the meeting at 3 and talk in minus 1.25 speed. I dare you to do it. Oh, excuse me, sorry. But I dare you to do that. All right, you guys. Sherry, we're gonna have fun. M's the one that presses the red button, not me. Not me. All right. I love you guys, and we'll see you in the test run. And hopefully I'll see you Thursday or Friday by popping in randomly throughout the day. If not, I'll see you back on Monday. All right, you guys have a good time with QB. Don't burn the house down. Be nice to her. Love her. All the things. QB is amazeballs for even offering, and I appreciate her more than she knows. Yeah. Love you, Henny. Kel, I love you, ma'am. I'm gonna miss you big. All right. Bye, guys. Don't forget to hit the thumbs up and all the YouTubey things. Love you. Bye.